Against the sport's biggest personalities, but I've never met more vibrant, amazing people than the seniors served by Meals on Wheels. As a volunteer, you deliver a hot, nutritious meal and a friendly hello to someone just like your mother, grandfather, or next door neighbor. These seniors are inspiring people with incredible stories to share, and they love to see you. The smiles you get back are priceless. Delivering with Meals on Wheels is easy, and you don't have to drive like me for it to be quick. You can volunteer your lunch break once a week or just once a month. With 1 in 6 seniors facing hunger and many more living in isolation, your lunch break can make a real difference. So, America, let's do lunch. Volunteer your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org.
This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
Okay, Simon, what are you wearing right now?
Nothing.
That's right. And what do people normally wear?
Clothes.
Exactly. So now Mommy's going to teach you how to dress yourself. Clothes keep us warm, they look good, and if we go out without them, the neighbors will talk. So it's important to know how to get dressed. Here's how it's done. Underwear always comes first, name tag at the back, then pants, then shirt. Get the first button in the right hole or you have to start all over. If you're wearing a tie, it goes over, round, round, through, and pull tight. Tuck your shirt into your pants and zip up your fly. Socks going first, then shoes right on right, left on left. With shoelaces, just take the ends, cross them over, switch the loops. The rabbit goes down the hole, pull tight, and you're left with bunny ears.
I love bunnies.
Good to know. Now remember, spots don't go with stripes, socks don't go with sandals, and if you've tucked in your shirt, wear a belt. Got it? Why are your pants on your head?
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But spending just 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier and could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. For fun 2-minute videos to watch while brushing, visit 2min2x.org. That's 2min2x.org. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
So you see, son, good manners are very, very important. Someday, many years from now, when you're a grown-up, you'll be a man. And when you are, you should be a gentleman. Do you want me to go through it one more time?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Exactly. Always say please, thank you, you're welcome, and excuse me. Sit up straight, hold doors open for ladies. If a door's shut, then knock first. Don't burp, don't swear, don't speak with your mouth full, don't reach across people's plates, keep your elbows off the table.
What table?
And don't interrupt. While we're at it, don't stare, don't use foul language, don't call people names, but do remember people's names. Always share your toys, play nice, and cover your mouth when you cough or sneeze. On the bus, give up your seat to anyone who has trouble standing. Bottom line, treat others the way you'd like to be treated. Got it?
Got it.
And stop picking your nose.
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But spending just 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier and could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. For fun 2-minute videos to watch while brushing, visit 2min2x.org. That's 2min2x.org. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
Hey, there he is. How's it going?
I'm having a stroke.
Are you going to shake my hand or what?
I'm having a stroke.
Wow, you're not even moving your arm.
I'm having a stroke.
Are you okay?
I'm having a stroke.
Your face looks weird too.
I'm having a stroke.
Are you having a seizure or something?
I'm having a stroke.
When someone is having a stroke, they may not be able to say it with words, but their body language will tell you loud and clear.
I'm having a stroke.
You just need to know the sudden signs. Look for FAST, F-A-S-T, F, face drooping, A, arm weakness, or S, speech difficulty, then T, time. Time to call 911 immediately, because the sooner they get to the hospital, the sooner they'll get treatment. And that can make a remarkable difference in their recovery. Know the sudden signs. Face, arm, speech, time. Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
The average time a resume spends on an HR manager's desk is 7 seconds. And most of them are tossed aside. Now imagine if one of those resumes belonged to Yasmin, who was
living in a shelter, juggling 3 jobs. I had to be resilient. That's something that you can't teach.
Or if that resume was from someone who
worked 12-hour shifts at the recycling company with my dad, who's 72. That taught me a work ethic that I carry with me every day.
We rely so much on a resume, yet it could never tell the full story of someone.
Growing up where I did, a lot of things could have gotten in the way of my goals. But I learned to push through, and that's what I bring to work every day.
So maybe it's time we look beyond the resume and look to Grads of Life. Discover new ways to develop great talent that are so much more than what's on paper at gradsoflife.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Grads of Life and the Ad Council.
Ranger Station, Ranger speaking.
Hi, I'd like to report a bear hug.
Uh-huh, okay. Well, we were building a bonfire, and I saw some, dry brush and leaves around, so, I said to move the bonfire somewhere else, and out of nowhere, Smokey Bear shows up and hugs me.
So you noticed some wildfire hazards and moved your bonfire to a safer location.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Smokey, all right. He likes it when people help prevent wildfires. It hits him close to home. Not everybody gets the hug, my friend. So that's pretty special to get a hug from Smokey Bear.
So it was him. Hey, guys, I told you it was Smokey.
Okay, well, congratulations, my friend. And thanks for calling. There are many ways to prevent a wildfire. Learn how you can do your part at SmokeyBear.com.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Sponsored by the U.S. Forest Service, Ad Council, and your state forester.
Hope you enjoyed your meal. And I just want to say, he's lucky to have a brother like you.
Lucky? Caring for my brother is far from easy. Waking up every day, lifting him from the bed to the wheelchair to the car to get him to therapy on time, it's no small task between the doctors and the diagnosis, but nothing can disable this love. This is my big brother, my hero. He's part of me, like my arms and legs, so I'll be his. See, there's no time for tired. This starts again tomorrow. He'll be waiting for me. I wake up for him. I know he needs me, but I'm the lucky one, even though I need help now and then.
If you're caring for a loved one, visit aarp.org/caregiving for care guides and community, or call 877-333-5885. Caregiving Resource Center. Support for your strength. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
People been saying to your friend, get a different face, and posting on their feed, they're super ugly. The things they say to them online are cruel and they're not true. So tell your friend, I'll stand up for you. Don't worry, I know what to do. Tell the world I see with an emoji and stop the bullies.
Know someone who's being bullied online? Send the witness emoji. It looks like an eye in a speech bubble, and it's in the symbol section near the clocks in your phone. You'll let the world know it isn't cool, and you'll let your friend know you care. Learn more about the witness emoji at eyewitnessbullying.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
It may be hard to believe, but people just like you are already saving money. Feedthepig.org makes it easy. Their simple savings plan teaches you how to start saving without going overboard. So you don't need to mooch off your friends.
You gonna finish that grape?
You mean the one in my mouth? You don't need to stop buying the necessities.
What you're smelling is a natural musk.
Ew.
You don't need to be a medical test subject.
How do you feel? Mostly okay. Sometimes, though.
You don't need to get a second job as a stuntman.
Break for lunch.
You just need an internet connection. Don't get left behind. Start your personal savings plan with the tips and tools on feedthepig.org. That way, you don't need to sell your soul to the devil.
$15 is the best I can do.
All right, deal. Brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
It's Monday Night Football time, but it's the Sports Loudmouth Show. And by the way, did the Chiefs get away with a passing interference call against the Falcons on Sunday Night Football? I believe so. Lamar Jackson takes shots at John Harbaugh's game plan, and Jerry Jones takes shots at Derrick Henry, and much, much more on a new show, on a Monday show. Doc Rivers is going to have Damian Lillard run very fast out of town. Does he help them win? You're under 500. Aaron Judge helps the Yankees win. You're paying the player $300 million. You better be sure that that guy's going to help you get over the hump. For some reason, this guy is go. A Monday edition of the Sports Loudmouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Speedy Petey, executive producer Aaron Fishman, and our Sports Minute, Mr. Tommy Scoop. 631-672-3108 is the number to call. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including the Loudmouth with me and Speedy Petey every single Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Oh, my God. I want to say something. Even off air, I was talking to the boys about just how much work I do, not only for this show, but offset on all the other stuff that I do. My mom is sick. I'm putting a bed together, cleaning out a room. So there's so much going on the weekend, but it's crazy. The weather is changing. I've been sick, and I've been in Florida. I've been all over the place. So it's crazy when I come and I sit down and I fill in, or I do a show, or I fill in for other shows and podcasts. So it's a lot, but I'm just happy to be here, and I'm happy to entertain all the people around the country that listens to our show every single week. So I want to give a shout out to all the fans on all the media junctions and all the different media outlets we're on. So thank you to all the fans that tune in and obviously shoot me messages on DM and emails. I get more emails than I do DMs, but all the fans that reach out to me and tell me how the work that I put into and the content, and all the guys, they compliment all the guys and all the work that they do. So thank you to all the fans that reach out to us and reach out to me during the off week and see how I'm doing. So thank you. Well, Speedy, how are you?
I'm doing fine.
I'm trying to get my breath. I've been stressed out all day. I don't even know how I'm sitting here today, but you even heard me driving today. I was in a pissy mood.
Yes. It was a very stressful day for you. I could tell. I had a good weekend. I got to visit a family member I haven't seen since last year. My grandfather on my father's side of the family, his sister, went to a nice German restaurant. Yes, all the jokesters out there. I had a bunch of sausages, so joke about it now all the time. I had 3 different types of sausages.
How about a sausage McMuffin?
No McMuffins. It was bratwurst, knockwurst, and a veal variation. I forget the name of it, but they were very.
Have you ever had a muck muffin?
No.
Well, would you like one?
I'm good.
You don't like muck muffins?
I don't know. I have never heard of such a thing.
So if I hook you up with a muck muffin, would you eat it?
I don't know.
It's some kind of McMuffin, but
okay.
All right. So it's called a muck muffin. All right. I'm just going to go ahead, finish up.
I was going to say I had it was probably the biggest draft
like
beer.
If you run a muck, muck muffin.
Whatever. I had probably the biggest draft beer. It was a liter that I've ever had. It was very good.
A liter of beer.
It was a liter of beer. It was
a liter of beer. Are you a liter of beer?
Am I a liter of beer?
Are you the leader of beer?
If I was a liter of beer, I would not be able to talk.
Well, no, I said, are you the leader of beer?
What? No sense.
You guys got it. I think everybody got it, but Speedy Petey, as always. But
well, enjoying the jokesters comments.
Well, I'm a little lost in half the days that I live in this wonderful world of Disney. That's what I call it. I think it's a cartoon. I live in a cartoon. That's why I do this. I like to entertain people, give you my sports knowledge and my craziness on one wonderful show. So if it's a Disney Channel, who would you like to be? If you were a Disney character, who would you like to be?
Disney character.
I think you're goofy. What do you think?
I'll accept that.
Is that who you would be?
I'll accept that.
Who would you be, Scoops? Is there anybody?
That is a great question. One person who definitely wouldn't be is Bambi. I don't want nobody wants to be Bambi.
Well, that's Salah, man. That's all about Rob. Mr. Sally. Mr. Salawala. Anyways, but is there anybody that you would be?
In a Disney movie? I would love
with the cricket sounds in the background.
I'll be
just pick anybody.
The llama. Oh no, not the llama.
The llama?
The llama from Emperor's New Groove.
Yeah, I've seen it. He has a beard, so maybe it kind of looks like you. You kind of look like the llama. You do. What is his name in that movie?
Krunk. No, I'm sorry, not Krunk. Damn, I can't even remember. I just saw it recently. Krunk's the big. I'm blinking right now. I can't.
That's all right. We'll get back to you on that. Get fishing. Fish. What? Before we get into the show, I want to ask Fish. Is there a Disney character that you would prefer yourself to be?
I thought Aladdin had it going on with Jasmine. He gets all the riches. He gets a genie. Pretty good deal for Aladdin.
She was pretty hot. I can't lie to you. She looked good.
Speedy, if there was anyone you could take on a magic carpet ride, who would it be? And why?
Magic carpet ride?
His mother.
Nah, my mom would never do a magic carpet ride. Not that she's afraid of heights. You're probably just she wouldn't be into the mystical stuff like that.
Mystical? I mean, what's
Mystical,
mystical about
magical? Duh.
No. Duh.
Aladdin had a lot of money though, and he had all the riches, and he was making it rain on everybody in the kingdom. Don't you remember?
I do remember.
I would probably say I would probably be the Beast from Beauty and the Beast. That's where I would be. Grumpy, mean, and then I could turn into a wonderful prince half the day.
No, I don't know if either of you two know Errol's already villain origin story. We had a comic book guy on the show a few years ago,
Yes.
and Errol's villain origin story is the Purple Urple.
The Purple Urple is my character as a superhero.
Yes.
So that's who I would be, the Purple Urple. So I mean, that's why you like purple, right, Speedy?
I know I liked purple before I even knew you.
Well, there you go. So you could be Purple Urple Jr. Okay?
No.
You could be my sidekick.
No.
Instead, like Batman and Robin.
I will pass on
We'll
that.
call you Urpy.
I
We'll
will
call
pass.
you Urpy.
I'll pass.
I'm the Purple
No.
Urple and you'll be Urpy.
No. It was your name.
Urpy.
It was his name for
Come
you.
on, man.
It was his name for
Urpy.
you.
That's your new nickname, Murphy. That's my sidekick, ladies and gentlemen. Anyways, we have a great show lined up for you at 9:15. We'll be talking to former Oklahoma Heisman winning quarterback Jason White for the first time on our show. So he will be joining us. Excited to have Jason White on the show, get into his college career and what he did, and obviously his great opportunities of winning that Heisman Trophy. And at 9:45, we'll be talking to former Chargers, Cardinals, and Panthers and Ravens cornerback Antoine Cason. That's who was on it. Antoine Cason. He will be joining us. So he's been on a show before.
Yes, about a year and a half ago he was on.
Yes. And Antoine is a fantastic personality. Love him. He's a great guy. And he's doing some good things now outside of the NFL. So Antoine Cason a little bit later in the show. So let's get into it. A lot to get into the NFL season. And we have Monday Night Football, 2 NFL games going on tonight. It doesn't make any sense how the NFL figures this out. Oh, you know what? In the third week, we're going to have 2 Monday Night Football games. Makes no sense.
Hey,
but,
Fitz, just remember, it's Happy Josh Allen Square Day.
Whatever it is, whatever you want to call this day or that day or whatever day it is. I mean, Josh Allen is playing tonight, and they're up 6
On both
to nothing.
sides of the ball.
Well, and every side of the balls. Speedy, he's got a lot of balls, right?
No, that's the only one that likes the balls is Deshaun Watson.
Well, he likes that, and they're both quarterbacks, right? So they like to grab them. I'm just saying. Anyways, during the fourth quarter of the Chiefs and Falcons matchup, there was a lot of controversy involving the Chiefs getting away with the passing interference call. There was contact by Chiefs safety Brian Cook on the Falcons tight end Kyle Pitts in the end zone. And the replay showed that there was contact and it came from the ball before the ball got there. The Chiefs also got the benefit of the doubt on the passing interference call on the 4th down versus the Bengals, leading to the field goal win by the Chiefs in that game. Referee Trey Blake said from the angle he didn't feel like there was any foul committed. Raheem Morris refused to speak about the non-call after the game, saying he doesn't want to be fined by the NFL. NFL Network's Albert Breer compared the Chiefs to Tom Brady and the Patriots and said that Patrick Mahomes is getting treatment like Tom Brady and Michael Jordan. The Chiefs are now 3-0 on the season, but only have a point differential of +13. I was speaking to Lyle Gillian before the show started. I was doing a podcast with him, and I told him he hates Daniel Jones. Absolutely can't stand Daniel Jones. And I looked at Daniel Jones's numbers. And if you go back and you look at what Daniel Jones has done this year, he has 600 yards. He's thrown 4 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, and he has a 52.3 quarterback rating. To Patrick Mahomes, who's on my fantasy team, that's killing me right now. I drafted him. He is absolutely killing me. He has 659 yards, which is only 59 yards more than Daniel Jones. 5 touchdowns to 4 interceptions and a 51.2 quarterback rating, which is under Daniel Jones. Okay. Daniel Jones has a better quarterback rating in going into week 4 than Patrick Mahomes. So Patrick Mahomes is not having a great season, but it tells you a lot about where the NFL sees the Kansas City Chiefs. They see them as a Super Bowl contender, and they're going to do everything they possibly can to help this team move forward this year. Now, everybody thinks that I have looked at controversy and have taken shots at the NFL with the Super Bowl, and maybe you can attack me on that. I am a little crazy with controversial thoughts of what I think the NFL does for the playoffs in certain teams. And I do believe Taylor Swift had a lot to do with Kansas City going to the Super Bowl last year and making that run. I do. No matter how good the Chiefs defense played last year, and they're one of the best defenses in the league, they're nowhere close to what they were last year. This year, the secondary is very weak. This is not the same. McDuffie is a really, really good corner, but they don't have Snead there anymore. Their secondary is weak. So you can see the difference in their defense. You saw it against the Bengals. You saw it against Atlanta. So I know a lot of people sitting here today and telling me, oh, you're a Chiefs hater. I am not a Chiefs hater. I'm just speaking the truth. There are Chief haters out there, and they can't stand the Chiefs. They're the evil empire right now in the NFL. They're comparing them to the Patriots. They compare them to the Chicago Bulls of the 90s. I don't think there's any comparison to both these teams, okay? And that's a fact. Okay, I know Albert Breer, he has his own thoughts to it. I disagree with Albert Breer. I don't think you can compare him to Michael Jordan. He's not Michael Jordan. He hasn't done what Michael Jordan did. He's doing big things, but it's not because of Patrick Mahomes. They won 3 Super Bowls and they've won back-to-back Super Bowls. As a matter of fact, I would say Patrick Mahomes had nothing to do with why they won the Super Bowl last year. He played a decent game. He wasn't the reason why they won. It was the defense. The way the defense played, especially in the second half, was just absolutely unbelievable. So, and Andy Reid, say whatever you want. Andy Reid is a fantastic coach, and he knows how to coach. Now, everybody says, well, Andy Reid didn't win without Patrick Mahomes. Either did Bill Belichick. Is you going to say that Bill Belichick had nothing to do with the success of the New England Patriots? So, this is the problem here. The NFL falls in love with players. They fall in love with superstars, and they want a face. And that's with every single sport. Baseball's been trying to find their face since Derek Jeter for years. I mean, Mike Trout was one of the best players for 7 years? He won like 3 MVPs, but nobody knew who Mike Trout was. So nobody could really say, hey, Mike Trout was the face of baseball. And the same thing with basketball. LeBron James right now is tailing off. Is he the best player right now in basketball? The answer is no. But could you obviously look at guys like, I don't know, the Greek Freak, or you look at, names like these foreign players, all these different foreign players that we speak about. And you try to compare them to what, LeBron James was or Kobe Bryant was at the time that they were dominating their decades. And they're not. Just because they don't have the pizzazz that those guys have. I'm not saying they don't stand for something, but they're not the same players. So you can't really compare them to those guys. So I go back to this whole Patrick Mahomes thing in the NFL, looking at Patrick Mahomes and saying that they have some kind of love fest for him. I do believe the NFL wants the Kansas City Chiefs to win and have a three-peat. I do believe that. I also believe that the NFL will do anything they possibly can to give them an edge. But they still have to make the plays. They still have to win. Okay? They can't say, "Oh, Patrick, we're going to give you a pass in the corner." You got to call the play and you got to make the plays. And Atlanta had a chance many, many times last night to win the game. They did. And in the third quarter, they made a lot of mistakes. And I think they should be using more of Kyle Pitts all season long. Now, Raheem Morris, I like Raheem Morris. I think he's a good coach. I just don't know if he would have been my choice on taking over this team and this squad. I would have given it to Bill Belichick. I understand that, Robert Kraft reached out to the organization and said that I think that you should move away. And I wouldn't give Bill Belichick that job. But again, if you were an owner of that team or that organization, you wanted to win and you wanted to win faster with an older quarterback in Kirk Cousins, and you gave Kirk Cousins $100 million, then I would have made that choice over a guy that like Raheem Morris that has failed 2 times in the past, not only as a coach, but as a coordinator. So again, I look at this whole thing and Albert Brio coming out, and that was a passing interference. There's no doubt in my mind that was passing interference. No doubt in my mind. And if you can challenge that, which you can't, you used to could. I mean, because it used to be a rule. You can challenge plays like that, but you can't do that anymore with the NFL because they took that away after 1 year. If you remember the Saints situation with the Rams, that you can challenge plays. Now you can't do it anymore. If the referees doesn't see it and a referee doesn't, you can't really challenge something like that, especially at the end of the game. So unfortunately, it didn't work well for the Falcons. All right. It didn't fall in the Falcons' hand. And by the way, the Falcons were the home team. So you would think that they would get more of the calls, but it doesn't really matter. If you're in Kansas City, you're in New York, or you're even in Atlanta, they're going to give the Kansas City Chiefs the calls. So unfortunately, it didn't work in the favor for the Bengals the week before. And by the way, the Bengals should have won that game. The Bengals got screwed in that game. They did, especially in the fourth quarter. There were a lot of questionable plays. Now, that was a penalty. There's no doubt, and Fish, you said there was no doubt it was a penalty. But there were parts in that game that Kansas City, they were holding. The offensive line was holding in that game. Nothing was called. And you could see it. It happened all game, especially in the fourth quarter. There were so many holding calls, and they did not call any holding. The Kansas City Chiefs got away in that game with an easy win. Oh, easy win. The Bengals should have won that game, and it was an easy walk-away win for them. And then going in to Atlanta on Sunday Night Football, where everybody, including yours truly, thought that Atlanta was going to win the game, especially the way they played the week before, they just didn't do enough in the fourth quarter. And yes, I think that should have been a touchdown. I think that should have been a penalty. But again, things don't always work on your level. Unfortunately, it just didn't work for them. And now moving forward, I think the league and I think that teams need to start complaining to the league that this cannot keep on happening. Because if it keeps on happening, I don't think Kansas City loses a game this year. And they're not even playing at the top of their game. They have not played one great game yet this year, and they're 3-0.
Yeah, it's definitely obvious when you look at the contact being so early. And if it's reversed, if it's Travis Kelce, he'll get that call. Like Albert Breer was mentioning, there's a certain level of star treatment that the Chiefs are going to get because, Patrick Mahomes is the face of the league now. So all of a sudden, outside of the Kadarius Toney offsides call, literally everything else has gone in their favor. And that kind of thing is not obvious. There's certain other teams that get it. I'm not saying the Chiefs are the first team to get it. I'm not saying the Patriots were the only team to get it too. The Seattle, in their peak with Pete Carroll there, they got away with a lot between the Fail Mary, the Calvin Johnson batting the ball out of the end zone scenario. There's a lot of things they got away with too. But referee bias has been very obvious. Whether it means the NFL is rigged or not is another question. But there's certain teams that get special calls. The Packers for years have gotten calls with that, with Aaron Rodgers there when he was there. And even last year with Jordan Love, they got away with some stuff too. But nobody has been to this extreme like we've seen with the Chiefs. Now, the pass interference against the Bengals was a penalty, no doubt. He got there early. The Bengals defender did. But the Chiefs defender got there earlier than the Bengals defender, and they don't call that. Why? Because Kyle Pitts, as much of a prospect, as high as a prospect he was as a tight end, the Falcons are not the Chiefs that have all these household names. Everyone hates Kirk Cousins. He can't win in primetime. He's not going to get that kind of special treatment. Meanwhile, if it was reversed, the Chiefs are down 22-17 against the Falcons, regardless if it's home or away. Travis Kelce, for Taylor Swift's sake, is going to get that call. So, yeah.
I know everybody keeps saying, and I see Keith saying, stop with the Swift. It's true. It's true. By the way, Travis Kelce looks like a shell of himself. A shell of himself. First of all, he looks like he put on 10 pounds. He looks like I'm just saying, he looks like a dad now. It looks like that he's already looking towards marriage and retirement. He just got a $100 million contract with his brother, with his podcast. He really has nothing to, the only reason why he came back was to win third Super Bowl in a row. He's going for that third Super Bowl in a row. That's why it didn't make any sense why he extended his contract for 2 years. Now, obviously, if he wants to come back the year after, make that run, that could be different. But right now, if I were Travis Kelce, if they fail to win this year, I retire. He does not look like the same player he once was. He's a great player. He's going to go down as one of the greatest tight ends to ever play this game. One of the greatest playoff tight ends we've ever seen, too. Everybody keeps talking about what Gronk did in the playoffs. Travis Kelce has been more successful in the playoffs than Gronkowski was. So I give Travis Kelce a lot of credit because he's been successful. But I just think that if you look at where he is as a player, there's no need for him to play anymore. And by the way, he's not even his go-to guy anymore. It's Rice. Watch the game last night. It was all Rice. Rice had how many looks? 13, 12 looks. You can see the difference in this offense. They're starting to sway that way. I have not seen a lot of Xavier Worthy. I was very surprised. I drafted him, and you would have thought that he would be used like Tyreek Hill in the open field. They have not. They've used him in different packages, used him as kind of like a pitch running back. They're not using him in the slot. I would have, with his speed and his ability of creating space, I would put him in the slot. I would use him in so many different ways, but they're not. And I've been very surprised the way Andy Reid has been coaching this team this year. They should not be 3-0. As a matter of fact, they should be 1-2. But hey, this is the Chiefs, and you're going to have to go out there and give 110% if you expect to win.
I think there's a big thing that we're starting to see with the Chiefs that's been a few years in the making, despite the fact they've been winning, is they don't push the ball downfield nearly as much since they lost Tyreek Hill. They were able to make up for it with Travis Kelce being, this Hall of Fame tight end. And he's clearly lost a step. He's got the emo haircut. He's emo Kelce right now. He catches 2 passes a game like a washed up tight end, destroying my fantasy team 1 week at a time.
I told you not to draft him.
You're absolutely right. And I couldn't listen to you. I named my team CD and the Swifties, and the Swifties are getting me killed every week.
Dude,
So
I am getting killed right now in fantasy. I can't win. I can't buy a win. And my teams are so hooked. And I had so many good. The draft, they rated me A+ and everything. My team can't stay healthy. I'm done. I think I'm done unless some crazy thing happens. I know it's early. Everybody's like, how could you say you're done? I'm 0-3 in one of my leagues. And I'm 1-2 in the other league where my team was by far the best team drafted. So you just don't know what's going to happen week in and week out. You just don't.
Fantasy football is such a crapshoot. I'll say this though about the Chiefs: if Mahomes is going to average less than 6 yards a pass downfield, they're going to struggle with their passing game. It does not, and that's what he was at. He was around 5.6, I believe, last night. That's not going to get it done. They need to push the ball downfield. Worthy. Look, you can have all the speed in the world, but if you can't get open on over routes like Tyreek Hill, you're not the same guy. It's not like they can magically beat Tyreek Hill just because he's a track star. We've seen a lot of track stars in the NFL not really become anything. I think Worthy's a lot better than that, but he's still being used as a gadget player where they're doing, the things that we said that Wan'Dale Robinson, who I think is having a better start to the season than Worthy, was just doing, he's just doing sweeps, screens, fly sweeps. These just little gimmicky plays that the defense has to be ready for. They got to prepare for, but it's not like a regular passing attack where Tyreek Hill's doing an over route. You better put 2 guys back there or you're completely done. And that's what they don't have. And Kelce isn't able to get it done. It looks like Rice is doing those more intermediate routes that Kelce used to do, coming in from the slot, playing a little bit more outside this year, but they need a deep threat. And they certainly don't have it right now. They're getting by with smoke and mirrors and quite a lot of help from the officials, boys.
No question. And again, nobody, and I'm reading what Keith is saying, and nobody's saying that it wasn't the worst play or worst call. We all understand that, Keith. It's just there's a lot of benefit being a Kansas City Chief and being what the Kansas City Chiefs has stood for the last couple of years. They're the face of the NFL, and the NFL and these referees have some love fest for them to succeed. Now, that doesn't mean that they haven't made the plays when they need to. They have made the plays. It's just Patrick Mahomes is not the same player he was. And again, everybody, there's so much love fest. I mean, listen to the analysts. This guy runs outside of the pocket. Oh, this is Patrick Mahomes' Patrick Mahomes has not played at the top of his game. As a matter of fact, all these quarterbacks that we saw, we spoke about before the season started, Joe Burrow, has he really been that good this year? He hasn't. Patrick Mahomes, has he really been good this year? No. Lamar Jackson finally had a great game yesterday. I mean, none of these guys. The only one that's really been a guy that's really stood out is Josh Allen, who's up 13-0 right now against the Jacksonville Jaguars. So, I mean, he's the only one, and to me, the MVP right now of the league. I mean, Josh Allen's been unbelievable. This team is not the same team they were last year. This defense is not the same defense that they were last year, and it doesn't matter who's playing. They have Milano in this defense. They have anybody. They don't have White in this defense. They don't have anybody in this defense, and they're still winning. They're still playing at the top of the game. So, and it has a lot to do with Josh Allen. No Diggs, No Gabe Davis, no problem. He's found a way to get everybody involved. So when you have a star quarterback that, who's taking a brunt of all the craziness of the Buffalo Bills, because everybody hates Josh Allen. I don't know why. He's such a likable person, but Jalen Ramsey, before he even stepped on an NFL football field, hates him. I mean, last year, Stephon Diggs on and off the field saying all this crap about him. And this guy just goes out there and plays hard. And you have to give him a lot of credit. This guy is as hard a worker as anybody I've seen in the NFL. And the guy, he puts his body on the line too. He's 6'5", 6'4", and he just beats his body up just to try to get that first down or 2 extra yards to get his team in the right scoring position. So I love what Josh Allen stands for. And this could be the first year, if he continues doing what he's doing, this could be the first year he wins the MVP. And he's in a division that, Aaron Rodgers is not going to make it easier for him. If Aaron Rodgers plays like he did on Thursday, the Jets play like they did on Thursday night, I know it's New England, so I'm not going to brag about it. But if they could do that against the better teams in the NFL, watch out for the Jets. I mean, this could be 2 of the best teams right now in all of the AFC, and they're in the same division fighting for it. So, but to get back with that, I just think Patrick Mahomes is definitely getting that star treatment. And I want to see Patrick Mahomes actually show up one week and put up 50 points on my fantasy team. Give me 350 yards. How many 300-yard passers have we had this year? Not many. And Baker Mayfield, everybody was talking about. And by the way, you telling me to bring in and bring Tampa's defense in? Boy, oh boy, did they show up against the Broncos? God, please.
Upset of the year.
Oh my God, it was horrible. I listen to you when it comes to fantasy. I lose. I'll never do that again. And by the way, you told me to draft. Now I'm not saying Jonathan Taylor is not a good running back, but I should have drafted Saquon Barkley. Oh my God, that guy is unbelievable. I don't care what anybody says. That guy's unbelievable. We'll get into Saquon Barkley a little later. We're not going to get into that right now. After the Ravens beat the Cowboys in Week 3, Lamar Jackson appeared to take shots at John Harbaugh in his post-game interview. Jackson said he was disappointed on the Ravens that they didn't stay more aggressive and put more points on the board when the Cowboys started to come back. The Ravens held on to a win, 28-25, after leading 28-6 throughout the 3 quarters. The Ravens blew a 23-13 fourth quarter lead in Week 2 versus the Raiders and lost 26-23. Lamar also took shots at cornerback Marion Humphrey, who celebrated the win with his Instagram live video. He told Humphrey that he shouldn't be doing a live video and that that the win wasn't worth celebrating. Since 2022, the Ravens have blown 7 double-digit leads, and 4 of those leads were in the fourth quarter. First of all, I love that Lamar Jackson is stepping up to the plate and becoming the leader of this team. Everybody says, well, he was the leader. John Harbaugh is always the one that speaks to the press and takes shots and says what he feels. It wasn't John Harbaugh this time. It was Lamar Jackson. I think Lamar Jackson understands the loss that they had last year against Kansas City in the AFC title game, the best chance they had to going to the Super Bowl, his best chance of going to the Super Bowl, and he laid up a lousy goose egg. And he, starting the season 0-2 and almost starting the season 0-3 and might have been out of a playoff run, has been something that he did not expect from this team. He's disappointed with this team. He should be. This is one of the best defenses in the NFL. There's no question that they are. They did lose Queen in the offseason. That was a big loss. I'm not gonna say a huge loss, but a big loss. A linebacker that good, that can do things in the open field, getting at the quarterback and stopping the run. And by the way, they've had problems stopping the run all season long. All season long. And they started off really, really strong in the first half of the season, first half of the game, and they fall apart in the second half. They did it against the Raiders, and they did it against the Cowboys. Now, the Cowboys actually came back. For all the Cowboy fans that want to blame Dak Prescott for this loss, Dak Prescott wasn't playing defense. By the way, Micah Parsons, where has he been? Where has he been? Where's this defense, this secondary that everybody keeps talking about? So there's a lot of questions. Carson is not a good cornerback. He looked horrible. And Lamar Jackson was attacking him the whole game, especially in the first half. You saw that he just kept attacking that side of the field. And CeeDee Lamb just didn't have a big game. He didn't. And CeeDee Lamb has to pick up his game. He got a big contract in the offseason. And we've seen this before. These guys get their big contracts and they step back and they're not the same player. Now, Dak Prescott didn't play great, but he didn't play bad. Dak Prescott, first of all, his PPR is pretty high. And he's still one, I think, a top 10 PPR player right now in the NFL. So to say that he is not good, I'd say that to the beef today. Now, is he putting up 300 yards, 400 yards? He's not. Is he throwing 3 touchdowns, 4 touchdowns? He's got one weapon. He's got one weapon, CeeDee Lamb. And if CeeDee Lamb is not playing well, who's he throwing the ball to? Jerry Jones? There's nobody. Cooks? They've got nobody. You Cowboy fans, for you all you fans out there saying, we paid Dak Prescott $60 million, who are you going to pay? Who are you going to pay that kind of money? What quarterback could you bring in right now if Dak wasn't there to pay him that kind of money? There is nobody. Andy Dalton, he looked pretty good the other day.
Bring him back.
I mean, I'm just saying, Andy Dalton looked pretty damn good. And maybe he takes over for this Carolina team and they win a couple games this year. But right now, the Cowboys aren't a good team. They're not a good squad. They can't stop a lick on the defensive side of the ball. And if they can't stop a lick on the defensive side of the ball, how is the offense going to be aggressive? This is the problem right now. And Lamar Jackson, before you knew it, they were up, what 17-3? I mean, there was no chance they had in this game. And they can't run the ball. The Cowboys cannot run the ball. Everybody says Pollard sucked. Okay, Pollard's gone. Yeah, bring Ezekiel Elliott in. And what has Ezekiel Elliott done? He's done nothing. Zeke has done nothing.
Tony Pollard's outplayed everybody.
They have no running game. They could have went after Derrick Henry. It would have made a lot of sense. Derrick Henry's looked pretty damn good. He's looked good. For anybody that thought that Derrick Henry's washed up, listen, what does he have? 3-4 touchdowns already? I mean, he's done pretty well.
Cue the Last Dance meme. He took that personally, not signing with the Cowboys.
I mean, he's probably better off. I mean, even though Lamar Jackson and this Baltimore Ravens team is only 1-2. And right now they're looking on their way up because the Pittsburgh Steelers are 3-0. And by the way, who was right about Justin Fields, ladies and gentlemen? Because Russell Wilson, good luck trying to get that job back. He's not getting that back. That's Justin Fields' team now. And I said that. I want to get that guy that we had on his podcast.
Yep.
I want to get him on because I would love to hear what he has to say about Justin Fields. Now, he thought it was Russell Wilson's team. Russell Wilson got hurt. I said, if Russell Wilson starts the season on the injured reserve, he's going to lose that job. He's going to lose that job because the team loves this kid. They love him. Nobody wanted to get rid of him. Caleb Williams, I still think Caleb's going to be a good player. But boy, oh boy, could you imagine if Justin Fields was on that team right now? They'd be 3-0. They'd be 3-0 right now. Yes, the Chicago Bears would be 3-0 right now. So I'm not taking shots at Caleb Williams, and I'm taking shots at the Chicago Bears coaching staff. They don't know what the hell they're doing. Eberflus is an idiot. He's hurting that kid's career here. Justin Fields' career. Look, he goes over there with Mike Tomlin. They're 3-0. Has Justin Fields ever gone 3-0 at once in his career with the Chicago Bears? Not even a chance. I don't even think he won 2 games in a row.
Yeah, they usually were like 0-4 at the start of every season.
So that has something to do with coaching. Mike Tomlin's a great coach. You see the difference. But to get back to this, I love Lamar Jackson. I love what he has to what he stands for, and him taking shots at Marlon Humphreys, taking shots at John Harbaugh. It shows you his leadership. It's not good enough for him. This is not good enough for him. He wants to win, and you're not going to win playing this kind of football. And if you're going to play when you're up 20, 23 or 28-6 at one point of the game, and you give up that kind of points in the fourth quarter and gave the Cowboys a chance to win, that's embarrassing. And then going up on social media on a live chat and celebrating the way he did and Marlon Humphreys, that says a lot about his leadership. It says a lot about his personality. It's just not good enough. It's not good enough to this organization. It's not good enough for a guy like Lamar Jackson that saw his fortunes just fall out after that failure of an AFC title game.
Yeah,
By the way, that was the best team in the NFL.
Yeah.
That Baltimore Raven team last year was by far the best team in the NFL, and they choked in an AFC title game.
Yeah, and Marlon Humphrey on paper, like when it comes to his talent, I mean, is probably a top 5 corner. But you're right, the leadership aspect of him has always been like that since he was a rookie too. That first year in 2017 was the year the Ravens infamously fell apart against the Bengals and allowed the Bills to get in the playoffs. And was a big reason why he was trash talking. Another one that was Josh Allen wasn't in the league yet, but they were trash talking the Bengals, they were trash talking the Bills, saying they were better than them. And even in 2019, when Lamar Jackson won his first MVP, Marlon Humphrey was saying, "Oh, this is the best team ever. Like we're better than this Ravens defense, that Ravens defense," and they fall apart in the playoffs. But this kind of thing has been a question mark. Mike McDonald, when he was defensive coordinator there 2 years ago, had all those blown leads in 2022, including against the Giants of all teams. Like the Giants are not throwing the ball crazy that year, and the Giants came back on them. Jacksonville, who wasn't that good until the end of the season, came back on them. And now they have a new defensive coordinator, and they're still having that same kind of problem. It's something with John Harbaugh and the guys that they're bringing in too. And John Harbaugh's been in questions for a while because they haven't won a lot of playoff games recently in this Lamar Jackson era. Now, Lamar Jackson obviously has a lot to do with that too because he hasn't played well in the playoffs. But John Harbaugh, when you look at the level of defenses that they've had, has struggled in the playoffs besides the Bills game in 2020 against a lot of offenses that aren't amazing.
And you want to hear something funny? I'm reading what Keith is saying, that Dak Prescott played like crap. Oh, he really played like crap.
No.
Okay, let me explain something to you, Keith, because this goes back to all you Dak Prescott haters. Do you know that he is amongst the league in yards right now? CeeDee Lamb is not even having a good season. He's amongst the league leaders in yards right now, 851. He's got 4 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, and his quarterback rating, right? His completion percentage is 60.7, which is amongst the league's best. And his rating is passer rating is over 90. So to say right now that Dak Prescott played bad is ridiculous. His biggest weapon, CeeDee Lamb, is not having a good year, and he's still putting up good numbers. How does that make sense? Why? Because he couldn't win the game. He can't play defense too. I'm going to tell you, I mentioned Daniel Jones. I mentioned Patrick Mahomes. Besides Justin Herbert, I would say Dak Prescott's been a top 3, top 4 quarterback right now in the first 3 weeks. So why is everybody hating on this guy? What is the hatred of Dak Prescott? Why does everybody hate this guy? I understand he's not throwing up 300, 350 yards right now, but he's given up 2 interceptions. He still threw four touchdowns to nobody. Who's he throwing to? Brandon Cooks? Who's his other guy? I don't even know their wide receiving core. What is it? What is it for the hatred of Dak Prescott? I don't understand it. I still, to the beef, I would love to hear it. What is the hatred? I don't get it.
And where is Trey Lance right now, Beef? The one that you claimed last year you wanted to start.
Just think about this. Dak Prescott is averaging 283 yards per game. 283 yards. Do you know he's like second or third right now in average yards per game right now in the NFL? In the NFL, and they're 1 and 2, and their defense is playing like crap. What is the hatred? By the way, his quarterback rating is 85.8, which is still amongst the best in the league.
Yeah.
So just so you guys know, last year was 105.9, but it's 85.8, which is, I think, top 5 right now in the league.
Yeah. To put it in perspective to all the saying that the passing game is the biggest problem with the Cowboys. Keep in mind, Marlon Humphrey, even amidst the comments, is still a talented corner that is going to get his against CeeDee Lamb. And you saw that kind of thing. They had a pretty even battle with both of them. Humphrey struggled in the fourth quarter when the coaching got too conservative. But going back to the Cowboys issues, the Cowboys allowed a ton on the ground last week against Alvin Kamara. They allowed a ton on the ground this week against Derrick Henry, who the first 2 games with the Ravens was struggling.
By the way, Dak Prescott leads the league in yards thrown. He is 851. The only one behind him is Brock Purdy, which is 842. Geno Smith, 786. Jalen Hurts, 772. Matthew Stafford, 754. And by the way, he leads the league in 851 yards. And CeeDee Lamb has not had, I think he's had 100-yard game all season long.
Yeah, and keep in mind, like everyone on that list, you mentioned Geno Smith. The Seahawks have good weapons. The Eagles have great weapons for Jalen Hurts and doesn't know how to use them probably. He's had a horrible year to start this year so far. But I'll give Purdy credit, obviously, with the injuries they've had in Stafford. But Dak Prescott, besides CeeDee Lamb, like you're saying, doesn't have anyone to throw to. The Cowboys cannot stop the run or run the ball. Like the Cowboys running game, we're going to get into the Derrick Henry thing in a bit. The Cowboys running game has been abysmal and inefficient so far this year. Some of it's the offensive line, okay, but the offensive line and pass protection has been fine fine for the most part.
Actually, and I'm going to go back to with what I corrected here. CeeDee Lamb has not had a 100-yard game yet this year. 67 yards against the Baltimore Ravens, 90 yards against the Saints, and 61 yards against the Cleveland Browns. And this guy still leads the league in yards. What does that tell you?
Well, I think it tells you their defense is terrible, and he has to throw the ball a million times to get them have a chance to get back in the game.
He's accurate too. It's not like he's
accurate in the fourth quarter when he's playing against no doubles
accurate
defenses.
through the game. Stop it. He's accurate through the game.
Well,
because his passing
they had
rate
6
is good.
points until 9 minutes left in the fourth quarter.
Look at the weapons around him. Look at the
I know, but that's a losing quarterback. Like they should have never gotten as close as they did. That's not controlling the game. I would argue there's two things going on here. Number one, he's got really great stats because the defense sucks and they're doing and teams are playing off. But that's not a fault of his. That's just how the game script went. I think the bigger issue is they can't run the ball. And if they can't run the ball, they can't do play action off of the run, which is what he's really, really good at.
Yes.
And they really can't do what they want to do with Dak right now. So it's not until everyone loosens up, because the receivers, like you said, aren't that great. Ferguson's been banged up. It's just not really what you want. And I'll tell you, I don't know if you saw it, but CeeDee Lamb had a fight with him on the sidelines about not getting the ball, saying, "I'll be here all day." They both signed 4-year deals. They're both going to be there. And if they can't get along, I don't know why he's not trying to throw it to him. Maybe CeeDee's not as open. I haven't broken down the film with CD as much, although he's killing me fantasy-wise. Again, CD was my number one pick.
It's McCarthy. McCarthy's calling the plays, and he probably has 2 plays, and McCarthy didn't want to throw the ball down the field because Lamar, first of all, Baltimore's defense, before the season started, who didn't think that Baltimore had one of the top 2 defenses? They do, and their secondary is unbelievable. If you look at their secondary and the talent that they have in their secondary, it's great. So he was afraid to throw the ball down the field to CeeDee Lamb. That's because of Mike McCarthy. He's the play caller. So everybody wants to blame Dak Prescott. The problem is, and I'm sorry to cut you off, Fish, because it really bothers me, is I understand people don't like this guy. You have every right to not like him. All right. If you don't like him, that's fine. To say that this guy isn't a good quarterback is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. This guy, year in and year out, especially last year, was the runner-up for the MVP. And this year, he started the season. His best player is not getting in the first 2 games. Well, the first game, he could not get open if his life depended on it. His second game, he did. Against the Saints, he got open. And he got him the ball. Got the ball to him. I just think the problem right now is the defense isn't figuring out how to play defense, and they can't run the ball, like you said, Fish. So if they can't run the ball and they become one-dimensional, that's the problem. And one-dimensional teams don't usually come out the winner. That's what I see. And it has nothing to do with Dak Prescott. So for everybody that wants to hate on him and say that Dak Prescott sucks, shame on you to put this guy down. Okay? I don't understand it. It really upsets me. And I bet you that's Keith.
It is Keith. I just want to make one more point. And Fish, you could finish up what you were saying too. For our old friend Sean Smith, who was saying Mike Zimmer is going to change this defense, what has he done?
Horrible. But I also think it's a different defense.
Oh, it is.
They're playing. Remember, they were playing what, 4-3.
Well, they were playing a 4-3, but the main thing is they lost a bunch of players.
But now they're playing more 3-4.
Zimmer is a 4-3 guy, a different type of 4-3
but he's
guy.
using more 3-4, sets that I see
Because they've had to, because they've had no edge rush. Yeah, that's what you're saying.
That defense is real ugly, but I think the real fault lies with the next story we're going to talk about is the fact that they don't have a running back, and they easily could have had the running back that just torched them the entire game. Derrick Henry only cost $10 million for the season, something like that.
They have no offensive line either. Fish, they gave up Smith. They let Smith go to the Jets. They let him go
and Martin's on his last season. He doesn't look the same, like he's the same guy anymore.
Dude, Smith
and
looks like he's rebirthed. Look what he's doing for the Jets. That offensive line is one of the top 5 offensive lines right now in football.
They're almost as good as the Giants' offensive line.
Oh, please.
Well, I'll just say this because we will talk about it later, but it would be nice to be able to afford a $10 million running back that's elite. If you weren't paying a third-string quarterback named Trey Lance $5 million a year, you would be able to afford that $10 million running back that just made you look like the worst defense in the league. I can't believe they allowed this to happen. It's shameful. They really thought Ezekiel Elliott had any tread left on the tires, and Rico Dowdle was their solution.
Who?
Like, exactly. That's who's getting most of the touches. It's Rico Dowdle. As in, you've never heard of him for a reason.
Doubtle.
Oh, wait, Beavs. A lot to come for Cowboys.
Oh, Dowdle, please. Rico Dowdle. You like Rico? Would you have him on your Giants? I'm asking you a question, Speedy.
Oh, I think you're asking Fish.
I'm asking you. I'm looking at you.
I don't want him in there.
I mean, you kind of look like you have doubt for Dowdle.
I mean, you guys could take Eric Gray for all I care. I would do that deal.
Also fair.
I'd
I'm a
rather
little
have Dowdle than
a little
Eric Gray.
on how they treat Dak Prescott. I'll tell you that. Anyways, let's get him on.
All right, Keith, fire away.
Actually, good call by Errol about the Steelers and Fields before the year began, for weeks before the year began.
Well, thank you.
They,
Keith. I really appreciate that.
No, that's the truth, man. Yeah, you know what? I wasn't agreeing with you. I like the Steelers, my AFC team, but so far, their defense is sick.
Yeah.
I don't watch them.
Best defense. Best defense. Yep.
Watch unbelievable. Cleveland is a big bust. I thought they would be. They suck. They really do. They have no offense. The defense isn't near like what it was last year. And Daniel Jones is picking them apart. He looked great.
He did look great. I know a lot of people don't want to give, and you don't like him, Fish. That's fine.
No, I do.
Fish
like
don't
him.
like him. I do. Fish don't like him.
I wouldn't say great,
You know what? Imagine
but
if he had won.
He looked good, man.
Yes,
he hasn't made a
did.
mistake.
He
He hasn't
good.
made a
played
mistake in
great.
2 weeks. He didn't make
He
a
played
mistake
great.
for 2 weeks. And Giant
And
fans
the
are going to
Giants,
attack him.
look what he does now that he has a number one receiver. They should be 2-1.
They should be 2-1. They should have beaten Washington.
They had a
should've.
kicker. They'd be 2-1.
Yep. Oh, that's
And,
Dable's fault. By the way, he looks
well-
great too. I mean, he looks like he lost a lot. Don't lose any more weight, Dable. You know, you're starting to look like
I think he's hanging out with LT smoking crack. He could be. Now, as
I'd
far
like
as-
to hang out LT. I wouldn't be smoking the crack, but
me
I'd like
too.
to hang out with him. But
No,
anyways, go ahead.
I'll smoke the crack. But no, kidding.
I don't want to
Yeah,
party
yeah.
with him because I don't want to do what he does, in behind closed doors either. But
Well, unless they're 18 or older.
that's true. 21 or older for me.
Yeah. Well, I'm 95. Hey, Belichick can do it. I can do it.
Yeah, well, Belichick's on a whole nother level, man. He's got millions and millions of dollars. He knows how to shake those hundreds, if you know what I mean.
He learned from his owner.
Could you? I would love to see Bill Belichick go out and his guys those tidy whiteys or something like that, and you see him
Him and
jump on,
Kraft
and
together.
jump on a bar, and he's shaking his old hairy balls bouncing
He's
and belting.
loosening up, man. He's loosening up now. Hey,
That would be
I think-
funny.
What do you guys think about Brady? I think he sucks as an actor.
Oh, he's horrible.
He's awful.
He's horrible.
Yeah,
horrible.
He is awful.
He
He's
is
so
as bad as
boring.
Drew Brees was when
Yeah,
they were doing it
yeah.
for NBC. I mean, Drew Brees
Yeah.
is gone. I think they're going to buy out Tom Brady. I think Tom Brady realizes he sucks. He's not Tony. He's no Tony Romo. That's for sure.
No,
He's
God,
no
that
Tony
close.
Romo. He doesn't have a personality.
Right,
Tom doesn't
right.
have a
He's very
personality.
blah. He's boring.
Just doesn't
It's
have a
just like
personality.
he's talking about when he was talking about the game yesterday when they came back. Speaking about fixes, when they came back against the Falcons.
Yes.
Just shut the fuck up and do the game. But he's just not good.
I don't like Tom Brady either.
Yeah,
I
was
listened to
wondering
his
what he thought.
I listened to his take yesterday, and here's the thing. I have a lot of respect for him as a football player, even though I couldn't stand him.
Yeah.
Couldn't stand him, and his knowledge of football is impeccable. But
yeah, he's just not a good announcer.
But some of the stuff that he has said over the last couple of weeks, I mean, it's
Hey,
ridiculous. A young
put me to
quarterback
sleep.
shouldn't play. I mean,
that's his
I disagree with him. But again, Bill Belichick agreed with him. But Bill Belichick probably wants to get on his hands and knees and hide other balls and deflated balls in other different areas, if you know what I mean. I mean, but anyways, I just think that obviously the Kansas City Chiefs definitely got a little bit of a nudge for the NFL, and they're 3-0.
Well, it's like Jordan and the Bulls are the same way. That's what happens when it's chance, man. You get the calls, especially when you're a superstar. You get the calls naturally. I don't think it's right. It's sports. It's always been like that. It always will be. Even baseball. Usually the stars, not anymore as much, but the guys in baseball usually get the tight, close calls too.
I think Patrick Mahomes is so cocky, man. When they interview him at the end of the game, why do I want to hear Patrick Mahomes? Patrick Mahomes has played like garbage. He's on my fantasy team. He played like
listen,
garbage.
Errol, Josh Allen hasn't had good fantasy points either.
No, but
He's
Josh,
just-
but guess what? Josh Allen has
he's
been
playing
everything.
mistake-free football.
He's
Playing
been
smart.
everything to this team. This team would not
the
be
whole
2-0.
team. No, that whole team is good though,
Yes.
man. They're solid.
Mhm.
You know what? I got to tell you something. They were smart getting rid of Diggs. They're more of a team now. They're balanced. No bullshit. This team is for real.
So is the
they're gonna-
Texans. I'm not going to lie
they're
about that
gonna Jets,
either.
man.
Yeah, they played a lot of close games too, like the Chiefs, though.
Yes. No, but
Yeah.
CJ Stroud has
It don't
played.
matter. I mean,
played well, too.
You know what's scary about the Chiefs? They're not even, like you said. Mahomes said he's not near the top of his game. He's not. But you know what? He don't have mega weapons right now either.
Yeah, but here's the thing: if Patrick Mahomes was playing at the top of his game, he'd be saying he's not
forget it.
playing. He's not playing at the
kill
top
him.
of his game. That's what he does. I'm not putting him on top of my game because he wants everybody to
Well,
think
he's
he's much
not.
better. I understand that, but he wants to make
he's
everybody.
great.
I'm not saying he's not, but he
Yeah,
thinks that he's surpasses everybody that played the game of football.
I don't know. I think he's pretty humble. You never
I
hear him
do
talk
not. I
shit.
do not think he's humble.
What does he say? What has he ever said that's not humble?
Come on. Last week when he beat the Bengals, okay, and when they interviewed him, I don't know if you guys remember. I was in Florida when he was saying, I was listening to the interview, and they said, this is one of the teams that we're going to have to beat in the playoffs. Who's to say you're going to make the playoffs unless you just know that
come on,
it's a
Al.
shoe? I'm just saying.
That's
You're
it.
already speaking about the playoffs 2 games into the season. Nobody knows your offensive line could fall apart. Your defense could fall apart.
They'll be
And
there.
you're not going to make it. I'm just saying. You can't go out there and tell
Yeah, but
everybody,
that's
well,
not
I'm going to be in the
that's not
playoffs.
cocky though. That's not really cocky.
I think it is.
I mean, I think it's maybe confidence. It's not like he's saying
That's cocky. Come on, man. You're
No.
going 2
Yes,
games
but
into the
you don't
season.
hear
This is a
more
team that we're going to have to beat in the playoffs.
Carl, there's way more cocky. That's the best you got. But,
I understand that,
whatever.
but I'm not saying he's out there saying, well, I'm the best thing there was, the best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be. I didn't say that. I'm saying Brett Hitman Hart or LeBron James or any of those guys.
right.
I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that when he's out there and even when he speaks to the press or even speaks to these analysts, he makes it seem like it's not. There's no doubt. There's no doubt. We're the best. I'm Patrick Mahomes. I'm the best. So
he don't act like that. I think as
I
a
disagree.
team, and I think as far as Dak, one thing about Dak, his passes, if you watch, was so off. Like he's gonna kill one of his players, man. He's always behind or way too high. Not always, but when he picks up a huge chunk of his yards when they're getting killed, he always has.
Let me ask you a question, Keith.
He's a great fantasy quarterback.
Keith, let me ask you a question. This is the honest God truth.
But I'm saying yesterday, not every game.
All right, I'm
Yesterday
just
he was
on.
way off.
That's fine. Honest to God truth. How many guys on that team can actually run a route?
Well,
I'm just asking. If you were to pick a player besides CeeDee Lamb,
Cook.
Oh, stop.
Definitely can.
Cook's
He-
just
he
washed
can.
up. He's washed up.
He's
He
not
is washed up. He is
He knows
not.
how to run a route. I'm saying. Don't tell me you don't.
He's done, dude. He should
He's
not.
open.
He's
Well,
open.
who else do they got, Arrow?
They have nobody. That's what I'm
It
saying.
doesn't matter. Even when he does have guys, he's not even close.
Oh, stop.
They don't have him either.
Keith, why do you
His
hate him so
passes
much?
are awful.
You guys hate him so much. What is the hate?
No, I don't hate him.
You do.
He's over. You overrate him. Big
I
time.
overrate him. You don't think? You're going to tell me he's not a top
I
5
told you
quarterback
one
right now in the
time,
league?
never.
He's
No,
not a top
never
5
win a
quarterback right now in the
Super
NFL. Come on,
No
Keith.
way.
He
Not even
is.
close.
The numbers would show you that he is.
No, maybe it's hey.
Come
Arrow,
on,
most,
Keith.
Most guys in NFL.
Keith, who is he throwing the ball to? Who's he throwing the
better?
ball to?
I don't care. Even when he had guys to throw to.
Who?
He doesn't
When was the
come up
last time he
front.
had guys to
He's
throw to?
stuck.
When
When
was
he
the
had
last
Cooper
time?
and all those boys.
How long ago was that?
Hey, I'll take.
How
I'll
long
take
ago was
CeeDee
that?
Lamb. It doesn't matter when he had him. He didn't do shit.
That's
with
not
him.
true because Cooper was one of the best wide receivers in the league, and CeeDee Lamb was one of the best young rookies in the league. So
Yeah,
that's a
yeah.
lie.
And they
That's a
had more than
lie.
that. They had Witten, right?
come
And who else?
Witten was at the tail end of his career. Are you
He was
kidding
still
me?
solid,
Oh,
man.
stop, Keith.
He didn't
Stop
go
it.
out. He didn't go out at the end of his game. He went out the top
Stop.
of the game.
Stop, Keith. Stop.
He
Please.
did. You know he did.
Please, Keith.
Hey, listen. No matter what, his passes are so off. You didn't see that yesterday?
I watched
Come
the
on.
game, but I'm
All
not
right.
going to blame Dak Prescott on why they lost.
No, he's not the reason they lost.
The defense can't stop a nosebleed.
Yeah, I know. And and Dak isn't any better.
Oh, so it's Dak's fault. Come
No,
on.
it's not his fault.
But you
It's the
just
whole
said he's
team's
not
fault.
better. What are you? By the way,
The
it's 20-3.
whole team sucks.
Doug Peterson's going to be fired after this game.
The whole team sucks.
Doug Peterson. I wouldn't be surprised if Bill Belichick gets hired before the season's end as the Jacksonville
Bill
Jaguars.
Belichick, I'll be shocked if Bill Belichick coaches again. I think he's.
You want to bet?
Listen,
You want to bet?
What did he
You
ever
wanna
do?
bet?
Hey, listen, Errol, how did you want?
I'm just saying, you want to bet?
How do you do with the Cleveland Browns?
I'm just asking you. You want to bet?
How do you do with the Cleveland
I'm
Browns?
asking you. Let's make a bet. Let's make a bet on that.
No, who gives a shit?
I do. You want to make a bet?
What
You
do you
just said
bet?
he's
You
never
want-
going to coach
he had
again.
a great quarterback.
You want to bet? I'm going to bet you. Let's bet. Let's pull out the
This
money.
year, you think he'll coach this year? No way.
No, I didn't say he's going to coach. I said I wouldn't be surprised if Jacksonville fires Doug Peterson after this game or after the
No,
fourth game.
Jacksonville don't got shit either. They suck.
I'm just saying. Why wouldn't they hire?
They don't have
Bill
have
Belichick?
talent either.
If anybody
They
can
have a
fix,
decent roster.
if anybody can fix
It's
Trevor
not
Lawrence,
good,
it's
like you
him.
guys said.
If there's anybody that can
It's
fix
not a
Trevor Lawrence,
decent
it's
roster.
him.
It's not even mediocre. It's close. Hey, listen, you might. I don't blame you, right? I don't think Belichick. I think the game's passed him by.
I disagree.
I think you can see that.
I disagree.
I
disagree.
He's horrible at evaluating talent.
Really?
Yes, and he's going for it.
Really?
Yeah.
Stevenson, is he a bad running back? Is
He's
Gonzalez
okay. What do you
is
think
Gonzalez a
exactly?
bad corner right now?
He's okay.
Okay.
See,
When he
yeah,
brought
he was
Peppers,
a-
when he brought Peppers in, when everybody didn't want him, was
let's
he
go
not
through
one
it.
of the best
Wait,
safeties in the
dude,
league last year?
Dude, Google
Come
Belichick's
on.
choices that he
Stop
wants.
this. This is
You think
ridiculous.
Wait, offensively, he's awful.
Really
He's
awful?
bad with wide receivers. Everything
In the
else he's
last
fine
fi-
with.
Yes. Oh, thank you. He's bad with wide receivers, and you need wide
And he's
receivers
good with
to
tight
win
ends.
this
He's good with
game.
running backs. He's good with offensive line.
You need to win. You need wide receivers to win in today's NFL. And he can't do it.
Keith, if you really think
Now he's
the
a good
game
coach,
has
too, but-
passed
now
Bill
listen,
Belichick
listen.
by, oh boy, when he
Listen,
comes
as
back,
far as
wherever he
the- hey,
goes.
Hey,
let
Keith,
me
how many
tell-
good wide receivers have the Chiefs drafted recently? Besides Rasheed
Worthy,
Rice.
This past year,
Besides Rasheed Rice. He played
Worthy.
3 games. You've had 1 good game so far.
Worthy.
Did
Worthy's not
Did
great,
you hear
but
Bill
Worthy-
Belichick? Did you hear Pat?
Worthy's gonna
Did
be
you
good.
hear Bill Belichick when he went on the Pat McAfee show? He said what he said was a problem with Trevor Lawrence, and he said Trevor Lawrence was going to fail this year because there is something not right over there in that
like
locker
an
room.
offensive line,
Look-
he doesn't have one.
Look at that. He also said that Aaron Rodgers, when he gets his feet under him, how good he's going to be this year.
Who didn't know that? Who didn't know that?
I'm just telling you everything that he said and he's seen.
Yeah, but hey, didn't you know that? That's common sense. I knew
No,
that.
I don't
told you
know.
that.
I don't know. I still don't know what
You
Aaron
didn't think
Rodgers is.
Rodgers was going to be awesome? I
No,
knew that game one. You could tell by his throws.
I don't know what Aaron Rodgers is because if that offensive
come
line doesn't
on.
protect him, he's going to get
Aaron-
hurt.
That's any quarterback, brother. You know that.
Mm.
You need a line.
Well,
right? Now, listen, Belichick's a great coach. I mean, but I tell you one thing, I wouldn't want to make a choices right now as evaluating players, I'm saying. Coach of my team, yeah, I still think he could. But I don't think maybe he doesn't want to bother that bullshit anymore. You know, what else he's got to prove? Like I said, he's busy banging a 23-year-old, man. What would you rather do?
I'd rather do both. I'd rather be
I'd
doing
rather do
that.
that first
And,
half, second half
how about
of all
doing it at
games.
the same time? You know, in halftime, I go out to my back room and give her a nice little boot and then go back down there and, run
That's
the
not
ball.
bad. Little
Run the ball
halftime
down the
fucking-
hole. Run the ball down the hole.
Little, he's got enough time to take a Viagra. Little fun.
Cialis,
Time it all just
Viagra,
right.
you know, he's whatever he's popping, you know, maybe he's shoving it up his ass. You know, that might be hitting him quicker.
Well, I don't know about any of that. That's Speedy's area, not mine. But
No, that's Robert Kraft's specialty.
yeah, well, he learned from
There's a lot of
Kraft. He learned
specialty
from
with
the
Robert Kraft. I don't know what his specialty is.
And if you
I
want-
got to go ask one of the massage
Kraft,
parlors
And if
what
you
his
want to,
specialty
and if you
is.
want to include drugs involved in this, Jim Irsay might know a thing or two.
I definitely got to ask one of those. I got to go. By the way, does anybody know the massage parlors he went to? Because I got to go to one of them. I got to
Yeah, I'm
get some
down.
info.
That's Jeff. I'm sure.
I
he's
got to
the
get some
expert.
info. On that. I got to get some info on that. But anyways,
I need the info, not you. You're young.
no, I don't. I'm
Hey,
not talking. I
Keith,
just
go
want to
out-
go
go
over
ask
there
your
and
buddy
interview.
Jeff. I'm sure he has the expertise on that.
I've been talking to Jeff since like 1980.
Well, Jeff's hanging out, losing money and winning money and whatever the hell he's doing. But Jeff,
I'm
keeps
sure
in.
he's win.
He's a
Hey,
peeper.
what'd you think about Sanders' pass the other day? That was sick.
What happened?
Sanders' pass was pretty awesome. Yeah,
He threw it up there, dude. I watched.
No, but he threw a nice pass though.
Yeah,
He's
he
not
did. He
bad.
thure it up there, and I
But it was right there.
Yeah, he did.
But it was
Listen,
taken.
his wide receiver saw it, and he made the play. But
He was open. It was crazy.
Come on.
No, he does have a lot of arm strength. You got to say that.
Yes, but do you really think Shedeur Sanders is going to be a good quarterback?
I do. I think we're good coaching. He will be. Yes, I do.
Yeah, his father. That's where there. That's where he's
We'll
heading.
see. We shall
That's where
see.
he's heading. I'm telling you right now, he's going to the NFL, and guess what? The guy that's tailing right behind him is the guy that said, "I'm never coaching in the NFL." Deion
Who's that?
Sanders.
Oh,
Deion
no one's
Sanders.
going to hire Deion Sanders.
Okay, we'll
in
see.
the NFL.
We'll see.
You never know with Jerry Jones.
Jared Jones will absolutely.
Arrow, do you think he'd be a good NFL coach?
I don't think he's a good coach. Period.
He's not a good college coach.
I don't think he's a good coach. Period.
Be a good high school coach, maybe.
I think he's a good coach. That maybe he should go and hang out
No,
with Robert
he
Kraft.
should have stayed right where he was.
We'll go. Trail the hanky. If you know what I mean.
You do realize Jerry
the
Jones.
chicken.
Jerry Jones is the same guy
Pull
that
the dog.
fired Jimmy Johnson.
Play with the ding
and
dong.
held on to Jason Garrett for almost a decade.
Yeah,
Maybe he dyes the beard between his legs, Speedy. He likes to dye his other hair.
Maybe he'll go bring back Barry Switzer.
Oh, please. Barry Switcher's gone. I think he died. I think he passed away.
Yeah. No, I know.
I think he passed away. May he rest in peace, Barry.
It'd still be a better choice.
A lot of
Barry
people.
Switzer-
Jimmy
Barry
Johnson
Switzer's
would be a
great
better
guy.
choice. I think Jimmy Johnson could still coach.
Jimmy Johnson was great.
Yes. He was
He
a
got
great
smart.
coach.
He was smart.
Yeah, never coached
Yeah.
after that. Never coached
They
after
built
the
it.
Cowboys.
They built it. Well, yeah, the Dolphins.
I mean, that's what I meant. The Dolphins. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he didn't do great over there. but
No,
he was
well,
all right.
yeah, it's because Dan Marino's at the tail end. So
Yeah, and he was doing too much flow. So.
yeah, well,
But-
somebody's got to do it, right?
A
A little gold dust,
we still
a
going
little
out
dust.
Thursday or what?
Yes, Thursday we're out, baby.
All right, sounds good, my brother.
Thursday
We'll,
we're
watch this
out.
Thursday game.
Thursday night
Cool.
football. Me and Keith hanging out. Speedy, you want to come with us?
Yeah,
Yeah, well, you
bring
can-
Speedy along. Fish,
All right.
whoever.
Little sausage McMuffin. Fish is upstate. He's hanging out with his wife. It's her
Oh,
birthday. Happy
okay.
birthday to Crystal, by the way.
Yes, happy birthday.
Happy birthday. We'll give her the happy birthday on Wednesday, baby.
Happy birthday to me.
Happy birthday. We'll sing it, all right, Speedy? We'll sing it.
Anything will be better than the last
No
thing I tried to,
swallowing that mic, Speedy.
No, anything will be better
swallowing
than the
that
last
mic.
time I tried to sing for their anniversary.
Well, please, I don't want to scare any, ants or rats. That would scare everybody away. Especially when
It was a beautiful rendition, Speedy. You sell yourself short. You've got the voice of an angel, man.
We was the closest. Been the best thing they did.
What happened?
The Yankees are looking good. I
Yeah,
think
they
they're
are.
ready.
Well, let's hope
Let's
they
knock
get
on wood.
let's get 1 or 2 wins against Baltimore, and they should win the pennant.
Oh yeah, I'm not worried about that. But I'm worried about coming to the playoffs. But I think
I don't
the
want to
best
play
thing
in the
to do is
wild
put
card
Reeve in
game.
to close
I
the
don't
way.
want to play in any wild card game. I want to.
Nah, they're not gonna.
Hopefully not, because the Cleveland's still tailing. They're 2 games behind, but they're still tailing. So if the Yankees go on a losing streak in these next 5-6 games, they can lose the pennant. So,
They're gonna take care of business, brother.
All right.
And I got to tell you, the Mets are playing great baseball.
they are. They are. We'll see what they
They
do.
can be fun in the playoffs. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen. I think the fun will be next year, and we haven't heard Steve Cohen speak yet, but he is bringing a casino to Citi Field. So if you're,
Oh God, Jeff's gonna move here at this rate.
yeah, he's bringing a casino. He already said he's
I'm
bringing. Yeah, so good for him.
I don't
I
think
like
I don't think you got to worry about Jeff in New York.
I don't know. He loves to claim he's a New York fan for everything.
He is a Jet fan.
He says he's a
I
Jet
can
fan, a
mind
Knick
that.
fan, a Met fan, an Islander fan. Like, who knows? If there's a casino there, there's an incentive for Jeff.
He's
to come.
a Robert Kraft fan too.
Oh, I'm
Jeff
sure he
alone,
is.
I can see him.
He
Jeff-
likes
Jeff
to
doesn't-
pull the shaft, pull the hanky, wing the ding dong. That kind of stuff. Anyways, Keith, we love you.
All right,
Keep
brother.
listening to the show, my friend.
I talk to you later, guys.
Keith Rooney, love him. Great call. No fighting. Great casino off of the LIE. That's right. That's right, Carly Bear. Carly Wally was a bear. Carly Wally has the hair, right, Speedy?
I don't know.
I don't know. It might have hair.
Why don't you ask Carl? If Carl wants to
I think
reveal
he's losing
details
his hair.
about his hair,
I think he's losing his hair. He's got a lot of kids. After Derrick Henry rushed for 151 yards versus the Cowboys defense in week 3, Jerry Jones commented about the Cowboys not going after Derrick Henry in the offseason. The Cowboys were linked to Henry all offseason, but Jones said they never even reached out to him. Jones claimed that they couldn't afford Derrick Henry and was content with the roster that they had. Several Cowboy fans called Jerry Jones the worst con man in sports history. Other fans took shots at Jerry Jones for waiting too long to sign Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb, saying they would have been able to manage their salary cap better. Cowboys running backs this season have rushed for 3.6 yards per game and 221 total yards, both 4th worst in the NFL this season. we all know Ezekiel Elliott is and Mr. Doubtful is not the answer right now at the running back position. And maybe why did they? Kareem Hunt was sitting there. Why didn't they go and make a run for Kareem Hunt? That made no sense.
Don't worry, they brought in Jets legend Dalvin Cook.
That's even better. I mean, first of all, why isn't Dalvin Cook playing? Dalvin Cook is better than any of these running backs right now.
Maybe Mike Zimmer hates him so much that he won't play.
I doubt that, but they brought him in because of Mike Zimmer. I believe that. Mike Zimmer
must be
loved
done.
Dalvin Cook. I'm sorry?
He just must be done, Dalvin Cook, at this point.
I don't know if he's done. I just think Ezekiel Elliott is Dak Prescott's best friend, and they're giving him a chance. And eventually they're going to give up on Dak Prescott. He's done, and they know he's done, and they're going to have to look elsewhere in the scrap heap. If they're a playoff team, they need to find a running back. Here's the problem. And the whole Derrick Henry thing, of course, they're going to get backlash on this. The problem right now is the quarterback. And I'm not talking about Dak Prescott. I'm talking about their backup quarterback. They're paying Trey Lance $5 million to be a backup quarterback. And this guy couldn't be a backup quarterback on a high school team. Okay? This guy is not good. We saw him in the preseason. The guy didn't have one touchdown pass in the preseason. And he's making $5 million a year. Does that make any sense to you? And for the Beeve and all those Cowboy fans that think that Trey Lance is the answer over Dak Prescott, you guys are out of your damn minds. If Dak did not get that $60 million contract, I guarantee you there would have been 28, 27 other teams lining up for Dak Prescott in the offseason. It's ridiculous. I don't understand why everybody hates this guy. As you heard Keith, he doesn't really like Dak. He could say whatever he wants. He don't like Dak. I understand that you don't think he could do this and you don't think he could do that. He's efficient. And that's all I'm going to say. Efficient quarterbacks don't win Super Bowls over the years. Peyton Manning, he was efficient. How many Super Bowls he won? He should have won like 5 or 6. He only won 2. Drew Brees was efficient. How many Super Bowls did he win? He won 1. I'm just speaking the truth. I'm just going back at quarterbacks, and I don't think Dak Prescott's the reason why they're not winning. They're not winning because they have no running game, like Fish said. There is no running game. There's nothing. There's zero. Zilch. You're better off having Jerry Jones, who barely can walk, run the ball in the backfield.
Hear that meme that Jerry Jones always has.
Players would probably miss
putting myself a quarterback.
if he was paying them $1 million to miss. I mean, there's no reason why right now the Cowboys didn't go after Derrick Henry or any of these good running backs that were available. Jacobs was available in the offseason. What did Jacobs get from the Green Bay Packers?
8.5, I think.
$8.5 million? You're telling me you wouldn't pay Josh? Could you imagine Josh Jacobs on this team? Come on, guys. Josh Jacobs would have 4 or 5 touchdowns right now, and he would open up the field for CeeDee Lamb. They're a one-dimensional team. Teams have figured that out. The Baltimore Ravens figured that out. That's the problem. They could have had Swift. Absolutely, Carl. They could have had anybody. They could have had anybody. They could have had Saquon Barkley.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is they didn't have the money because they're paying a backup quarterback $5 million. And stupid people, and no offense to the Beef, stupid Cowboy fans, I'm not going to call my friend stupid, but boy, oh boy, that take of saying that I would rather Trey Lance or Zach Wilson as my starting quarterback is ridiculous. Where is Trey Lance right now? I don't know. He should be a 3rd or 4th string on, some backup, CFL team. And we all know where Zach Wilson is. He's hanging out at a picnic right now. Nobody wants that mother effer. I'm just speaking the truth. It's a problem. And then there's no excuses for Jerry Jones. There's none. There's not an excuse that should come out of his book right now. To let Smith go to the Jets? Look at what he's doing for the Jets right now. That offensive line was ranked, 31st in the NFL last year? Look where they're ranked right now. 5, 6 right now in the NFL? Why do you think they're ranked 5 or 6? Because Aaron Rodgers is not getting sacked. He's getting all the time in the world to stand in that pocket and make throws. And when Aaron Rodgers can pick you apart, what happens? What happens? He's going to beat you. He's Aaron effing Rodgers. So, I have attacked the Jets in many different ways because we have a coach named Bambi on the team. That's the facts. He's not a good coach. It's not why they're winning. They're winning because Aaron effing Rodgers is out there making throws and making plays, over nothing. I don't care who's crying, Bambi or anybody in the sidelines. Nathaniel Hackett jumping around, giving his pump like he's won the Super Bowl. The Jets haven't won anything. And by the way, for all you Jet fans out there that think that they have, boy, oh boy, after these next 2 games, it's going to get hard. It's going to get hard. We will see what this Jets team is all about. We will. And I'm not going to get into that. We're back to the Cowboys. And this is all about the Cowboys right now. I'm going back to what I said before the season started. I still think this Cowboy team is going to make the playoffs. I think they're better than they've shown on a football field. Micah Parsons is overrated. I'm just speaking the truth. Did you see Micah Parsons' face throughout that game? Teams have figured that defense out. What are they doing? They're everywhere. They're trying to move Micah Parsons on both sides of the field, and now running. And they're using now. Zimmer is a 4-3 guy, but they're using a lot of 3-4 options, and it doesn't work for Micah Parsons. And Micah Parsons, I've seen him roll up in the linebacker role. That's not his strength. His strength is playing on the outside and getting at the quarterback. And then when he does, teams are, they're putting 3 guys on that one side, having a tight end on that. They even play double tight ends in some plays. You're not going to beat 3 guys on the outside. And everybody knows what their strength is on their defense. It's definitely not that corner play because Diggs, he's a shell of what he was. And Carson stinks. Oh, my God, he's so bad. I mean, I could have scored on any of those throws. I mean, seriously, I probably could have outran him. I could have outran him. It was horrible. The Cowboys defense is a shell of what it was last year in the first half. And we saw what they were in the second half. Hence the reason why they got just completely annihilated by the Green Bay Packers.
Yep. They were exposed badly in that Bills game last year after Thanksgiving. And then every team has used that kind of blueprint since then. I think besides
And you know what the blueprint is?
Run the ball because they can't stop the run.
But you know what the blueprint is? Double team, triple team on Micah Parsons and let everybody beat us.
Yeah, it's also sometimes, depending on the type of offense, you have quite the opposite. They'll decoy Micah Parsons, run to the other side. We've seen the Eagles do that a lot. We've seen the 49ers do that a lot.
Besides Micah Parsons right now in their front 7, would you take anybody on your roster?
Not anymore. They lost
I rest my case. Not anymore.
They lost pretty much their entire linebacking core. 2
I rest my
tackles.
case, ladies and gentlemen.
Their nose tackle Zhu is pretty good, but he's not much of a pass rusher. And then they don't have much else besides that. And then, like you said, Mike Zimmer's trying to use Micah Parsons like they used Anthony Barr in Minnesota, and it's just not helping his game.
Where's Mr. Smith when you need him? Where is our friend Mr. Smith? That's what I want to know.
Mike
Zimmer's the best.
Mike Zimmer,
the smartest defensive man I've ever played for you.
Yeah. There was another Mr. Smith that they were hoping was going to be able to help them on that D-line. Mazzie Smith was their first-round pick from Michigan, and he has not done anything, and he's not going to make it. Doesn't look like he's hurt this year. He just hasn't been able to do anything. They're in a lot of trouble. That defense is too easy to stop. They're a sieve everywhere. They're poor tacklers. They pursue the ball very high. There were all these plays that could have been stopped. The Bateman touchdown should have been stopped. There were long plays along the sideline. They're just blowing easy things. It's really embarrassing. And Micah Parsons, it's not his fault. They're going to double and triple him. They're going to run away from him. They're going to throw on the other side of him. They're going to dictate formation to make it so that he can't impact the game. Kind of like how the Rams did to Fred Warner since everyone else was hurt on the 49ers.
Would you trade Micah Parsons in the offseason?
I mean, then you have nobody who's any good. So if you're going to bottom out, and get a first,
you get 2 firsts for Micah Parsons.
Then you have to. You would have to if you're going to rebuild.
Yeah, you're not rebuilding because you have CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott. But if you want to rebuild that defense and you want to rebuild it quick, would you trade Micah Parsons for 2 first-round draft picks?
Yeah, you'd have to. The way that they're how weak they are,
you save money. You save money.
You need a corner. For sure, need a corner. They need another kind of interior pass rusher, a defensive tackle type, not so much a nose, but a 3 technique who can get in like Marcus Lawrence used to.
This is the defensive draft to do it. I mean, why not? I mean, there are other teams that have first-round draft picks. How about the Bears? The Bears always looking for, a superstar defensive player. We all know Khalil Mack. He was there. I mean, there are guys out there. There are teams out there that have double the draft picks in the first round. If I were the Cowboys and knowing that I need to rebuild this defense and get younger, I trade Micah Parsons. Pittsburgh's willing. If Pittsburgh's willing to give up two first rounds in a second, a first and a second this coming year and a first the year after, I do it. He wants to go to Pittsburgh. Why not? Why not do it? I mean, Pittsburgh's loaded anyways.
Oh yeah.
I mean, maybe they get Queen on that trade too. Get Queen in that trade as well.
Or Highsmith would make a lot more
Or
sense with the
Highsmith.
edge, yeah.
Maybe get Highsmith the first and a second.
Yeah.
And you get your edge guy and you get the first round draft pick. Then you have 2 first round draft picks, including your own, and a second. And Micah goes over there to Pittsburgh where he wants to play.
You probably get Highsmith at maybe like 2/3 of the price of what you have to pay Parsons.
What was the last savvy move Jerry Jones made, though? I can't remember the last time he did something this creative.
I'll make the trade. I'll go out there and make the trade. I'll do it. I'll go out there, Jerry. Just step away. Step away. I've got this. Pull your underwear down. Play with the 23-year-olds or whatever the hell you're doing in the background. Call Bill. Yeah, you and him can hang out with Rob, and I'll take care of everything. And I'll just make the trade. I'll say, you know what? I'm going to reach out to Pittsburgh. I'm going to make this trade. I'm going to trade Micah. I'm going to get a first. I'm going to get a second, and I'm going to get Highsmith. And by the way, after that, I'll get I'll get some cheerleaders from the Pittsburgh Steelers too, and I'll have my little fun after that.
Which Jerry Jones will try to do, but then realize they don't have any.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, the cheerleaders of the Cowboys are all like drill sergeants. Did you ever watch that Netflix thing? It's crazy what they do to those girls over there for $50,000 a year.
Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy how they got to go on these diets. They got to have a certain body fat. It's disgusting. It's crazy. By the way, it's 14-7. Watch if the Bengals lose this game. They're done. Season's over. If they lose this game, there's no way. How many teams come back from an 0-3?
Not many. I think only 5 have made the playoffs since the merger.
And this is why I didn't play T. Higgins, because T. Higgins is not going to be. But next week, T. Higgins is going to be used a lot more. And that's when I'm going to start T. Higgins. But they need T. Higgins in a bad way. Jamar Chase is he's getting double teamed. And teams know that's their strength, is just throwing the ball down the field to Jamar Chase. But God, I'm sorry, Fish. By the way, you know what? Before I get you, Fish, I'd like to hear what Tommy Scoops has to say. I mean, it's interesting. I know he's been waiting to do a sports minute. I know you hate the Cowboys, and you all hate the Cowboys because you're Giant fans. And look at the smiles on these Giants. All you wear the Giants hats except this guy right over here. But your thoughts to the Jerry Jones situation with the Derrick Henry, not bringing Derrick Henry in the offseason.
I mean, you definitely do have to think you kind of shot yourself in the foot a tiny bit for the fact.
Bit. That is a big bit.
A big bit. Yeah,
it's a big bit. So, I mean, Speedy's little bit, to the big bit.
I mean, I'm just going to usher it again, too. What is this Cowboys backfield right now? This is that one last hurrah backfield with Dalvin Cook, who, like I said, I don't know why he's in this backfield with Ezekiel Elliott. So
he hasn't even stepped on the field.
No, he hasn't. I completely forget that he's on the team, honestly. So that's one issue right there. But like I said, too, look at the work that Derrick Henry has doing. I mean, this is going to be kind of similar to how the whole Saquon Barkley and Giants thing is going on. This man just ran 151 yards and 2 touchdowns on you. That's you guys missed out on that very, very quite well. And Jerry Jones I don't know. Jerry Jones has been kind of annoying lately. I mean, lately, yeah. I mean, personally though, recently within the last this whole drama with the CeeDee Lamb situation, the whole drama with the Dak Prescott situation, it's what is he doing? It's I personally don't agree with a lot of the situations that he has decided to kind of deal with it or issue it out. So I mean, this Derrick Henry right here, this kind of proves it that Fish always was saying it too throughout the season too. The Cowboys did absolutely nothing. And this is absolutely proving it with missing out on Derrick Henry.
Just so you guys know, the top 5 rushers right now in the NFL: Saquon Barkley, number 1. Jordan Mason from the 49ers, J.K. Dobbins, who everybody gave up on from the Chargers. Who would have thought that? Alvin Kamara and Derrick Henry. So Alvin Kamara, who everybody thought was done. Derrick Henry, everybody thought they was done. Saquon Barkley was getting overpaid. Jordan Mason, nobody even heard of. And J.K. Dobbins, everybody thought was done.
And Derrick Henry,
think about it.
Derrick Henry struggled his first 2 games. Let's just say even more about the Cowboys defense.
Just think about that. Just think about what we just said.
Isn't it just a great guy to root against, though, Jerry Jones, this oil tycoon who, I'm old enough to remember a couple of years ago the fact that somehow he doesn't get Me Too'd with all of the videos and clips where he's got his slip hanging a little bit, and a 20-something-year-old, maybe if she's in her 20s, girl messing around with him. Pretty sure he's married, or at least not supposed to be doing that in the office of the Dallas Cowboys. This is a guy that's a dirtbag. Listen, let's just face it. And that's the dirtbag franchise ever since he's owned them. And I don't feel bad at all that they suck. It makes me super happy that they suck. They deserve it. They absolutely deserve it. Scumbag franchise gets scumbag effort from their terrible overpaid players. You can write it in. It's like a movie script, and it's on repeat.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Keep in mind, Jeff has said that multiple times too. And Jeff is not a fan.
I'm certainly not ever quoting Jeff.
I don't know, but you said things like
the only thing you actually agree on is
maybe it is.
He would love you.
It's good for both. It's good for all of us, right, Speedy?
Well, let's make sure Jeff didn't hear
both
it.
of us for Fish and Jeff.
I just feel that I feel bad that Dak Prescott plays for that franchise. That's all. I feel bad for him. I stick up for him because I love what he stands for and all the stuff that he's gone through in his career and how he stands high on a Dallas Cowboy fan, Dallas Cowboy team, and fans that just want to take shots and blame him for everything when it has nothing to do with him. It has everything to do with the team and the presence of the team. So let's go to a quick break. When we come back, some Raiders. Yes, all you Raider fans, head coach and Antonio Pierce appeared to take shots at Davante Adams and other Raider stars after they blew a lead or blown out by they got blown out by the Panthers and Andy Dalton, by the way. So when we come back, we'll get into that whole Raiders situation, and Davante Adams could be on his way out very, very soon. So I've been saying that already. By week 6, week 7, we could be talking about it. Davante Adams going to the Jets very, very soon before you know it. Anyways, our Sports Minute with Tommy Scoops. We'll be back.
This is the Sports Loudmouth Sports Minute.
Are you ready to get loud?
With Tommy Scoops.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, everybody knows that I am here to provide you the Loudmouth Sports Minute, and jumping into some NFL news. Chargers safety Derwin James has actually been suspended without pay for 1 game. The suspension comes after yesterday's Steelers matchup when James supposedly violated player safety with an illegal hit on tight end Pat Freiermuth. James will be appealing the suspension. As in other NFL news, Rams wide receiver Cooper Kupp will not be active this week against the Bears. Kupp, who actually managed to miss IR with his ankle injury. Team actually has no timeline on Kupp, but can expect him back before their bye week on week 6. And finally, the 49ers running back Christian McCaffrey is set to visit a specialist in Germany for his Achilles tendonitis. McCaffrey, who's actually been sidelined this entire season with the Achilles injury, the team confirms McCaffrey is still nowhere near a return. Now it's time for Scoops and Scores. We're over right now in the MLB. The Phillies have a 6-2 lead over the Cubs at the bottom of the 8th, while at the bottom of the 7th, the Red Sox have a 3-0 lead over the Blue Jays, while the Mariners currently have a 1-0 lead over the Astros. While over in the NFL right now, the Bills currently have a 34-3 lead against the Jaguars heading into halftime, while the Commanders currently have a 14-7 lead at the second quarter. That is currently all the time I have for you guys right now, so I'm going to kick it back to the boys for the continuation of the Sports Loudmouth.
This is the Sports Loudmouth.
How thick do you like the beef? It's good for both. I don't drink a lot of milk. Chocolate's a good flavor.
Chocolate's a good flavor. 631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to the Sports Loudmouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Speedy Petey. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including the Loudmouth with me and Speedy Petey every single Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30. Remember, you can hear us and look at us and, play with Speedy. Anything you want to do, if you want to look at him and play with him or twiddle his thumbs. You, Speedy, you know about twiddling thumbs. Whatever he likes to do in his spare time. You can go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com and you can find him and maybe twiddle his thumbs. Anyways, it's crazy. And by the way, the Buffalo Bills right now are up 34-3. 34-3 at halftime with the Jacksonville Jaguars. I'm sure Trevor Lawrence and that contract is not looking good. That is not looking good for the Jacksonville Jaguars. I didn't. First of all, he had 2 years left of his rookie contract. I would have waited at least till the end of this season to figure out if he was worth the money that they're giving him. I think that's going to absolutely smack him in the face, just like Deshaun Watson is smacking the Browns right now in the face. It's crazy. It really is. That's a lot of money.
Let me give you first half numbers on Josh Allen and Trevor Lawrence because it's like unbelievable. Josh Allen, 22 of 28, 247 yards, 4 touchdowns, 3 carries, 22 rushing yards. That you would say is unbelievable. Trevor Lawrence.
He's going to throw like 400 yards in this game if he keeps it up.
I mean, you would think they're going to take him out at some point in the third quarter at this
I
rate.
don't know.
But Trevor Lawrence, who entering the year had the exact same stats after his first 3 years as one Daniel Jones, is 10 of 22 for 59 yards and an interception, and that's it. Christian Kirk has 2 catches.
I know it's killing. It's absolute. I don't understand why he hasn't been used at all this season. This guy was his number 1 target last year and the year before, and this guy, when he's on the field, he's pretty good, and he hasn't thrown him the ball enough. It doesn't make any sense. None of it makes sense. But again, that's why Doug Peterson might be losing his job a lot sooner than later. It's starting to fall apart for the Jacksonville Jaguars. After the season they had last year when they were up and they were going to win that division, in the last 3 or 4 games, they lost straight games and they fell out of the playoffs and gave it away to the Houston Texans. If I were ownership right now, I definitely look to fire Doug Peterson. I love Doug Peterson. I really do. But it looks like he's lost that team. It looks like he's lost Trevor Lawrence. That's just my opinion. Raiders head coach Antonio Pierce appeared to take shots at Davante Adams and other Raiders stars after they got blown out by the Panthers in week 3. Pierce said there were some players that made business decisions, and the Raiders organization will make business decisions of their own. Adams said he didn't know if Pierce's comment was specifically directed to him, but wasn't happy with him saying it was about their team. Adams had just 4 catches and 40 yards in the loss against the Panthers. Adams previously called out reporters and the media for trade rumors to the Jets throughout the offseason, saying he never demanded a trade from the Raiders. He has also said that he supports the Raiders organization under their new leadership, and most of the frustration was with Josh McDaniels and Dave Ziegler getting rid of Derek Carr. Adams is entering his 3rd season of a 5-year, $140 million contract. All this tells me right now, he only stayed because of Antonio Pierce, or he probably would have been a Jet in the offseason. The Jets were trying to trade for him at the trade deadline last year, and it didn't go through. I know the Jets reached out. Joe Douglas said at the end of the season he did reach out to the Raiders and spoke about that with him, with ownership over there with the Raiders, and the Raiders didn't want to move him. Now, in this offseason with the Antonio Pierce, I think Antonio Pierce obviously winning over Davante Adams throughout the season last year. Davante Adams wanted to stay there, and everything everything Davante Adams wanted in the offseason or during the season, getting rid of Josh McDaniels, getting rid of Dave Ziegler, they did exactly what he wanted. It was all about Davante Adams. And Davante Adams is a superstar, and Davante Adams should get the credit for the success that they had in the second half of the season, especially at the end of the season where they could have snuck into the playoffs if things went the right way. Losing against the Panthers and Andy Dalton, that was embarrassing. And it only tells you how bad Bryce Young is right now. That's all it tells you. Andy Dalton he's been a competent quarterback in the NFL. He has been. I mean, he's thrown over 30,000 yards, close to 30,000 yards. I mean, a guy that a lot of people thought was a backup quarterback, and even with Cincinnati, he is not Joe Burrow. But this is a guy that's taking this team to the playoffs, the Bengals to the playoffs. This is a guy that has been successful in the NFL. This guy could put up 300 yards every single week. He's capable. He's quite capable of doing it. And they have weapons. They have Adam Thielen, even though he got hurt in the game. He could be out this week. Another guy that's off both my fantasy teams. But it's unbelievable how players are just getting knocked off of me. It makes me sick to my stomach. But they have weapons there, more weapons than they had last year. And I think Canales is he's a good coach. You saw what he did with Baker Mayfield, and Baker didn't have a good week this week, but Baker Mayfield throughout this season has been pretty good, and a lot to do with Canales and why they took and they brought Canales there to help Bryce Young and help this offense. I'm going to tell you this right now. This is going to go down, and this is going to go down in flames for the Raiders, because this is an organization that has always mistreated their superstars. Derek Carr, say whatever you want about him. Maybe it didn't work out over there. They treated him like crap at the end of his career. He was there for a year, and you pushed him out. He's got right there in New Orleans. They're up, what are they, 2-1 right now? I mean, the Saints are still a borderline playoff team. He's playing great. What happened over there with the Raiders? And Davante Adams went there because his buddy Derek Carr. Now you're hearing different stories of different players that they just pushed out over the last couple of years. They drafted Bowers. They were right about, there's no doubt they were right about Brock Bowers. He looks like he's a stud. But how long is it going to take for Brock Bowers to say, you know what, I'm a stud. I don't want to be here anymore. I don't want you to trade me. Trade me before I force my way out of here. It's a huge problem right now. And the Raiders have always been the laughing stock of the AFC, especially in their division, not just with the Jets. They have been a laughing stock really since the John Gruden situation. They pushed John Gruden out because they had to, because of all the racist situations and things that he said, that came out because of Roger Goodell and Schneider and all that other stuff. John Gruden was getting this team back in order. He was starting to get this team and people to believe that this team could be a team to reckon with. And finally, when they did it, what happens? He gets fired, and this team brings in a guy like Josh McDaniels, who's like an absolute failure. It's horrible what's going on with the Raiders organization. I'm telling you right now, if you don't think Davante Adams is going to be asking his way out of here very soon, you're sadly mistaken. He will be asking his way out of here, and it's the Jets. It's no question. I'm not saying because I'm a Jet fan. It's just the factual thought right now is the Raiders are not going to get what they want for Davante Adams because of his contract. So the Jets are going to have to finagle something that's going to be able to get Davante Adams here. So they're obviously going to have to get rid of Mike Williams and get rid of certain players, or maybe keep Mike Williams, or maybe guys take pay cuts or something like that. They're going to have to do something. But if it costs them an opportunity to not bring in Davante Adams and win a Super Bowl, the Jets will not do that. They're going to do everything they can to get this guy over here. Now, Antonio Pierce taking shots at Davante Adams as early as he has, especially what they did the week before. I mean, to me, it only tells me one thing. It's going to be a short stay over here. It's going to be a short stay, because if Davante Adams, your superstar, doesn't like you and you're throwing your superstar under the bus, how long is it going to take Mark Davis to say, you know what, I don't want you here anymore? He barely got the job. It's the truth. Everybody that said, oh, he won the job. No, they still interview people.
Yeah, nobody wanted it.
Nobody wanted the job. Nobody wanted the job but Antonio Pierce. And that says a lot about this organization. They don't have any quarterback. They got nothing. Gardner Minshew is not the guy. I'm sorry. I like Minshew. He's got a good personality, drives that weird bus. He looks like a serial killer when he's on the football field. I love it. The mustache, great. It looks great. It looks sexy for all the girls out there. You want to grab his mustache or grab whatever you want, go right ahead. But right now, this team is losing faith in their head coach. And once that happens, Max Crosby is very close with Davante Adams. Once that happens, everything's going to start to fall apart. Look what Josh McDaniels. Look at it, Josh McDaniels. As soon as the team figured out that Josh McDaniel wasn't the answer, what did they do? They stopped playing for him. And this could happen a lot sooner than later for Antonio Pierce. It's a shame that it's going on for a guy that I actually like. I like Antonio Pierce. I think he's a good person. I met Antonio Pierce a while ago at a golf course. He was playing golf. Very, very nice guy. Very nice guy. But once you lose your superstars, you lose everything. And now you're taking shots at your superstar player early in the season the way you have. This is 1 foot out for Davante Adams. Yeah, you're going to be hearing stories very quickly that he wants out. He wants to go play for this Jet team. If the Jets go 4-1 in the first 5 games, what do you think Davante Adams is going to think in his mind? I got a chance to win a Super Bowl.
That's exactly it, because you look at the receiver contracts in today's NFL and the receiver power that they really have. That offseason, Davante Adams got traded. He really started the ripple effect. The trade broke on air during one of our shows when the Raiders traded for him, and then A.J. Brown got traded a month later. Then all these other guys signed their big contracts after we thought they were going to get traded. Everyone thought the Jets was going to trade for Deebo Samuel. Like, there were so many other things that happened. Like, that's the power wide receivers have. And again, he also mentioned too, like, he didn't even think it was just about him. It could have been about Max Crosby. It could have been about...
Would Davante Adams take a pay cut just to go to the Jets?
Maybe, but
he can do that, by the way.
Sure.
He can do that.
Sure, and that'd probably be the only team he would do it for. But going back to the Raiders case, we were talking about, like, the Raiders defense, the way they improved a lot in the offseason, the way they improved when Pierce took over too. And now you have all these guys that say, oh, you lack effort. These guys are making business decisions. Like, Christian Wilkins got a big contract from them as a defensive tackle, and all these other linebackers, we have 2 of them on our all 22 teams, and like they played really well last year with Antonio Pierce, and all of a sudden it's just not being the same way. And that kind of thing is not something that needs to be said public. And it sounds embarrassing when you got embarrassed by a team that got outscored by 60 points in their first 2 games, and you just, oh, you're making big decisions. Like, yeah, that's on you too. All the coaching. We had Stuart Schweigert on last week. He was praising Luke Getsy, and all of a sudden they fall
Schweigert. I haven't heard Stuart Schweigert all over social media over the last couple of hours. So, I mean, Stuart, I love you, Stu. I love you, Stewie. But right now, the Raiders look like they've lost faith in the coach already. It's 3 games into the season, and they've already lost faith in Antonio Pierce. It only tells me one thing moving forward. You're going to hear stories, ramblings, over the next couple of weeks on, Antonio Pierce isn't the guy. They want him out, and then you're going to hear Davante Adams say, then you're going to really start hearing stories that Davante Adams wants out and wants to go play for the Jets. Because if the Jets go 4-1, or they go 5-1, they beat the Buffalo Bills in week 7 or 6, whatever it is. I think it's 6. If they go 5-1 against and beat the Bills, you're talking about Super Bowl. You're talking about, winning the AFC, beating out, maybe fighting the AFC for the Kansas City Chiefs. That tells me one thing. He believes that he is the ether for the Kansas City Chiefs. He goes over there and plays with Garrett Wilson on one side and him on the other. With that defense, with Aaron Rodgers, and that running game and that offensive line, forget it. Forget it.
Quickly before
Errol, he reminds me of your boy. You know who I'm talking about?
Who?
Herm Edwards.
Oh, God, please.
Herm.
Win the game. They play to win the game. Don't you love my words?
Herm was the type of guy that was like the rah-rah motivator, defensive guy. And that's clearly what Pierce was. I loved him as a linebacker for the Super Bowl Giants. He was such a great leader, and he really took over when there was no leadership with McDaniels the year before, and people bought in because they needed something besides the trash that McDaniels was giving them. Well, now you're looking at him, and he's kind of exposed. He's a defensive guy. They don't have the great X's and O's, and they don't have the quarterback necessarily to make any of these things work. If you're not a great offensive coach without the quarterback, it's very difficult to succeed. And you're seeing him trying to do the rah-rah stuff and motivate people. And it's just falling on deaf ears right now, as opposed to last year. I mean, if it wasn't for Doug Peterson's collapse tonight, I would say Pierce is the first guy to get fired. But I hate to say it. I really like him. And I think if he was maybe in college, the rah-rah stuff would be better off, and he can get guys that can scheme a little bit better at that level. But right now, it just doesn't look like it's working, boys.
We're going to go to a quick break, but I want to say something. I don't know what's going on with the Bengals, but if the Bengals lose this game against Washington will be 2-1.
Add him to the list, Fish.
2-1. I mean, they could. Washington, Jaden Daniels looks fantastic in this game. I mean, I said that he could be the best quarterback in this class, but I think it's Caleb Williams, Bo Nix, and Bo Nix looked pretty good this week. He did actually look really good this week. I want to see what Jaden Daniels. This is the game. This could be the breakout game that it really takes Jaden Daniels up to superstardom. But the Bengals could go 0-3. And how many teams make the playoffs going 0-3? Not many. Go look at the record. I think it's only like 5 teams in NFL history to do it. So that's crazy. Joe Burrow. Yes, Joe Burrow. Could be 0-3 in week 3 of the NFL. It's crazy. Anyways, let's go to a quick break. We have the Sports Minute with Tommy Scoops. But I just want to let you guys know this is the first time on our show. We're looking forward to get him on the show. He's waiting patiently, and I can't wait to have him on. Oklahoma Heisman Trophy winner. And this guy is only 2 years older than me, Mr. Jason White, when we come back here on the Sports Loudmouth.
This is the Sports Loudmouth Sports Minute.
Are you ready to get loud?
With Tommy Scoops.
That is right. I am back with an update of the Loudmouth Sports Minute and jumping to some more NFL news. The Raiders announced that they are sticking with quarterback Gardner Minshew. Despite speculation for Minshew possibly being benched, the team will be sticking with Minshew, but could expect the QB change later this season. In other NFL news, 49ers QB Brock Purdy is actually suffering from back soreness. Although the injury does not appear to be serious, Purdy is still considered day-to-day, but will likely play Sunday's matchup against the Patriots. And lastly, Lions center Frank Ragnow is currently week to week right now, as the team's starting center is suffering from a partially torn pec and is likely to mix Seahawks matchup next week, but could be expected back with the team after their bye week in week 5. Now it's time for Scoops to Scores. We're over in the MLB right now at the top of the 8th. The Red Sox have a 3-0 lead over the Blue Jays, as the Mariners still have a 1-0 lead over the Astros at the top of the 5th. While over in the NFL right now, coming back out of the half, the Bills still currently have a 34-3 lead over the Jaguars, while the Commanders currently have a 21-10 lead over the Bengals, heading almost into the halftime. That is currently all the time I have for you guys right now, so I'm going to kick it back to the boys for their next guest on the Sports Loudmouth.
This is the Sports Loudmouth.
With evolution, you sound like a frat boy. Good for you. Good for me or good for you? Good for both of us. 631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to the Sports Loudmouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Speedy Petey. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including the Loudmouth with me and Speedy Petey every single Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Before we get our first guest, he's waiting kindly and carefully to get ready for this wonderful interview, and he's going to have a lot of fun. Trust me, we're going to have a lot of fun with him. But I just want to let you know, this segment is brought to you by StubHub, ladies and gentlemen. And all you have to do is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com, and you can go and check out StubHub. You hit our link and you can get so many different offers right now. There's a 10% offer right now on certain tickets, 15% on other tickets, ladies and gentlemen. Here's what you do. You hit our link and you can go to an Oklahoma Sooners game right now. The Texas Longhorns tickets right now are selling between $20 and $40. So, hey, maybe Jason White's going to the game this coming week. He's a Heisman Trophy winner at Oklahoma. Guess what? You can meet Jason White if he's heading over there to the game. I don't know if he's going to Texas, but whenever they're going to home openers or home games or whatever the hell, the Oklahoma Sooners are doing, you can see Jason White over there. You can meet him. He'll sign some autographs and maybe sign one of those fake, Heisman trophies, that you have. Anything. All you have to do to go and find your tickets is go to StubHub on our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time on the Sports Loudmouth, he might not be loud, but he's loud in the huddle. We're now talking to Oklahoma Sooners Heisman Trophy winner, quarterback Jason White. Jason, what's up, buddy?
How's it going?
Well, I'm sorry we, it's 7 minutes. We kind of went over it, but we're happy to have you on. I know you're a busy guy. By the way, how are you and your family? How is, the offseason been before college football started, with your Sooners? I mean, they play pretty well. They're playing pretty well right now.
Yeah, family's good. Great. Got 2 more years and I'll be an empty nester. So excited for that. But other than that, kids are great. Family's good. As far as the Sooners go, super excited for this past weekend's game. Didn't get the outcome we wanted for sure, but it's definitely we definitely are in a different league now.
I will say something about you, and I know a little bit about you. I followed you when I was a little bit younger, and you played. You won a Heisman Trophy. It's not easy winning a Heisman Trophy, by the way. The career that you had in college was phenomenal. And what you did, and for Oklahoma, how many Oklahoma Sooner Heisman Trophy winners were there? It's very few, and you are one of those guys that stand out, and you had such a great career over there. Before we get into the Sooners and what the Sooners need to do this year and what they need to do when it comes to recruiting, maybe they should hire you as a recruiter. I mean, you would be a pretty good recruiter. How was it playing for Oklahoma, one, and two, what was it like being the quarterback of the Sooners?
I grew up in Oklahoma. Literally, it's, back then it was like 45 minutes to the stadium. So Dad always listened to the Oklahoma games on the radio, watched them on TV. So I grew up a Sooner fan. And honestly, they did not recruit me up until Coach Stoops came on. And so for me, I was actually heading to Miami. I was going to be a Hurricane. And so, but once Coach Stoops came on and recruited me, that was a dream for me. I had one visit left. And so Coach Stoops just said, hey, I just want you to come over, see the stadium. You've always been a fan. Come check it out. You get to see the behind the scenes stuff. So I took him up on that offer and just fell in love. Just walking the halls of the place where, God, so many good athletes, played, and seeing their pictures on the wall, it took me over. And so immediately the following day after my trip, I called Coach Stoops and said, hey, I'm coming to OU, and called the rest of the coaches and let them know. So, but to be the quarterback for OU, it was a childhood dream, to be able to, play in that stadium, wear the OU on the helmet. I mean, that's something I always wanted to do. So it was a dream come true for me.
So the Heisman Trophy year was 2003 for you. And what was that season like as a whole, both on and off the field? And was there a point in the season where you're like, I'm going to be in the lead to win this Heisman Award?
So that season, every play was like I was on edge, just because the previous 2 years I had been hurt. And so I knew it could only take one play and I'm done. And so it was funny, the second start of each year before that is when I got hurt, my second start. And so this in 2003, the second start was against Alabama in Alabama. So I didn't even realize that until a Alabama reporter brought that up in the pregame press conference. And so for me, it was like, now it's in the back of my head, like, holy cow, this is the second start of the year. And so, but once I made it through Alabama, it was, I thought, oh, hey, I'm safe. I'm good the rest of the year. So from there, it was fun. It happened really fast. I had a great team, great teammates around me, great coaches. So as the year went on, I'll never forget Kenny Mossman, a PR for Oklahoma. He came up to me and said, he handed me this card and it said the white stuff. And I was like, what's this for? And he said, that's your Heisman campaign. I said, for what? And he goes, for the Heisman Trophy. He's like, you're in the top 3 and we got to start campaigning for you. And I was like, holy, that's when it became real for me. And I was like, you really have to send these out to voters and stuff? And he's like, oh yeah, we'll get your approval first, then we send them all out. And so that's when it started. And then of course the media attention got really hot after the third or fourth game that year. And so it was a lot, but it was a wild ride and it was fun.
We are talking to former Oklahoma Heisman Trophy winning quarterback, Jason White. Jason, in 2004, you had a pretty good season. You were actually a runner-up, and very few Sooners have ever done that. As a matter of fact, you're the second player after Archie Griffin to be honored like that. I don't know if you know that. I mean, you probably do. But a guy that you were runner-up from was Adrian Peterson, a running back that you played with, one of the greatest running backs to ever play the game. What was it like playing with one of the greatest, I believe, running back to ever come out of college?
I always tell Adrian this. I still randomly talk to him, tell him this all the time. Adrian made my last year as a Sooner the best year ever. And the reason I say that is he came in and took all the attention off me. And I loved it. Instead of asking for me for media after practice, they were asking for Adrian. And so it really lightened that load. And it also lighten the load on the field. To be able to have that guy 7 yards deep, knowing that he can run wherever he wants to run, it made it tough on defenses. So when they started stacking the box, playing the run, that opened up the back end for me. So I loved it. I loved having him on the team. He's a great team player too. I always refer back to the OU Texas game that in 2004. Their defense was based to stop our pass game, and I mean they were dropping 8. There was no lanes to throw, and so Adrian had a heyday. I don't know how many yards he ran for, but it was quite a few, and we ended up winning. But just like that, I mean, they took away the pass, and we got a guy like Adrian Peterson running the ball. I mean, that was amazing.
So Oklahoma and Texas, obviously, first year in the SEC for them, getting to play with a lot of those big opponents. You were talking about they were losing to Tennessee last week, unfortunately, but Tennessee is a great team too. So what do you think the impact for that will be in college football and like these super conferences that are being formed now?
You know, I think it's really good for Oklahoma and Texas. I mean, I think there's so many benefits to it. I think it is a change? Absolutely, especially after watching this game this past weekend. I mean, they're going to have to play every single down as hard as they can. They're more physical. The SEC is more physical. It's just something that OU's in Texas is going to have to step up and accept the challenge. But I think it's good. You're going to have great games every weekend in the SEC. For TV, I mean, college football fans, just like the Oklahoma fans, they're excited to go to new stadiums. Like I know a lot of guys are planning trips to LSU and Ole Miss. So I think it'll be great for everybody.
Jason, obviously you played in the national title game in 2004 against the Trojans. You know that USC Trojans, some people say, is one of the greatest college football teams of all time. Matt Leinart and Reggie Bush and Pete Carroll. What was it like playing in a national championship and playing against a team that good?
Well, I was fortunate enough to play in 2003 against LSU in the national championship. It was a lot closer game than the USC game, but to play against USC, Reggie Bush, Matt Leinart, all those guys, man, I knew after we drove down, scored the very first drive, and it was like, but I was running for my life the whole time, and I knew we were in trouble whenever I would come to the line of scrimmage, and we always called 2 plays in the huddle. And when I got to the line of scrimmage, I would check to the play that the defense gave us. And so whenever I was, yelling check or audible into something else, the USC linebackers were telling where I was going, like they knew. And so I was like, holy cow, like these guys, they know where we're going. And I told coach that, but they were prepared. They were the better prepared team that night. To this day, I mean, I always tell everybody I don't like to talk about that game.
Sorry,
but it is. I was just fortunate to be there, and like I said, we were playing against a really good USC team, and that night they were the better team for sure.
Oh, Reggie Bush was lightning fast. I thought when I watched Reggie Bush play college football, I was like, that guy is the fastest guy I've ever seen. And now you watch Tyreek Hill, you watch Xavier Worthy, you see all these guys running the combine. They're running in like 4 seconds flat or 4.2 seconds. It's ridiculous. One calls himself the cheetah, the other one calls himself like I don't know what he calls himself, but whatever. I mean, it's unbelievable how fast these guys are. And then you watch Reggie Bush. At that time, I'm like, oh, that guy's the fastest guy I've ever seen. And still to this day, I don't think I've ever seen anybody faster in college football.
Yeah. So I remember, all year we watched him, throughout the year on the highlights and stuff. But to see that in person, he broke one in the national championship game down the sideline. And I remember standing right there. He ran right by me. And I was just like, it's so much faster in person than it is on TV. And I knew, the guy was amazing. I mean, and not only was he fast straight, he was fast side to side too. And so, it just made him an electric player.
So a lot of controversy this offseason was about the Heisman with Reggie Bush getting it back. Johnny Manziel made some comments, and finally the NCAA decides to reinstate him. Reggie Bush wouldn't go back to the USC program. What are your thoughts to all that craziness?
I'm really glad he got it back. I understand his point behind it, but I think Reggie earned it on the field. I don't think whatever they said he was doing, I don't think that helped him become a better player on the field. He earned it. He earned it on the field, and I'm really excited to have him back in the fraternity for sure. He's a good guy. He's a good Heisman Trophy, guy to have, and so for him to get it back, I think they did the right thing.
You know, by the way, we are talking to former Oklahoma Heisman Trophy winner Jason White, obviously a successful quarterback in college. And I had some knee injuries. If he didn't have any knee injuries, maybe he plays in the NFL, but, you know, things happen, you know, but had a sensational career and is doing big things off the field. But you look at the game now, at college football to be exact, and now you're looking at the portal, and then you're looking at, you know, players making money. And I thought for years college players should be getting something off their autographs. If these schools are bringing in these top recruits and they're making money off of it in the bowl game, why aren't the players bringing it in? They're not getting in. Some of them don't finish the college education, and some of them don't get a chance to finish the college education because they go right to the NFL. Do you believe that when you were playing, college players should have been making money off their own names?
Absolutely. I mean, I think that it brought a lot of money to the universities. And, you know, I do think that there could be a little bit a better way to do it. You know, maybe where, you know, maybe all freshmen got X amount, all sophomores got a little bit more, juniors got a little bit more, and seniors got, you know, the top. And then have some bonuses in there for championship games, conference championship games, graduating early, carrying a certain GPA. I think there's a little bit better way to do it. So it's throughout the entire team rather than, you know, your big time players getting all the money. But if you look at all those big time players, they're sharing it with their team. You know, I know Caleb Williams did it for his linemen. I know, you know, Danny Stuntsman just did it for all the walk-ons. So these guys are sharing it, and I think that's the true meaning of a team player. But like I said, I think if everybody had like a set limit, hey, you're going to get this each week, and it varied by your class, I think that would be a little bit more even.
So the expanded playoff, another big deal this college season, finally going to 12 teams, 11 with the Power 5 conferences, and then one group of 5, a group of 4 now actually teams. What are your thoughts to the way they expanded it? Is it too many teams? Is it too little? Would you have done something different? What are your thoughts?
No, I think expanding it was the only way to go. I mean, just having the 4 teams, I think you're just going to get a true championship team out of expanding it. Because you get teams that maybe struggled the first few games of the year, but then got it rolling, and then they're playing their best football when it counts. And so I'm glad they expanded it. And also, it's more exciting for the fans to watch that. So, you know, I think they're going to get the true champion now. I can only imagine there's teams that were probably playing their best at the end of the year that just didn't quite make it. And so that team probably could have competed for the national championship. And so I think by expanding it, you're going to get like your true championship team.
You know, Jason, we're a funny group of guys here on the show, and I am a nut job. And anybody that knows this show or listens to the show knows that I have taken shots at many different people in the past, not only playing college football, but in the NFL. Deion Sanders is a guy that I can't stand. I respect his talents. I respect all his craziness on and off the football field, and even off the baseball field. By the way, he sucked at baseball. I'm tired of people attacking me on social media about his baseball career. He wasn't that good. Stop it. Stop telling me, oh, well, he went to the World Series. It wasn't him that did this, and they made the playoffs or whatever. I don't want to hear about the Atlanta Braves and what he did. Oh, he played multiple sports. I don't want to hear it. Deion Sanders, this is a guy that speaks highly of himself, highly of his sons, and says a lot. He said a lot after he came from Jackson State. He goes to Colorado. I mean, we're gonna be champions. Last year they won 4 games, and this year, what's their record, Speedy? What are their record?
2-3. I believe.
2-3. Okay, they've won 2 games out of 5. All right, and this guy is still talking, and he was another guy. This is the same guy that Deion Sanders said, "I will never coach in the NFL." Meanwhile, he was interviewing for NFL jobs in the offseason. What does that tell you about it? I can't stand what Deion Sanders and his sons say, not only to the press, but what they say and throw players and throw his own teammates under the bus. What are your thoughts, his coaching ability? What are your thoughts to his son, who is supposed to be a leader but throws certain people under the bus? It doesn't matter if they're teammates or other players from other teams.
Yeah, I don't think that if you wipe away all that stuff, if you wipe away throwing the guys under the bus or constantly focused on themselves. I think he's doing good to teach young men. And, there's a lot to be said about that. And so, when I see him take a guy under his wing and really, coach him up, and not only on the field, but off the field, like that's what it's about to me. And yeah, I'm not, obviously, if you watch me play, I'm not a flashy guy. I'm not going to go, dance in the end zone. I'm not going to do any of that. But I will say there are guys that's them, and that's okay for me. And so I feel like if you wash all that, all the social media, all that stuff out, and you get down to the true person that he wants his team to be successful. He wants every player to be successful. Like, I'm okay with that. And so if as long as he's changing the lives of some of these players, like that's what counts to me.
Interesting.
So right now, the landscape of college football right now, do you think there's an obvious powerhouse right now? And who do you think should be the favorites, maybe top 4 or 5 teams looking ahead into the season?
Well, I definitely think Georgia's up there. They're always good. They've been in the last few years. I feel like Alabama's down a little bit, which is kind of rare. But obviously they lost a great head coach. I really think after watching Tennessee play, they have a really good offense, and their defense was a lot better than I thought. And so I feel like that they're going to win a lot of games this year. But you got let's see, Texas. I mean, although I'm not supposed to root for Texas or say anything good about Texas.
I see you're struggling to admit that right now.
You can't ignore it. I mean, they're a really good team. And, I really think that with, Arch coming in and showing what he can do, that makes it even worse because, I don't know what will happen when Quinn comes back, but he's a good player. We got 2 really good quarterbacks. So, I really think Texas is in for a long run.
We are talking to former Oklahoma Heisman Trophy winner quarterback Jason White. And by the way, I'm not going to say this, but I'm calling them my Oregon Ducks. Okay. I'm not an Oregon fan. I am a Seminole fan growing up, but I've fallen in love with this team. I really have. And one of the reasons why is I love Mr. Lanning. I think he's one of my favorite coaches right now in college football. He's energetic. He knows how to drive people. He comes out, he sticks up for the players, and there are not many guys that have done that. I mean, Nick Saban, he doesn't like the portals. He doesn't like the players making money. Dabo Sweeney has thrown the players under the bus, thinking that the reason why the coaches are making the money because they deserve it. Danny Lanning came out and said something very, very interesting last year after the season. He says, if we're making tens of millions of dollars, why shouldn't the players make it? So what are your thoughts to Danny Lanning? And what is your thoughts to the Oregon Ducks? They're 3-0. I think the Oregon Ducks could go all the way this year.
Yeah, no doubt. He's a great coach. In fact, a while back before Coach Venables at OU, there was a rumor, of course, that he was a candidate, and I was super excited, that he was even considering, because I like him he is a player's coach, and for him to come out and say that, hey, we're making millions of dollars and the players should too, like that's great. Because I know a guy like that's probably going to have some things in place to help these kids manage that money. He's going to make sure that these guys aren't misusing it or just blowing it. So he's probably going to have something in place to help them manage that. So, but you're right. I didn't mean to leave Oregon off my list, but they've been in the top for a long time now. And I really think I got to watch them last weekend, I think, or 2 weekends ago. And they look great. I mean, it's always a electric offense that they run. And so it's, as a quarterback, that's what I always like to see is the offensive side.
I don't believe, first of all, he would ever have taken that Alabama job, even if he got offered it. I think he really loves it over there in Oregon. And I think that he wants this program to win under him. This guy, I think he's a future NFL coach. I just think there's something about him that just would drive me to want to play for him. He's energetic. He knows how to speak. He doesn't really throw anybody under the bus. He's for the players. He's for his coaches. And have you ever seen his halftime, speeches to his players? I mean, it's unbelievable. I've seen some of the stuff that he has said. I would fight for this guy. I would go to war for this guy. It's really something that I would love to get him on the show, by the way. I would love to get Lanning on the show because I think he's got that it factor that you look for in a coach.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I know a lot of Coach Stoops' halftime speeches didn't get, but he was the same way. I mean, just he could get the room fired up in a heartbeat. The same with I've watched a lot of video just when I was at OU. There was always the Switzer videos from halftime or before games, and to hear stories from guys like Billy Sims who says that Coach Switzer actually called him at halftime when they were playing Colorado one year. Called him and said, "Hey, just thinking about you. We're up 36-0. Just thinking about you. Just want to make sure that you're coming to OU." You know, and so just things like that just make these coaches amazing. And you know, I haven't been fortunate to see one of his halftime speeches, but definitely now that you say that, I will try to look one up.
All right, my last question. We have a betting guy on this network that likes to refer to your school as Choklahoma. Do you have a rebuttal to him?
You know, hey, they're there, and I know that's kind of a easy way out to say that, hey, we played there, we did this, but I think we're preparing now to be able to play with those guys. You know, just like we were up, 17 points against Georgia in the Rose Bowl in the college football playoff. And I was at the game, and I'll never forget, I was standing in the tunnel and the players were walking up at halftime. You would have thought we were down 17. I mean, it was the craziest thing I ever seen. And then they came out flat. But, you know, until we start winning those big games, you know, on a constant or on a consistent basis, that he's entitled to his opinion. But, you know, we do play at a high level, and that's something I'm proud of.
Yeah, well, I will say this. For all you guys that call them Choklahomers, they've won national champions. There's the championships. There are a lot of other schools that have been there or have never been there and never won anything. So that's all I'm going to say about that. Jason, we love you, man. We are very happy to have you on for the first time on a Loudmouth. We were trying to be professional today. I am trying. You know, there are times. Listen, we are professional all the time, but I like to have fun with our guests. But you know, you're a former. Well, haven't we had a Heisman Trophy winner on our show? I think we do. I think we have, but nevertheless, we love you and you speak very kindly, and that says a lot about who you are as a player and what you have done, not only for the Sooners, but as a Heisman Trophy winner, what you stand for. And so we really appreciate the time, and we'd love to get you on again.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for having me. Enjoyed it. And anytime you just let me know.
All right. Jason White, ladies and gentlemen, Heisman Trophy. Jason White. Could you do the Heisman Trophy stance? Could you do it? Come on, give us your Heisman. There it is. There it is.
Something like this.
We got to stand up. We got to see it. We got to see it. We got to stand up. Oh, yeah. There it is. There it is. Yeah, flex. Give us a bite. Let's see your tricep. Let's see your
tricep. Okay, here we go. Oh.
You got bigger arms than you did when you played college football. That's for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
What happens when you become a dad?
Exactly. Yeah.
A lot of holding the kid and cradling the kid. You know.
That's right.
Jason, we really appreciate the time, bud.
Hey, no problem. Thanks for having me.
Jason White. Fantastic. Great guy. Great guy. You know what? I love when we get guys on. They've never been on our show, and just like they're just open, cool, collective. And that's what I think Jason White is. He's just a cool guy. How could you not root for a guy like that? You know what I mean? So, and if he didn't have those knee problems when he was in college, I think Jason White was an NFL player. You know, he had a lot of knee problems. I think he had like 2 or 3 knee problems, knee surgeries before he even, I think after he won a Heisman Trophy or before he won the Heisman Trophy. So I think it was 2002 when he had the bad knee injury.
Yeah, he was mentioning that. It was the 2 years before that. He won the Heisman Trophy in 2003. And then I think he had a knee injury at the combine or something like that, or he was rehabbing for a knee injury at the combine.
It's horrible.
So, yeah.
It's horrible. Who would have thought? I mean, the guy could have been an NFL quarterback, maybe gone down as one of the greats. Who knows? You never know. I know. Look, Tom Brady he was drafted at 199. He was a 6th round draft pick, and he's the greatest, Some people say he's the greatest quarterback of all time. I won't. I will never do that. You will never hear that from these lips. I tell you what you would hear from these lips, but I'm not going to do it on live radio, ladies and gentlemen. You know what that means?
No.
What does that sound like?
I don't translate random, like.
Sounds like an animal, doesn't it?
Yeah, I don't.
What do you think? Like,
I don't translate
a
random.
a baboon. That's what they call them. Baboons, right? Baboons.
Okay, well,
You
I
like
don't translate
baboons?
baboon language.
Do you like baboons?
I don't know.
Have you ever seen a baboon?
Not in person.
What, you've never gone to a zoo?
Not with a baboon.
So you were hanging out with a baboon at the zoo? No. Okay.
I said the opposite of that.
Well, you just said that you were not hanging out with a baboon at a zoo. Who
yeah,
hangs
I
out with
wasn't.
Well, I know that you weren't. hanging
Good. That's so end the sentence there. Not hard to do.
The Giants won their first game of the season 21-15 versus the Browns in the game where Daniel Jones was the number one quarterback in the NFL as far as EPA or expected points added. Daniel Jones was rated at a 7.7, and Aaron Rodgers was the only quarterback this week that was above 5, being rated at 7.4. Pro Football Focus also mentioned that the Giants' offensive line struggled more in the pass protection than in the first 2 games, allowing 21 pressures. Several writers and the Giants.com also mentioned that the Browns defense being the best in the NFL at home since 2022, allowing the least total yards and passing yards per game. Malik Neighbors had another big game, 8 catches for 78 yards and 2 touchdowns. Neighbors is the second in the NFL in catches, 5th in receiving yards, and is tied for first in touchdowns through 3 weeks. First of all, Neighbors is a stud. Neighbors is a stud. We all know that. So, and don't give Joe Shane any credit for that. It was his son that told him to draft him, just so you know. It was his son that told him to draft, and one of his daughters said, draft Neighbors. So just so you guys know, it had nothing to do with Joe Shane. So I don't give him any credit. But he is a stud. There's no question this guy is special. Odell Beckham was special. Now, as long as he stays healthy, I think that he'll be on his way. We've seen a lot of these LSU wide receivers really explode, after they go to the NFL and then, obviously fall apart, later in their careers or very short in their careers, aka Odell Beckham with the knee and hamstring problems that he has had in the past. And then even Justin Jefferson, who's, barely over the first 3 years of his career, 4 years of his career, never got hurt and then started getting hurt. And now he gets injured every single year now. So I'm not saying they're injuries that you have to worry about, but it's still, when you look at Malik Neighbors, he is special. And I'm still not giving Joe Shane the credit for it. What I can say right now, I know a lot of Giant fans can't stand Daniel Jones. I know they can't. I don't care about the ratings or whatever EPA is, expected points added. Who cares about these statistics? It means nothing to me. And I don't care about your eye test and everybody, it's all about the eye test, as the Beef says. It's all about the eye test. What the hell does he know about the eye test? No offense, Beef. What do you know? You're a coach? You're a GM? You're an owner? Have you ever played football? Have you ever played, college football at a high level? You don't know crap. No offense to all you fans out there. You don't know crap. What I do know right now with the New York Giants is this team offensively is one player. It's one player. Now, Singletary is having a decent season because of Malik Neighbors. He's taking teams and making teams wonder, how are we going to stop this guy? And it's open up to, could you imagine if Saquon Barkley was on this team right now? Just think about this. You see what Saquon's doing over there with A.J. Brown and Davante Smith. Could you imagine Saquon Barkley in this offense? This team would be 3-0 right now. 3-0. Yes, you heard it. 3-0. You stupid Giant replica owners over there. I'm just kidding. Owners or fans or whatever the hell you think. Oh, we don't need them. We don't need them. You don't need them? This team right now could be so much better than they are. And the defense, obviously, They play great. I'll tell you this right now. They had 8 sacks in the game. Actually, Burns showed up. Ladies and gentlemen, Burns actually played pretty well. Give him a clap. Forced fumble. Got to the quarterback. Wonderful. The defense actually showed up in this game. But you're also playing an offensive line that's depleted. You're also playing Deshaun Watson, I think, forgot the understanding of playing the quarterback position. Daniel Jones outplayed a guy that just got paid, 2 years ago? $260 million or $250 million. Tell him what he's won, Bob. $40 million. Here's the thing. I love Daniel Jones. I always stick up for the quarterback that everybody hates. Why? Because I see that this quarterback could be good if he's on the right roster. Now, he's not Zach Wilson. Zach Wilson's horrendous. Okay? If you put Daniel Jones right now on a good team in the NFL, a team that has weapons all over. Just like I said about Dak Prescott, you put Dak Prescott in San Francisco, they don't lose. You're going to tell me that Brock Purdy's better than Dak Prescott? You're out of your damn minds. I don't want to hear it. Dak Prescott is a good quarterback. Daniel Jones is a good quarterback. Now, is he an elite quarterback? Dak could be. Daniel is not. But you don't need an elite quarterback to win. You don't. The NFL has always proven that to be. Remember in 2000? Remember a guy named Trent Dilfer? Does anybody remember that guy? I do. He's an analyst. Well, he's not an analyst anymore because he got fired everywhere he went. But I'm just, no offense to Trenny. But he was the Baltimore Ravens quarterback. That defense, he won the damn Super Bowl. You can win with not an elite quarterback. And by the way, Daniel Jones is much better than Trent Dilfer. Much better. He blow Trent Dilfer out of the water. If you look at what he can do on the field with his legs, I want to see the Giants use Daniel Jones' strengths more. He should be running the ball more. Now, obviously, put him in a position that he's not going to get hurt, but you should be running the ball more with this guy. He is good at using his legs. He's a lot faster than he looks. The guy's 6'5". He's tall. I think they need to use more of his strengths and stop using different things that could form weaknesses for this team. Daniel Jones is not a great efficient passer in certain aspects of the game. We can see that. When he's pressured, right side, he makes mistakes. When he goes to the left, he's better. We've seen that. So what do the Giants need to do to get this team and get this team rolling? The NFC is weak. Did you see what San Francisco did not play well this week? Jennings, by the way, Speedy, I picked up Jennings. I should have started him. He got 46
I
points.
had the same problem in another league.
I should have started him. I would have won this week, but damn stupid. I'm going to play him this week. I'm not going to make that same mistake. But I'm going to tell you this right now. It is, to me, very important for the New York Giants to use Daniel Jones and his strengths, not his weaknesses. Don't put him in a situation where he's going to fail. He made, at the end of the game, the Giants almost gave the game away, and it wasn't him. They were just, the offensive line looked like they thought, the offensive line just said, you know what, we have this. We're going to just play sloppy. And they did. They played sloppy at the end of the game. The offense played sloppy at the end of the game. And I almost gave the game away to the Browns. But that was a great win for the New York Giants. I don't care what anybody says. The Browns, they're a borderline playoff team. They made the playoffs last year. The Giants should be 2-1. They should be. But I think that when I saw yesterday and when I saw what the Giants is, I don't know what this team fully is. And by the way, that was a great play by Singletary falling at the 1-yard line. He could have ran it in. That moved the clock up a little bit more and gave them the opportunity to run the clock out. That was something that I would believe Saquon Barkley wouldn't have done. I'm just speaking the truth. Saquon Barkley would have ran the ball in. I have to give Singletary a lot of credit because he fell on the 1-yard line. That was very smart. But for you Giant fans to hate what Daniel Jones is or what he is, that's what stood out to me. I know the 8 sacks and the defense, but what stood out to me is Daniel Jones in the last 2 weeks has been efficient. And if he's efficient, you're going to have a chance to win.
Yeah, efficiency has always been the issue with Daniel Jones, both sensing pressure and missing a lot of the shorter throws as well, which still is a big issue for him at the beginning of the year. A lot of the screen passes, a lot of those.
He didn't miss on a lot of them yesterday.
Simple throws, yeah. And I think the intermediate throws, especially on the outside, were something he did better yesterday. Now, I think in the second half, there were a lot of Giants fans that were saying that he was missing high on a lot of throws and stuff like that. I'm not saying he played great, but I think the Giants.
What do you want him to be perfect?
No. I'm not saying me. I'm saying Giants. Some Giants fans. I think the case of them doing.
Of course you do, Fish. Of course you do.
The case of what Daniel Jones was in terms of his rookie year and even some of the beginning of the games this year and last year, compared to what he was now, that's good progress that's being made when the offensive line was breaking down for him. Like sometimes when the offensive line was breaking down for him, he got scared. He didn't sense pressure very well. And this was a game that Myles Garrett, I think, had the most pressures of any guy this week, and he was playing hurt. So that said something about him just outmatching Andrew Thomas in this game and the left side of that offensive line. So that's something you normally see Daniel Jones break down on, and he was much more composed in this game. And even Malik Neighbors too, like getting involved in many different routes finally. Like Brian Dable, I think, was holding those guys back previously, and Neighbors still was great anyway.
I would be more worried about Brian Dable and his play calling, especially in the fourth quarter, than Daniel Jones. Brian Dable looked like he was playing safe. Now, he could have really dropped the ball down the throats of the Cleveland Browns. And then he started just to play safe in the fourth quarter, especially the last 10 minutes of the game. If you want to show teams that you're for real, when you're trying to dominate, just dominate. Go drop another pass in. Throw the ball down the field to Neighbors. Take chances. Show teams that you're not afraid to take chances. That's what the Giants did so well with Tom Coughlin. That's what made Tom Coughlin fun to watch, is that he believed in Eli Manning. He believed in. Now you're going to tell me if Dable doesn't believe in Daniel Jones, it's already not going to work. Now Dable did not say he doesn't trust in Daniel Jones because he's been putting him back out there. Now he could have went to Locke. He could have went to, Mr. DeVito, but he didn't. He went back to Daniel Jones. It shows that he has faith that this kid's going to figure it out. I just think all the things that you heard in the offseason, that bothered Daniel Jones. It would bother anybody. When you're willing to move up and try to go after another quarterback, and you just gave me $40 million a year the year before, and you believed in me as a quarterback after I got hurt, and pretty much telling me that you might not think I'm the future of this organization, that would bother me as a quarterback. So maybe it took a little while for Daniel Jones to figure out, hey, you know what? I got to go out there and play. I got to be this quarterback that everybody believes, or everybody doesn't believe I could be, and stop, with this whole story with, who I'm dating. I mean, by the way, if that's true, he's a lucky man. I mean, I'm not going to lie to him. I tell him straight out, you're a lucky man. And so, and I think it is to be true. I think it is true, because it wouldn't have came out if it wasn't true. But what I do believe right now is Daniel Jones is going to be the only reason why this team is going to make the playoffs. He needs to play efficient. If he plays like this, the Giants got to stop with looking for a quarterback and we need to find this and we need to find that. Trust in what you have. When you trust in what you have, you can win with what you have. And I think they have to believe that Daniel Jones is going to figure things out. And I think he has. No mistakes. Let's bring Fish in. Let's bring, Scoops in. You guys are Giant fans. I'd like to know your opinion. I mean, I know you all have your own thoughts of Daniel Jones. Shame on you if you don't think that, or you have doubts on him. I think that you need to believe that he will figure it out. And I think he has. I think he's shown, once he has confidence in one of these guys to get open, like Neighbors, that could open up the field for other players to make plays.
He just is very streaky with his accuracy. In the first half, he played the best half of football he's played since that Arizona first half, that half of football in Arizona when they were able to do it at the beginning of last year. I think it was also week 3. It was a great job. He was able to get Neighbors open a couple of times. I would say that the play calling was pretty excellent from Brian Dable to free up Neighbors, especially on that second touchdown. They were going to double him, and he motions Wandale over to the other side to make sure that they had to cover Wandale. And then on the back side of it, they had that little running back screen to draw the safety, so it was one-on-one. There's some really like subliminal stuff going on that Dable's able to do as a play caller to free up a guy like Neighbors. If they go to the playoffs, it's not because of Daniel Jones, it's because of Neighbors. Neighbors is so good that he demands double teams
Who's getting
already.
him the ball? I mean, that pass in the end zone, yeah, he made the catch. That was a pretty good pass. You could say whatever you want. He had to throw it over the defensive players and put it where he was going to be. That was a good pass.
You're absolutely right, but at the same time, he missed Theo Johnson wide open in the end zone.
you make
He
mistakes,
was
man.
erratic the entire second half. He couldn't hit the broadside of a barn, though.
Well, maybe because the offensive line didn't protect him in certain aspects of those plays. You know, there was a lot of pressures on the left side. And Thomas, who got a lot of money, everybody keeps talking about Thomas. Thomas did not really have one of his better games.
He had to go against Myles Garrett, the best player in the world, and he held him a couple of
TJ
times
Watt is the
because
best defensive player in the world.
Well, he won the award last year, the defensive player of the year. I agree with you. Watt's probably better, but Garrett was pretty hard to stop. Let's put it that way. And that's a really good pass rush. They were a great defense last year, and no one thinks they're a bad defense now, which is why it was impressive. People did not expect this to happen. I would say on the other side of it, their offensive line could not stop the Giants defense, and it was wonderful to see. But Bowen was, this is a guy that doesn't blitz. Very famously as one of the lowest blitz rates when he was with Tennessee, around 27%.
So was Bambi. What does that tell you?
This week, 53%. Wink type numbers from the blitzing for the Giants.
The Wink Martindale crap.
Well, that's what he did. He brought all sorts of crazy pressure packages, and it was very smart. If you have two backup tackles or a tackle that's like coming back from injury, who I believe Willis got hurt in the game again, that's what you do to a team that doesn't have the communication now. You just blitz the crap out of them. It's great to see that Bowen is versatile enough and to make that game plan. And we have a guest coming on who could tell us all about defensive game plans. I feel
sure he will.
That he would say that the Giants' game plan was great.
He knows all about defense. We all know that. Antoine's been on the show before. But before we get Antoine, I'd love to hear scoops. You guys are Giant fans, so I want to know. I want to see what you guys see. I saw what I saw. And for anybody to think that Daniel Jones had to play even better to prove himself, I think it's ridiculous. If you play clean football, that's all you need to do. Clean football helps you win games. That's all you need your quarterback to do. And the defense should do the rest. Scoops, your thoughts?
Man, I personally still like Daniel Jones. I agree with you 100%, Errol. I do think that him in the connection with Neighbors, I mean, of course, the first game, it wasn't really all there.
Look at that throw. Look at that throw. Did you see that
was
throw?
a good throw.
That was a great throw. That is a fantastic throw. Come on. Hey, look, Cason knows this. Antoine Cason knows this. Look at that. Beautiful throw. Beautiful. I mean, you couldn't have thrown the ball better than that. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, yeah, just
I'm gonna
just basically, and
I'm
it's
not a Giant fan, by the way.
It's taking them a minute only for the fact that, now it's getting pretty clear that, Neighbors is a good threat. Neighbors is that number one guy for Daniel Jones. But then again, that's all that Daniel Jones does have. So, I mean, now, like I said, the first game wasn't really all there for the Giants and Malik Neighbors. I mean, yeah, he did connect with him a couple of times here and there, and they did have decent chemistry. But the past two games is really where they've shown their chemistry in like late, especially in the game, to where the Daniel Jones to Malik Neighbors connection is really where it's at in New York. But my thing is that I'm so happy with the way that the Giants defense played this time around against Washington. There were so many sacks, so many pressures against Jaden Daniels that there was so many sacks that, Jaden Daniels should have easily went down for like a big 6-7 yard loss, but he ended up running around the defender for about a 2-yard loss, which, it's not as anything compared to a 7-yard loss, of course, that the balls, of course, moved way back to the 7-yard loss. But my thing is that the Giants defense completely did what they needed to do against Washington in this game. They pressured Deshaun Watson. They were all in his face that entire game. Chapman and Dexter Lawrence were all up in his grill the entire time. Even Brian Burns. Brian Burns had a pretty solid game.
Finally.
Yeah, finally.
Overpaying him, man.
But, a lot of these... But yeah, a lot of these guys actually looked really good with pressuring Daniel Jones. And look at that right there. That Fish is just showing on the reel right there. But like I said, that was really like a big surprise.
Is he playing dice over there? I mean, he better be playing dice.
Yeah, dice.
Yeah, well, he's going to be dicing out of there if he doesn't start playing a little football, man. That's all I'm saying. But
Shout out to undrafted free agent Elijah Chapman. Nice call there, Scoops.
Yeah, Chapman had a great game. So, I mean, personally, like if these guys, if these Giants, man, if they play against a good team, a good offensive
playing the
line,
Cowboys on Thursday, they should beat them the way the Cowboys are playing.
And on top of that, the Cowboys are going to be ready for the Giants.
Yeah,
like,
they are.
They'll know, like, in a way, be like, oh, this Giants. If they surprise them, if they punch the Cowboys offensive line in the mouth, then it could surprise everybody. They could walk out with the win if the Giants I'm sorry, I keep saying offensive line. If their pass rush actually gets in Dak Prescott's face the way they did with Deshaun Watson.
We will see. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, he's been waiting very carefully and very smoothly, as he always does. He's smooth on the football field, and he's smooth in our hearts. We will be talking to former Chargers, Cardinals, Panthers, and Ravens cornerback Antoine Cason here on the Sports Loudmouth. But first, our Sports Minute with Tommy Scoops.
This is the Sports Loudmouth Sports Minute
Are you ready to get loud?
with Tommy Scoops.
That's right. This is the Loudmouth Sports Minute, and jumping straight into the NFL news right now. Bengals right tackle Trent Brown was actually carted off the field during the Commanders game just now. While Brown was blocking defensive line Dorrance Armstrong, Brown's knee actually gave out, where Brown stayed on the ground before being carted off and is not expected to return to the game. Now switching over to some MLB, veteran Rockies outfielder Charlie Blackmon announces his retirement for the end of the MLB season. Blackmon is a 4-time All-Star, a 2-time Silver Slugger Award winner, and is going to be calling it a career after 14 seasons with the Rockies. Lastly, over in the MLB, Phillies actually clinched the NL East with a 6-2 win over the Cubs, as the win puts Philly into the postseason as well as the division champs for the first time since 2011. Now, over in Scoops' scores over in the MLB, the Mariners have a 2-0 lead right now over the Astros at the bottom of the 7th, while at the bottom of the 2nd inning, the Diamondbacks currently have a 1-0 lead over the Giants. While over in the NFL, the Bills currently have a 37-10 lead over the Jaguars with 10 minutes left in the 4th, while the Commanders currently have a 28-20 lead over the Bengals with 3 minutes left in the 3rd quarter. That is currently all the time I have for you guys right now, so I'm going to kick it back to the boys for their next guest on the Sports Loudmouth.
This is the Sports Loudmouth.
Are you a meat bender? It's good for both.
You don't control your subconscious.
631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to the Sports Loudmouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Speedy. Speedy, go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including the Loudmouth with me and Speedy Petey every single Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. And this part of the segment and this interview is brought to you by Stubby Hubby. And if you like StubHub, well, ladies and gentlemen, the NFL season is right here, right upon us. If you want to go to London and watch the Jets at 9:30 in the morning, go right ahead. I'm not heading there. I'm not flying 13 hours away. But I'll tell you what, if you want to, you can get tickets on StubHub. All you got to do is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Hit our link, and you'll get 10 or 15%. You can actually get tickets. I was checking it out. I wasn't flying, but I was checking it out that you can get tickets right now over there in London, England for $75. So if you want to go and fly to London, England, and watch angry London fans that have know nothing about football, 88,000 people over there. Well, good luck. Go have fun. I'm not doing that. I'll watch it on television at 9:30 in the morning and want to throw up. Hopefully my Jets, pull off a win and go up, 3-1, 3-1 season. But anyways, go to StubHub by going to our link at www.worldwidesportsradio.com and hitting our link on our website. A guy that's probably not going to go to our website and hit the link because he's not going to the Jet game in London. But hey, he could be doing other things. Maybe he wants to go and watch the Ravens or the Panthers. Or you don't want to go to see the Panthers, but you could probably go see the Chargers. They're playing pretty good football. We're now talking to former Chargers, Cardinals, Panthers, and Ravens cornerback, our friend Antoine Cason. Antoine, what's up, buddy?
Oh man, what's up, fellas? Thanks for having me back, and you're welcome for having me back.
Well, we're happy that you're back. I'm not happy that you played for the yes, University of Miami. You know what I feel about Miami, but nevertheless, I love you, Antoine. I love everything about you. You being on the show. That's what makes you, your personality, 7 years in the NFL, and a lot to get into. By the way, has anybody told you look like Davante Smith or Davante Smith?
No, I've never heard that. I haven't heard that
Well,
one.
listen, it's a compliment. I mean, I'm not looking. I'm just telling you what you. Come on, Fish, you got to get the picture of Davante Smith and Antoine Cason on here, and I'm telling you right now, they actually look like each other. I'm not
Well,
lying.
shit. Well, shoot. You can call me Antoine James if he can get me a roster spot on the Lakers.
Hey, the Lakers are going to need you.
yeah, I'll play defense.
Yeah, that's all that matters.
Don't ask me to shoot.
There'll be room in 2 years once LeBron retires and his son's out of the league.
See, now I'm too old for that. I need it now.
You got a bunch of ball hogs over there anyways. So yeah, LeBron James and Anthony Davis. You won't need to shoot. So anyways, so let's get into it, Mr. Cason. A lot to get into with the NFL season. It's been crazy. The quarterback play has been horrible. It really hasn't been good. In the first 3 weeks, first of all, we've only have one 300-yard quarterback this season so far. So that's crazy. Patrick Mahomes has had his worst 3-game start in his career. What is going on right now with the quarterback play?
It's very interesting, and it's very, very tough sometimes to watch. And it gets to the point where, okay, when I came into the league, there were not this many rookies starting. I do wish this many rookie quarterbacks were starting. I would have had way more interceptions. And when I came into the AFC where you had Phillip Rivers, Ben Roethlisberger, Peyton Manning, Tom Brady. We had all of these guys in one conference, and now everyone just keeps saying rookie quarterbacks should start. It's kind of interesting. I think they need to be able to develop a little bit and do their thing. These guys, maybe Ben Roethlisberger was the only one who started right away, but you have to think Tom Brady sat behind someone. Aaron Rodgers sat behind Brett Favre. Phillip Rivers sat behind Drew Brees. Peyton Manning came in right away, but he did throw a million interceptions. But the development of these guys isn't there as much anymore, and it's kind of tough to watch. And it's not all their fault. I do feel that coaching can be better too. It's not always just the player's fault. Coaching can help the player. If you're going to draft this player this high and you're going to force him to play this soon and pay him the money because you're saying I'm paying him the money to play, then maybe tailor something around him and help him out. Let him run if he wants to run. I don't agree with, well, you have to sit in the pocket, you have to pass. But then at the same time, I don't agree with just have to run. So it becomes tough. And I think sometimes these quarterbacks aren't really understanding the defenses. They're not really understanding the reads, because in the college you have cards and you look to the sideline and you clap your hands and someone moves and you look back to the coach, and you're not really making the decision based on what you see on the field. The coach is telling you what to do. So then they get to the NFL and they kind of struggle a little bit. But I mean, if you're going to do that, then you have to let them go through these growing pains.
So speaking of Patrick Mahomes, we saw the Chiefs yesterday really get lucky on a pass interference call that definitely looked like it definitely could have been. And you, as a former defensive back yourself, what are your thoughts on the NFL, the way they handle pass interference, has changed all the rules? And do you think the Chiefs have gotten some treatment more than these other teams?
Well, I won't say that, but me, and this is another thing you guys don't know, is I'm on my journey to get back to the NFL as an official. And so I'm officiating football games. I'm in a Division I official now. And so seeing that, to me, I can talk about it because I don't get fined. I feel that, that is pass interference. And, it's tough, right? Because that is a critical point in the game. However, a foul is a foul. And, as an official, you have to call that. I don't know what that official's vantage point is, so I don't want to speak on him specifically. But from the TV copy, from what Antoine sees, I'm not speaking about the back judge or whatever he saw or whatever position he was in or his vantage point. I don't want to speak on that. From this, in my opinion, that is pass interference. It didn't get called, so I guess he didn't feel it was. But I wouldn't say that it's Kansas City's like preferential treatment. I don't agree with that.
Yeah, well, we beg to differ, my friend. That's what I'm saying.
And that's okay. I just think, again, officials are humans.
Yes.
And they're down there trying to do their best to make the right call. And sometimes it's just like a player. There is a lot of pressure on these officials to make the right call in different situations. Maybe sometimes they, it happens, right? But I don't think it's for any reason other than I just didn't make the call. It's not about the Chiefs. It's not about anything. They just didn't make the call. And us watching TV, I mean, yes, that's pass interference in my opinion.
We are talking to former Chargers, Cardinals, Panthers, and Ravens cornerback Antoine Cason. By the way, he's Division I referee. He wants to be an NFL referee. He probably will be. By the way, look at that. Come on.
Come on, what? I used to get John Wall. This guy, I guess I could see it, but
get out of here. You look identical. Stop it.
I know we need the John Wall comparison. Fish, get on it now. John Wall and him.
Yeah.
Oh, we love Antoine. And by the way, Antoine, the game has changed, obviously, since you've played. And you look at these corners, and there's a lot of good ones. Stingley is a great corner. Obviously, Sauce Gardner here in New York. We've seen a lot of these guys, really just pop out of nowhere and become, well, they didn't pop out of nowhere, but they're becoming superstars. Like in the first year they step on an NFL football field. When you look at the game and the transition of the game, and obviously the rules are going towards the offensive side of the ball, and you see these athletic, long, even small, talented, fast corners, what do you see as when you look at guys that you played with or guys that you've seen on the football field, like Darrelle Revis and Richard Sherman? What is the difference between the corner play that when you were playing and when you played on the field from now?
It is definitely a different league, and again, when I came into the league, there were more veteran players, which in my opinion, I feel like the veteran presence is lost, and but at the same time, these guys are so athletic. I mean, you think of nowadays, they're starting to train speed, quickness, technique at 5, 6, 7 years old. I mean, do you think these kids are not going to be great when they get there? Like, of course, the game has evolved to be much better. And like you said, you see a Sauce Gardner who, Antonio Cromartie was 6'3", came off an ACL and ran 4.3 and caught with one hand. And these athletes, we're the same. It's just, maybe it's just a little bit more widespread with the social media aspect, because when I first came into the league or when I was in college and all of these things, we didn't have social media to kind of promote certain plays or things we did at practice or things that we were able to do in the weight room and to see some of the athletic things. So I don't think it's that these guys are actually that much better than us. I think it's the exposure and being able to see them do these things more often is what helps. And I'm all for it. I love it. And these guys are good, and it's well deserved. So it's great to see. But I've seen a lot of things at practice, and sometimes I'm like, well, I wish I had social media when I was, in college or at practice in the pros to see some of the things that I've done and then be able to market those things. But that's the involvement of the game, and that's what it should be, and it's great to see it.
So there were some interesting comments made last week by Mel Kiper, who I know you're not a safety, but he was making comments about defensive backs that the NFL should ban 2 deep safeties playing cover 2. They should always have a tackle or safety playing like a linebacker to tackle. What are your thoughts to that ridiculous kind of comment?
Well, Mel Kiper said that.
Yes. Yeah, last week.
I mean, gosh, well, he's an idiot for that. But I mean, saying I can't play 2 high safeties is almost saying like, you can't put 5 wide receivers on the field. I mean, let's get real. Like, get out of here. We can play defense however we want to play defense, however we want to disguise, and that's what we're gonna do. So that guy, whatever. No, not at all.
Well, he
You
needs to
play
stop
defense how you
drafting.
want.
He needs to stop with his drafting too. I mean, he's
Yeah, I
horrible.
mean, he must know something that knows somebody that knows something. Because for that guy to do that, I mean, hey, but he's been doing it for a long time.
Well, you know what? Somebody's paying somebody. You know what? Maybe I need to do that. Pay somebody under the table. Maybe I should reach out to Roger. Roger don't like me, so I doubt he's going to let me pay anything. So, and by the way, my question to you. And by the way, we are talking to former Chargers, Cardinals, Panthers, Ravens cornerback Antoine Cason. He's been on our show before. Great personality, great things. And now he's refereeing and I didn't know that, but I'm sure he'll be in the NFL soon. So I'm not going to throw him under the bus. But everybody that listens to this show knows that I'm not a big fan of Roger Goodell. Okay. Everybody knows my thoughts to Roger Goodell, what I think about him as a person, what he's done to players, what he doesn't do for players that haven't or are not getting, obviously the benefits that they should or should get, being that they've really helped the game grow the way they have over the past and over the years. You look at all the different things that have happened over the years, the CTE situation, or I can call a scandal, or even some of these different rules that they think they're protecting players, but it's even causing more concussion issues and turf. How about the turf? All these different things, knees, Achilles, all these other stuff. If they want to protect the players, why don't you just turn it into grass and stop with this damn turf? What are your thoughts to some of the comments that Roger Goodell has had over the years? I don't want to throw you under the bus, and I don't want to do that, but your thoughts to what he hasn't done from the former player or to the former player and what he should do to help the players right now in the NFL.
Well, speaking of Roger, I don't know Roger I don't know him personally at all. Roger Goodell, please call me. Let's have a conversation. But no, I don't know Roger Goodell, and the thing that I do know is that Roger Goodell represents the owners, right? Which is the NFL, and that is his job. And we as players have a player union. So when are we going to start holding our union leaders accountable and stop talking about Roger Goodell, right? Roger Goodell sounds like he's doing his job, and there's other people that maybe need to step up and do theirs. Again, I don't know all of the facts, so I won't speak on that, but Roger Goodell represents the owners, the league, and his job, of course, is to protect the integrity of the league via owners' interest, right? So we have a players' union and we have a union president, which maybe we should start looking into that. And
me,
and
could you imagine me standing there?
And seeing how we can do different things through that, right? Let's do that. A CBA is coming up. Players have to band together a little bit stronger. We have to be a little bit more together and get together and start talking about things maybe that we want to see our league look like. And, again, owners are owners. I'm not an owner, so I'm not going to act like I want to get the same benefit as an owner. That's just not what it is. However, as players, we can get together and ask for different things that help us be a little bit more progressive and be a little bit more in tune with what we do out there on the field and put butts in the seats. So the NFL does do a great job of continuing to advance the game. And I feel you about Roger Goodell. If those are your feelings, those are your feelings. I don't know him personally, but I do know what his job is, and it sounds like he's doing it very well. And again, we have to get to our players union and start demanding a little bit more there, or not even demanding, just start the conversation there and, help players in different ways and do different things with different benefits or, different field conditions and different this and different that. So I would think that's where the conversation should start, and then just kind of go from there and continue to grow this league in every way that we can.
You know what I'm going to do? I'll reach out to Jerry Jones. I'll reach out to Robert Kraft and take him to a massage parlor. That's what I'll do. And
I mean, you know what? I think they have that covered. I think you have to do something different for them.
Let's reach out to Deshaun too. Maybe he could be one of the speakers.
Well, I think he's got that covered too.
Hey, Draymond Green can come too.
Yeah,
He
you know.
himself, on social medias too.
Yeah,
That's for him.
they sound like they're doing very well.
I will say that I should speak. I should speak for the players. I don't know if Roger Goodell's going to want me to speak. Who the hell are you? But guess what? I have a mouth and I know how to use it. Well, not in those ways, but you know what I mean. I know how to use it.
I was gonna say someone just went to jail for this. Okay, you got to be careful with that kind of stuff.
He's shameless. He doesn't care. All right, back to more stabilization here. I know you're also a big Arizona Wildcats guy. They have a very impressive wide receiver, McMillan. I don't even know how to pronounce his first name. I've never seen that kind of name
There he
before.
is. Okay.
Oh, there's the John Wall one.
All right, I can see that. I can see that.
That's what I hear. Look, I don't know, but hey, I hear that.
I can see it.
Maybe both of you could try to make an NBA roster together. He's been trying to come back for the last 2 years.
Oh God.
Well, I mean, I wish I had a John Wall contract right now. I would like one of those.
Those basketball players make way too much money. Holy crap, do they make some money, man? Oh,
yeah.
Starts with your union.
Yeah.
Starts with me.
So yeah, I wanted to ask about McMillan at Arizona and the Arizona growth of that program the last 2 years. They were struggling for a while, and now they've been one of the better teams, and now in a new conference as well, going to the Big 12, moving from the Pac-12, which is now the Pac-6 or the Pac-12 and a half. So what are your thoughts the way Arizona's played this year and grown as a program, even changing coaches as well?
Well, I mean, Arizona has grown as a program tremendously, and Coach Fish now, who when he was at Arizona, now he's at Washington. He has done a great job there, and took those guys, took that team to where it was, won a bowl game against Oklahoma, and as you can see, the quarterback, the receiver, and the middle backer, they're all from where? Southern California. So, it's just what we do, but they've played so well, and then getting a new coach. That what people forget about getting another new coach is it's so much of a shift of energy. That's taxing on these kids who have a lot of responsibility. They still have to go to school. They have to be up at 5, 6 in the morning, work out, go to school, study hall, practice, film, continue to win, change conferences. The school's going through changes. They don't know their careers in limbo, NIL, what do I do? Agents calling, people wanting this, family pulling and tugging. There are a lot of things that are on these young men and women. These are kids when we think about it, right? You get to college at 17, 18, and you leave at 22-ish. These are young people, and to continue to shift that energy in so many ways and pulling and tugging, for them to still be doing as well as they're doing is a testament to what these student athletes have to go through and what and how they're built. So the Arizona program is doing well. There's still a lot of things to clean up there, of course. Like everyone could be better. I want to see us be undefeated every year and compete and changing conferences and then getting your ass whooped on Friday. Like I don't like that part of it, but sometimes you got to take an ass whooping and sit back again, sit down and figure out what you have to do. So Arizona has a lot of work to do. I'm still always behind Arizona. I will always say that every time I get anywhere. But a lot of work to do. But I'm just super proud of what those boys have done. They're Southern California boys. They went to Servite High School. I reffed them actually in a scrimmage my first year officiating. And, just being able to see them up close and personal, especially as high school kids, and then to see how they've developed and their fathers are in their lives and keeping them together and all of that stuff. That's just, again, let me highlight that their fathers are in their lives and keeping them together through this NIL stuff where I'm sure people were pulling and tugging at them to go take money elsewhere, and they stayed together and they stayed teammates and continued to be leaders of that team. That is huge. So, shout out to them. I commend them for all of that.
And by the way, we are talking to Antoine Cason, been in the NFL for 7 years, had a great career, played for the Chargers, Cardinals, Panthers, Ravens. And by the way, it's not easy playing the NFL for 7 years. As a matter of fact, the average, player that actually makes it to the NFL only plays 3 years. So to play 7 years says what he was and a great teammate. What I've heard some stories from guys that we've had on the show saying that Antoine Cason was a very good teammate. You know, Antoine, the one thing that I see about the game that is going to change, and it's going to change quick, is these new rules. And I've watched, when I watch college football, I love it because you want to see more offense. If you want more offense, why do these players have to have 2 feet in? Just have 1 foot in. You can have 60, 70, 80 point games right now in the NFL if they just have 1 foot in. Now, I know the NFL wants to make it harder, but if they want more offense, then that's the way to go instead of changing all these rules. I don't like these new rule changes. It doesn't help the game, the kickoff and this and that. Just, add a couple, implicate some of these college football rules in the NFL, and there'll be more scoring. No question, there'll be more scoring, 70, 80 points.
Yeah, I hear you, but I don't agree. If I'm in college and I get 1 foot in and I step up to the league, I need to get 2 feet in. That's just becoming a better player now. So now you want to have a better brand of football, and these guys have plenty of skills. Get 2 feet in the field, and if you can't, then you don't. Then you didn't catch it. I think there's plenty of offense. Again, I just think you stepping up to a different level of football. You have to be better. We have the best collection of athletes at the NFL level, so there's plenty of points. The rules. As an official, I'm on these calls with the officials, and a lot of them are safety rules. I understand. The only thing that sometimes I say is, well, why are we changing safety rules and adding games? Now, I don't understand that part, but again, I'm not part of that committee to change any of that. I'm just here to be an official and uphold the integrity of the game and call what I see and be able to speak to these young men in a way that I understand what they're going through. But I think the kickoff thing is. Am I a big fan of it? No, but I don't have a say so in it. And it takes away some of the strategy, right? The surprise on side and the bloop kick and some of those things that we've seen football be as a strategy. It takes it away, but I'm pretty sure these coaches will figure out a way to create some strategy on how to get some onsides, bloop it right over into the landing zone and someone go get it. I don't know, but I'm looking forward to see what that is. And most of it is safety fouls. And we want the game to be a safer game, and it is a safer game. And being on the official side, I get to see that a lot more. And I try to speak about different things when I can and try and keep my opinions to myself sometimes as a player and just try and see it as a whole. But nonetheless, it's fun. I'm freaking enjoying it. This ride has been good. So the rule changes have been okay.
So last question for me. We had an NFL Network guy, our friend Steve Weiss, who said that your former quarterback, Phillip Rivers, is not a Hall of Famer. You want to fire some shots at him and saying why he is?
I've done
Well, you know what? Hey, I may have a controversial take on this too now, right? Because what you were just saying is that, we want more offense. Well, we've got more freaking offense. We've got Dak Prescott, who's throwing for just as many yards as Patrick Mahomes, but he can't win a playoff game. So in the past, those are Hall of Fame numbers. What I say now, no, you're not Hall of Fame. You got to win one now. Should be kind of the deal. Like anyone could go out here and throw for 4,000 or 5,000 yards now. Okay, like we could go throw for 4,000 or 5,000 yards. Can you win a playoff game and can you win a Super Bowl when the shit matters? When the best quarterbacks are in these playoffs. So let's stop talking about regular season numbers now. Like Dan Marino's era. That's cool. He threw for all those yards. That's when no one
played in a hard era too. I mean,
no, I'm not talking about Phillip Rivers. He was my teammate, so I'm going to leave that alone. I'm just saying now, my controversial take is, if you want to call someone a Hall of Fame quarterback today,
right,
you have to win one now. Like I'm not just putting everyone in the Hall of Fame because you threw for 5,000 yards every season and won 3 freaking playoff games. That's crap. Like that's not Hall of Fame. Hall of Fame is You were balling. You won some, like, at least win an AFC or NFC championship. Like, not just throw for a lot of yards and touchdowns and then don't win anything. Like, again, we talk about Dak Prescott all the time, and I hate to single him out like this, but yes, they put his stats up with Patrick Mahomes, but there's no comparison. This guy has Super Bowl wins, and this one doesn't. I'm taking Patrick Mahomes all day. I don't give a damn how many yards you throw for in the regular season. You can't win when it matters. And that's what everyone will say. That's what I would say, right? That's what I mean, if you're married, like, hey, can you perform when it matters? No. So she doesn't want you either. So why would I want to continue to put you in the Hall of Fame?
Well, I don't think first of all, Dak needs to do more to go to the Hall of Fame, but I like Dak Prescott, and it has a lot to do with the team too. It's not only him; the defense needs to stop people too.
I understand that, but if you're going to be the leader of the team and demand all this money, then how are you going to be the leader of the team and get your defense together, get your team together to band together to win a goddamn game? So don't demand all this money if you cannot lead your band of brothers, your team of men, to some wins. How do you will your team to some wins? If you're a leader, if I'm paying you $200 million twice, what are you going to do? This is on you now. Can't keep blaming Jerry. We can't keep blaming different things. You're demanding this and you're getting it. What are we getting in return for that? So if that's what we're going to do, yeah, you deserve $200 million. Yes, you played very well. How are you going to help us now win? Get your guys to, I don't know, take them to dinner, take them out, do something, but get them to where they want to start playing and winning some games.
I'll hang them. I'll bring them to Robert Kraft's house. That'll be cool.
You know, hey, I don't know what goes on there, but it sounds like it's a good time.
Well, you know what? You don't go over there and try to ref over there.
No, I won't be there. If I get an invite, I won't accept. I'll respectfully decline.
Well, we really appreciate you, man. And by the way, I do believe in Phillip Rivers is a Hall of Famer. There's no question. I believe he's a Hall of Famer. What he did, and even played on a torn ACL, he did the way he did. And actually, listen, he had good teams, and there's no question he should. I thought he should have went to the Super Bowl at least one of those years. But nevertheless, the guy is a warrior, and Steve Wyche is absolutely wrong. That guy is a Hall of Famer. He has the best numbers out of all those quarterbacks. No, he didn't win, but Pittsburgh had. I mean, that Pittsburgh defense is unbelievable. And whatever Eli did, he did great things, and there's no question that he did. But that defense, what they did in the playoffs in 2007 and 2011, were unbelievable. So you have to have a team to win a championship too. You know that, Antoine. So, but the quarterback
you have to have some good leaders. So just because you're a quarterback does not make you a leader. Is all I'm trying to say.
I got you, man.
That's it. Like, just because you're a quarterback does not make you a leader. That's all my point is. I'm not talking about anyone specifically. I'm just saying, just because you're a quarterback does not make you the leader of the team. We saw Baltimore Ravens win the Super Bowl. Who was the leader of that team? That's all I'm saying.
That's the bottom line, because Antoine Cason says so. I'm just kidding. Anyways, Antoine, we love you. Thank you for joining us as always. We'd love to get you on again, as always. And it's nice to know that you're getting back into the game, and we'll see you on an NFL screen again soon.
Hey, man, I love this game. I'm here for it. Been doing this stuff since I was 7 years old, baby. So you'll see me back on an NFL field because I'm busting my ass to do it. That's the determination that I've always had. That's what got me there the first time. That's what's going to get me there the second time. I will be there. And then I won't maybe be able to talk too much to you guys, because then you're going to be asking me about calls and I can't do
No,
that.
I'm not.
We'll have the updated image of you and Davante sitting next to each other.
No, when you're on the football field, you're going to invite us to the game so we can be on the field with you.
And, we could just talk trash, when we're there.
I'll do the trash talking. You don't have to do anything. I'll do the trash.
I'll especially do it if it's the Chiefs.
But again, I love this game. I do. I really enjoy it. I being an official, it helps me do everything that it did as a player. I get to work out. I get to watch film. I get to be a part of a team, which are the officials. I get to travel with the officials. I get to go to meetings with the officials. We get to have, conversations about the game. I get to go on the field. I get to talk to the coaches. I get to talk to the players. I get to do everything I was doing as a player except hit, tackle, catch, run. And I'm not even trying to do it anymore. So that's what's great about, being an official, and I'm the closest thing to the game than other than the players. Coaches have to stay in the box. Officials, I can get in the mix, baby. I'm in there. I love it.
Well, we love you, and you keep up the good work, and you keep officiating. And when you make it, I want to be on that football field, the first officiating game in your NFL career as an officiator. How about
Yeah.
that? I would
How about that? Yeah.
that?
Hey,
Robert,
we need a ref draft.
maybe. Maybe I should be a referee. What do you guys think about me being a
Oh
referee?
yeah, good luck.
Jeff will finally get the calls.
I don't know about that. I'll be like, damn you little bastard. Just screwed up again. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
But anyways, Antoine, we love you. Keep up the good work. We'll talk to you soon, buddy.
Yeah, for sure. Good talking with you fellas.
Antoine Cason. Oh, he's officiator. Look at that. A referee, Speedy. You didn't even know that.
I don't know.
Look at that. He's going to be on the NFL field again. I guarantee it. And that's what's great. These guys, they work their butts off as players, and now he wants to step on a football field again as officiator. And I think he will. There's no question that I think he will. And he's hardworking. And you got to work hard to be the best. And to be the best, you got to show up and train. And you heard what he has to do. He has to do the same stuff he had to do when he was a football player. So just you got to know the rules, and you got to be the guy that's making them. Or calling them. Anyways, there's a lot of calls that I have to make. But before we go and make those calls, I want to get into this story. SNY's Ian Begley reports that Mitchell Robinson will miss at least the first 2 months of the season after getting an ankle surgery. Begley said that Robinson will likely be back late December, early January, which would be 20 games into the season. Robinson played 31 games last season and missed time in the playoffs after the incident with Joel Embiid. The Knicks have questions with their size of losing Isaiah Hartenstein this offseason. And if Robinson is hurt, their only center is Precious Achua and Jericho Sims. Tom Thibodeau has also mentioned that Julius Randle could play center if the Knicks had to be small. Reports say that Clint Capella and Robert Williams are the most likely trade targets for the Knicks if they try to trade for a center before the season starts. They've been going after Clint Capella for a while. I think he fits most with the way Tom Thibodeau likes to play with his centers. What do they have to give up to get Clint Capella is the question. I'm not surprised. If you're a Mitchell Robinson fan, this is a guy Mitchell is robbing the New York Knicks. Now, he has a good contract, 4 years, $60 million. He's there for at least another 2 more years before the Knicks decide or have the opportunity to move him. Mitch, when he's on the court, he's a good player. He's a great player as far as defense is concerned and blocking. He's one of the best in the league. He's not a good offensive player, but you don't need it when you have Jalen Brunson and Mikal Bridges and all the players that they brought in. This defense, when he is in the lineup with OG Anunoby and the players that they have, this could be one of the best defensive teams in the NBA, but we're not going to know until January or February. This is bad news. And the reason why is the Knicks are playing, or they're going to have to play small all season long. I do not want Julius Randle to be my 5. That teams are going to take advantage of. He is not a good defensive player as it is. I don't know how this makes sense. Now, the Knicks are going to have problems against big teams like the Celtics. They're going to have problems with teams like Giannis and Milwaukee. Losing Hartenstein is more of a big loss than anybody expects. Now, Mikal Bridges is a great defensive player, and he's a great two-way player, but he doesn't have the size that you're going to need at that center position. Now, Jericho Sims, he's okay. He's not a good player. I don't know why anybody thinks that he is. He's okay. I mean, but nothing to brag about. I was very surprised that the Knicks didn't go after a center in the draft or bring somebody in, a youngster from the draft in the first round, maybe move up and try to get somebody for, I was mentioning somebody from Purdue that I would have liked on this roster, but he got drafted in the top 10. I was very surprised that he did. If you're a Knicks fan, you're excited about the season, but when you don't have the size that the Knicks are not going to have in the beginning of the season, you're going to have to worry because you got teams, like I said, even the 76ers. I mean, who's stopping Joel Embiid? When you have a size issue like that, how are you going to be able to defend him? Now, okay, you give Joel Embiid 30, 35 points. You're already behind the 8 ball against teams like that. So I don't know how this benefits the New York Knicks. Now, and the whole Julius Randle thing, the bricklayer himself, him playing defense, it just doesn't make sense. The Knicks are going to have to make a move very quickly before the season starts. So they're going to have to figure this out. Like I said, Clint Capella is the best fit. I know Robert, what do they call him?
Robert, or Jeff called him Robert Williams.
Robert Williams, whatever.
Jeff's boy.
I don't want Robert Williams. I would rather Clint Capella because I just think that he's more athletic and I think he fits the way the Knicks want to play. And Tom Thibodeau played in the second half of the game this season, going up and down the court the way he did. I think Clint Capella is athletic and I think he can play that style of game. And you don't need much more than just him blocking and playing defense in the paint. And when Mitchell Robinson does come back, then you have, you don't have to argue about any of that with the defense. Now, I like Ochoa. I like what he does. He played well last year, but teams are going to figure him out. And he's undersized at his position.
Yeah, he's lean.
And he's lean. So what's it going to take? What happens if he goes down? What are you going to have? OG and Anunoby play center? I mean, it doesn't make sense. I think the Knicks got to figure this out, and I think they need to figure it out quick. I trust in Leon Rose. I trust what Leon Rose does. So if there's anybody that could figure this out, it would be Leon Rose. The Brook Lopez thing was available early this offseason. I think they should have jumped on it when they had the chance. I think this is going to hurt them if they go into the season this small.
Yeah, definitely something that's concerning because you look at the size with Julius Randle, even at the 4, having trouble defensively, like him trying to play as the 5, like that's ridiculous as it is. And you were talking about in the Eastern Conference just alone, like all the good teams that have big men that are going to be able to dominate. The Celtics have a good collection of them. Look at Cleveland, we talk about in the playoffs, so the size that they have, and the 76ers, like these are all teams that are just going to physically wear on you. And Tom Thibodeau, his style of game on the defensive side is very physical. So if you're trying to have those guys play bigger, it's just going to wear on them out even more. And you don't want that kind of thing for an already injury-prone OG Anunoby, an already injury-prone Julius Randle. And that kind of thing does not bode well. Yeah, you can get away with small lineups against certain teams, like bad teams. All right, fine. You want to play Julius Randle at center against the Nets, go ahead. But like you're not going to be able to get away with that on a daily basis. So the other option you have to consider, definitely try to get one of those before the season starts. One of those centers you could get.
If those teams are willing to do that.
A team that you can make a trade for where you don't have to give up too much. And then maybe you consider one in season. If a team starts slow, maybe let's say Memphis starts slow for whatever reason, maybe you go after a Steven Adams or something like that, another veteran center that you can get. You need to get it more in quantity because the Knicks can't afford to be playing small where you're so predictable either. That's not going to help their identity as it is, as good as the depth may be for the Knicks. So they definitely have to get on it, especially with how many injury-prone players that they have on this team.
All right, Fish, you're a Knicks fan. I mean, this story is not going to make any Knicks fan very happy. You hear Mitchell Robinson won't be back until January or February. It makes you want to throw up. And when you hear Julius Randle playing the 5, it really makes me want to throw up.
Well, offensively, you can get away with Randle playing the 5 if you're going to do an offensive sets. He can shoot over guys. He's fast enough to get around centers. That's not the worry. The worry is on the defensive side of the ball. If you have another defender that's got the length to guard a center, then it doesn't necessarily have to be Julius guarding him. And they're talking about, and hold yourself, look, he is 6'9". They're talking about OG Anunoby guarding centers because he's done it before when Randle is on the court, Randle guarding the 4, Bridges 3, and they probably would have to bring Hart, actually probably have Bridges guard the 2 and then have Hart come on the field for the forward. That's Okay, I guess you're gonna have to try to get away with that. OG's not the picture of health, so it's not exactly what you want to do. So the reason why they were able to get past the Sixers was they had bodies to throw at Embiid. Mitchell Robinson did a great job until Embiid cheap shotted him, grabbing his ankles, pulling him down to the ground, and re-injuring him very blatantly and intentionally, and not getting suspended for it. He just got a flagrant one, which was bizarre at the time. They were just catering to this guy, I guess, so that he would
he's
play
a
for Team
superstar.
USA. Well, whatever it is, it was garbage, and he really hurt this guy who was fragile already. And to be honest, he hurt him because I thought Mitch was playing him toe to toe, and that was the type of guy that you needed Mitchell Robinson for. Those big hulking centers. You can't really defeat a team like that without someone like Mitch. Now, you don't have him until middle of the year, so it's not the end of the world. It's not that you're not getting him back, but it's a more competitive East. They've got to try to keep pace with everybody and have another guy that they can count on because, as you could tell, you can't count on Mitch to stay healthy no matter what. So he's for the price he's at, okay, fine on the contract, not a big deal, but they got to find somebody. It's not Jericho Sims. We know it's not Jericho Sims. It could be Precious Achua in spurts, but he got taken advantage of when he played larger minutes last year. So I don't know. Capella, I don't know what you have to give up for Capella. It might not be a ton. He is a little older. So that is a guy that I'd rather see them go get than having to spend on a guy like this, some draft capital. That's not where I'd want to go unless the draft capital is spent on the major move that everyone's been talking about. What if they go after Karl Anthony Towns?
He's not available.
That would be the spot.
He's not available yet. Not yet. He might be, but I don't think he's available yet. And I don't see the Minnesota going out there and say, hey, you know what? We're going to give away one of our best players for nothing. Because the Knicks, remember, they gave up a lot to bring in Mikal Bridges. Now, not a lot because those are going to be probably 30 or 25 picks. You know what I mean? It's every other year. And the Knicks can't trade the every other year draft pick. So that could be costly for the Knicks to make a move like that. But I think Mikal Bridges was a great move by Rose. There's no question that it was, and it will benefit him in the long run. But they're going to start the season very small, and that could cause injuries and problems in the long run. We'll see. I know Keith doesn't believe it's going to be a problem. I think it is going to be a problem early in the season, and we're going to see that. As long as Jalen Brunson plays at the top of his game, it might blind or take away the problem that the Knicks have, but I still think the Knicks need to figure out how to fill in those gaps right now until Mitchell Robinson comes back. All right, before we go into our final story, your thoughts, Scoops?
No one's surprised here. I mean, we're talking about Mitchell Robinson, the guy that I don't remember if it was 2 seasons ago, who broke his foot, missed many months, came back, played 2 games to just break his hand. I don't remember if he broke his hand the first time and then broke his foot or vice versa. Whole point is the guy is made out of glass. We all know that this guy is very, very fragile. And Fish actually said something that I was going to mention too, is I'm not entirely worried about the offensive side of Julius Randle if they decide to run 5, because like you said, they're going to be running a lot smaller ball until they get like a guy like Mitchell Robinson back. So I'm not worried about Julius Randle on the offensive side of the ball, which is where, of course, is the defensive side of the ball that scares me.
You do remember that Julius Randle's coming off a pretty bad injury.
Mm-hmm.
And is he going to be the same player? And what is it going to take for him to fall apart and get hurt again? And what are they going to do after? Remember, he's playing a guy that's much bigger than him. And what is it going to take? You're going to have a Joel Embiid slam him on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
He'll be out for, significant. And where they go then after that? So I don't want to put Julius Randle in harm's way. The whole point of making that move for Mikal Bridges, it gives the Knicks that depth that they needed offensively to move forward in the playoffs. Now, if he gets hurt, you put him in harm's way. I don't know if that's a smart move. And I want to hear Tom Thibodeau say, well, we'll put Julius Randle there at the 5. Yeah, that makes sense, Tom. That makes you really smart. It makes you as smart as, Joe Schmo over there, over there with Jerry Jones. That's just my opinion.
They could get away with it for some garbage teams, like Speedy was saying. It's still the first part of the regular season. Stretches and with the second group, you can run Randall.
Maybe we should hire Jerry Jones. He can own the team. Actually, I like the fact that James Dolan isn't opening his mouth and staying away from the team. That shows me that he actually realizes that he has a GM that actually knows what he's doing. By the way, the Bengals are done. So, and by the way, there it is. Higgins could have made that catch. I think Higgins is going to have a great week next week, but is the Bengals done? 0-3. This is the first. I think this is the first time the Bengals have been 0-3 with the Joe Burrow stage. So, is it over for them? That's going to be the question. I'm very intrigued and very interested to see what happens. I mean, I have 40 seconds to try to get back into this, but I don't think that's possible.
I need to get the announced onside kick.
Caitlin Clark was unanimous Rookie of the Year and was also fourth in MVP voting. Angel Reese didn't seem bothered by Clark getting the unanimous Rookie of the Year, tweeting today she was blessed. Stephen A. Smith said the fact that the decision was unanimous was ridiculous and would have picked Reese over Clark before she got hurt. Former WNBA All-Star Cheryl Swoop said that Caitlin Clark was not dominating this season. What the hell is going on here? Shannon Sharp took shots at Stephen A. Smith and other ESPN analysts, saying they are minimizing her achievements this season. Clark averaged 19.2 points per game, 5.7 assists per game, and 8.1 assists per game. By the way, in her rookie season, she had better numbers than Steph Curry. Better numbers than Steph Curry. Okay? The great Steph Curry that everybody loves and adores. Her numbers were better than Steph Curry in her rookie season. And she's only going to get better. And she's changed the game and made the game better. And I don't agree with much of Shannon Sharp and what he has to say. And we all know what I feel about Stephen A. Smith, just my opinion. The fact that everybody is, again, back at, why is Cheryl Swoop speaking? Why do we have to hear Cheryl Swoop? I don't care if she's a Hall of Famer. I don't care what she did for the WNBA. I don't want to hear her speak.
She also played for the Fever, too. Which is
I
funny.
don't care. I don't care who she played for. I don't want to hear her. And Stephen A. Smith saying that he would have given it to Angel. What are you, nuts? What are you, nuts? Have you watched it? I understand Stephen A. Smith knows basketball. He can't play basketball. He knows basketball. That's for damn sure. I've seen him shoot a basketball. That was enough said. I don't need to see it anymore. But he knows basketball. He knows how to write for basketball. Caitlin Clark has had one of the greatest rookie seasons we've ever seen a woman have. Yes. Look at those numbers. Those numbers they're not blinded to see what she's done for the game of basketball. All right? And she's helping the game grow. What is everybody's hatred of this woman? She deserved the Rookie of the Year. No matter, I don't know if she's unanimous winner, but she is absolutely the Rookie of the Year. Even if Angel Reese played this year and averaged a double-double, you're going to tell me Angel Reese had a better season than Caitlin Clark and what she's done for women's basketball? Now, she should have been on the USA team. So should have Caitlin Clark. But nevertheless, the fact that Angel Reese believes in her little pea brain that she thinks that she was Rookie of the Year, well, I think she needs to look in the mirror and realize that Caitlin Clark deserves a little bit more credit for what she has done. All this craziness, all the people that have taken shots at her, everybody that's thrown out on the bus, and she still goes out there and plays the game. And she doesn't really throw anybody under the bus. How many people have picked on this woman? Told her that she doesn't deserve all the credit and all the stardom that she's got so far early in her career. She has done more for the WNBA than half these women have. And nobody wants to give her credit for what she's going to be bringing back to the WNBA in the future. These women should be looking up to her. These young kids are going to be looking up to her, what she is doing for the WNBA. Listen. In the last 10 years, do you think half of these girls that are going to college would even think or want to play basketball or even want to play basketball so they can go to the WNBA? No. Why do they want to do it now? Why does every young kid right now want to be an NBA player? Because of what Steph Curry's done. Remember, Steph Curry grew a couple inches when he went to college. Steph Curry was small. He had to change his whole shooting motion. He changed basketball, not for the better. That's just my opinion. But nevertheless, He's opened up eyes for young kids to want to be what Steph Curry has become in the NBA. And look, Steph Curry's making $200, $300 million. Who doesn't want to be Steph Curry right now? Caitlin Clark's going to change the game. She's going to open up opportunity where you can make money in so many different angles, so many different areas. Why is anybody taking shots at this woman? If anybody, they should be kissing her ass.
Yeah, and anyone that's fourth in MVP voting and saying that the person didn't dominate is ridiculous in itself for Cheryl Swoops to say that kind of thing. And you look at, like, you're saying there's only going to be 3 dominant players in the entire NBA, the three people who finished above Caitlin Clark in the MVP voting. I'm not saying Asia Wilson didn't deserve it. She had a tremendous year. And then there's Nafisha Collier and Brianna Stewart. But, like, you're saying there's only 4 good players in the NBA and WNBA in that case, which is just ridiculous in itself for her to say that. And Angel Reese, you want to say, all right, so she wasn't dominant, that kind of thing either. Angel Reese was not even in the top 20 in the MVP voting. So it shows the difference of how Caitlin Clark was unanimous for the Rookie of the Year. And I think it was funny. I think the article I was reading on this, our friend Robin Lundberg was taking a shot at whoever was voting Angel Reese got 1 4th place vote for MVP or something like that. But nevertheless, like, Caitlin Clark got a 4th place vote for MVP, and you're going to say she shouldn't have been unanimous Rookie of the Year is just insane.
It's sad. It really is sad because you're not going to give this girl any of the credit that when credit is due. Okay. She's taken on everybody's craziness over the last couple of months. Everybody. Remember Jeff coming on the show saying she wasn't this, she's not this, she's not going to have a good rookie year. Look what she's done. Now, she's not averaging 30 points a game. I thought she was going to average between 24 and 25, but she will. In 2 or 3 years, she'll be averaging close to 30. There's no question that this girl is the real deal, and she's going to change the WNBA for the better, for young girls to want to be Caitlin Clark, and for young girls. And I'm not saying Angel Reese isn't going to bring that to anybody's attention either. But if you sat down with Angel Reese right now, she didn't say that she thought she was Rookie of the Year, but if you really sat down with her, Angel Reese would probably tell you she was Rookie of the Year. 100%.
Yep.
If you sat with her right now and said, hey, Angel, really, do you think if you actually played a full season of women's basketball, do you think you're the MVP over Caitlin Clark? I guarantee you she would have said it. 100%.
I remember we were talking about it when she got drafted in Indiana too, like how bad that Indiana team was. They made the playoffs as the 6th seed, and while they're probably not going to beat a good Connecticut Sun team, like they got blown out yesterday. Like the fact that they even made the playoffs for a team that's been like a lottery team forever, like shows a lot about Clark's value.
The fact is, and I don't care, Keith, you're going to say, well, I said 30, 40. I just see the type of player that she is. She's not just a shooter. She's not just a girl undersized that can rebound and pass and do things like she can do at her size and her ability. I think she's a phenomenal basketball player, and she's the perfect woman to move forward in the decades and decades moving forward for young girls to want to be like her. And I think this is good for the WNBA. I don't want to hear there are racist people out there. Okay. There's going to be racism no matter where you go, no matter what sport you're in, but give this girl some due. I mean, seriously, stop with this stuff. Stop with, oh, she's not this, she's not that. Who cares? The fact that she's helping the game grow, that's all it should matter to you. Everybody's hating on this woman. What is it going to take for them to just give her some credit? It's sick. It really is sick. Anyways, all right, Fish, your thoughts.
Here's some credit for you. Look at the stats on the board here. So my favorite thing about her is when they didn't put her on the Olympic team, she got furious. The All-Star game, they beat the Olympic team. And this is what she did kick the crap out of him. And this is what she did after the All-Star break. 24.3 points, 5.5 rebounds. Again, she's a guard. 8 assists a game, 42.2 field goal percentage, which again, she's a guard. She's shooting a lot of outside shots. 36.7 from 3, 90.6 from the line, 1.33 steals, 0.68 blocks. That's quite the all-around game. Angel Reese is a get you the rebound and put it back type of a person. She has a little bit of a short game near the basket, and that's about it. But she's really good at it. That's not an MVP type of a player, though. That's not the skill set of an MVP player. So the fact that anyone's even talking about that's ridiculous because they're just harping on, all the, the back and forth that's been going on since they were in college, the racial element of it. Everyone just wants to take a side. If you're just looking at it basketball, I mean, what's the equivalent of like what is she, like an 18 and 10 power forward?
Yep.
A very good player, maybe on the All-Star team. That's what Angel Reese is. And then you have someone who's like averaging numbers that are somewhere between Jordan and LeBron numbers. What are you talking about? Who are we comparing here? You have to realize the talent here. She is an incredible shooter. She gets her own shot. She maybe takes her shot too much, but she's really good at it. It's like Steph Curry. No, yes. And except now he just hits all of them. So it's just yes. And oh yeah, maybe other people shouldn't do that. It's not great for the game if everyone does that, but they could do it. So why wouldn't they do it? She does things that are very unique. It's a really special player to watch play the game. I don't get that same feeling watching Angel Reese. I see a good basketball player, but I don't see someone that's a transcendent talent. Let's face it.
All right, Scoops, your thoughts.
Caitlin Clark is just slowly becoming the face, of the WNBA. She's a playmaker. She's a great shooter and a passer.
She's the face of basketball.
Pretty
I'm
much.
going to tell you this right now. She will be the face of basketball, not just the WNBA. Basketball. The NBA is looking for a superstar to really stand out. Her jerseys are selling like hotcakes. Guys are wearing her jerseys. I've seen 2 guys at the bar wearing Caitlin Clark jerseys. And by the way, 2 of them are not even white. Just so you guys know that. It wasn't, they were African-American. Just so you guys know that. So put that, whatever you want to put that on and whatever these racist remarks and things and stuff like that, it's ridiculous. We all should be comparable to one another. It doesn't matter what color your skin is. You go out there and you play the game. That's all it should matter. I'm sorry to cut you off.
No. Just, the fact that she's such a great passer, such a great shooter. She even talks trash like a pro. She just, all around her game is just so admirable. Like, I don't see how you can hate on someone like this. And something like Fish said too, when I watch her, as opposed to Angel Reese is a good ball player, but when I watch her, you could just see like, this is talent. This is the face. This is going to be what evolves the sport itself right here. And I wanted to point out the fact too, that she has taken a horrible team. This team is bad. This team has been bad since I'm looking back, 6 wins the one season, 5 wins the next season, 10 wins the next, 5, 13. This team was horrible. The first year that she gets in there, they finish 500, but they at least make the playoffs. So, I mean, that's a great turnaround, honestly, for a horrible team. And, I don't see, like I said, I don't see what there is.
She'll win a championship.
She'll definitely win a championship.
She's going to win a championship. She'll probably win 2 or 3 of them. And and you keep saying the WNBA. I think she is going to take this even past that. I do. I think what she is doing and what she's going to transform the WNBA is going to help not only, even though the NBA don't need it, I think she's going to help look at the growth of the NBA to another form of just domination. I think she's going to change the game for not only for women's basketball, for men's. I think she's a very unique player. I think she's a likable player. What is the hatred behind it? I have no idea. You want to say race? Could be race. I don't know. But it is pretty fantastic to watch somebody go out there the way she has over the last, I would say, 3 months and just shut everybody up. Just like go out there and say, you know what, I'm just going to go play my heart out. I'm going to let my game do the talking. And she's not speaking about anything, and everybody that said all these derogatory, even people that shouldn't be opening their mouth and saying things about her. What has she done wrong besides go out there and play the game? It's just, it doesn't make sense. Honestly, it's hate. And it's sad what we are fighting for our country. This is a democracy of a country, and there's so many things that should be looked at and obviously fought by, not just the players, but everybody around her. It is despicable. And that's why she's got a lot of fans, because the fans see what's going on with the WNBA and what these players are doing to her. And she stands for more than that. And that is what I stand for, supporting what I think she is. And I think she's a great Samaritan of the game. And I think she's going to take this game to so many areas that nobody would have thought a player could do, not only for the WNBA, for professional women's sports. So I think very well deserved. Fourth in MVP voting. That's unbelievable for a rookie who everybody thought was overrated. Overrated is not even the answer to what anybody should say. First of all, nobody should ever say ever that this woman is overrated. This woman deserves a lot more credit for the pressure she took and to take on the responsibility to put this league on her shoulders says a lot about who she is as a player. So I'm so happy for her. And if we can get Caitlin Clark on a show, it would be special because I would give her not only the thumbs up, I'd give her a hug because I think that this woman deserves a little bit more credit than she is getting for what she has done this year. It's hard to do what she did and to do it so miraculously and so fantastically. It just says what she is as a person, and I love it.
Keith, to answer your question, who thought she was overrated? That's your buddy Jeff.
A lot of people did. Snug did too. Okay, and different people that we've had say this on the claim, saying and all the different takes that we've had saying that Caitlin Clark's overrated and all this other stuff. Stop. I don't want to hear it anymore. It's just shameful what people have said about this young lady who's going out there and putting the league on her shoulders and bringing endorsements, TV deals because of who she is. And she doesn't even take the credit for it when she should. I would say, you know what? Yeah, I'll pat myself on the back. Yeah, I did this. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. All you ladies are going to make more money because of me. All you ladies have something to look forward to because of me. All you ladies that have kids or don't have kids that can buy clothes and all that other stuff and not have to go overseas is because of me. I'll just pat my back for everything. So it's horrible. I think it's shameful. And as far as Stephen A. Smith saying that Caitlin Clark shouldn't have won, it just shows you how incompetently stupid he really is. So I just, whatever. Enough said on that one. Great show. Thank you, obviously, to Jason White for joining us, first time on the show, and Antoine Cason for joining us, giving us his takes. But, and I understand she's not egotistical, but you know what? Sometimes you have to be when stupid people have something stupid to say about you. Maybe you do have to come out and say, you know what? I deserve all the credit for what the league is transitioned into. But she will never do that. That shows you who she is and how she was raised by her parents. That's all I'm going to say about that. And by the way, congratulations to her wonderful parents that have raised her to be very professional about all the stuff it takes and the disrespectful. Some of these analysts, what they've done to her, ridicule her all season long, like she's some kind of like bitch. Okay. What the hell has she done to hate her as much as you have? Maybe she needs a superhero. Maybe she needs the Purple Urple or the Earp. The
Good
Earp
for me
man.
and good for you.
Good for both of us. There
It's
he
good for
is.
both of us.
There he is. The Purple Urple. That would be me. Where's my Earp? Where's my Earp? Where's my Earp? Where's the speedster? The Earp. The Earp himself. You like the Earp, Speed? You like the name, right?
I did.
Yeah, you're the Earp.
No, that's your name.
No, I'm the Purple Urple.
That's right. I like that.
You're the Earp.
No,
you're the Earp.
I'm not involved.
You are the Earp.
No.
You are my sidekick.
No.
My
no,
trusted
no.
sidekick. The Earp man. No. Yes, not the Urk. The Earp man. Do the Earp man. Do the Earp man. You like that? Do the Earp man. Yeah, there you go. That's a shirt right there. Do the Earp man. Do the Earp.
No, that's your name.
Wear the Earp. You see, we need to get all these things. We got to make these shirts. It would be so funny. Anybody?
King of wishful thinking.
We are the king of wishful thinking, and we're gonna get shirts, and it's gonna be fun. We got to put this together. You guys got to give me some things that we could put on the backs of the shirts and fronts of the shirts, and kind of design it. And we'll design it. It'll be really, really fun. I think fans would absolutely love to buy some of the shirts. All the crazy things that we bring up on this show, they would be great shirts. They would be great. I think I'd buy some.
I got a question for you then, Errol. Did you buy any shirts at this concert that you and Speedy recently went to?
Which one? What concert?
The Taylor Swift concert.
The day I buy a Taylor Swift shirt is the day I'm in a wheelchair and you can push me off a friggin' building. Okay. All right. I will never buy a Taylor Swift jersey or shirt or even go to any concert to see her sing. Okay. I can't stand doing a party and listening to her music. Love Story and all that crap. And a girl singing it with her. I can't stand it.
It's her life. I don't really care.
Speedy, how about you? Do you like Taylor Swift?
Not really, but
Would you sing any of her songs?
no. But I know our friend Kenyon Barner would.
Oh, what is this over here? What is it? Kirkioto?
Carito MVP 11.
All right, what did he say? Right over here.
Nick Saban had a meeting with Bryce Young, and he told Bryce Young, "Don't be afraid. Walk away from football. Use your education." And that's what Bryce Young's agent wanted him to say. Really
interesting.
Huh.
I'm sure his agent didn't want him to say that because it's just going to drive his value down. But
Well-
let's face it, Bryce Young is a 5'9", 180-pound guy who can't see over the line and is already shell-shocked. But Emo Kelsey has cost me 2 weeks of fantasy football because he doesn't want to catch passes anymore. He's too in love. Too in love
He
with
got
his brand new
happy, man.
haircut.
He looks like he has a dad bod, man. He's done. Kelsey, Travis has nothing else to prove, but he only came back because he wants to win another Super Bowl, win back-to-back Super Bowls. And the NFL, they're going to do everything they can to try to make that happen. What do you say? Also, quarterback battle in Jacksonville, maybe. Yeah, well,
Mac Jones.
Trevor Lawrence is in a lot of trouble. I mean, the Jacksonville Jaguars. And by the way, where's Jeff? I mean, he said, Trevor Lawrence deserves the money. Well, where's he? Where's Jeff right now? Where's Trevor Lawrence right now? Because Trevor Lawrence is horrible. Okay,
really bad,
horrible. He is not anything what they said he was going to be, and I am just speaking the truth. That was a dumb pick, Fish.
It not only dumb so I was like, you know what? It's going to be a three-peat. I'm going to be the one that breaks the curve. I'm just going to take these guys because they've proven it. And you're welcome, all Chief haters. I did this for all of you.
Maybe you need to smack him in the ass. What do you think?
And Jeff, I know it's already your birthday, but we assume if you're not here, you're at your favorite casino. So once again, just a belated happy birthday. Have fun playing at your favorite place.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Jeffrey. Happy Snatch Day to you. Travis Kelsey. Sorry. There you go. Snatch Day. You like that, Speedy? Why? What's wrong with Snatch Day?
I don't care about anything related to snatch.
Well, I like to snatch.
Good for you.
You like to snatch? You don't like to snatch anything.
No.
You just don't snatch.
Correct.
How about snatching a football?
That's a thing.
A basketball?
That's a thing.
A baseball?
That's a thing.
A football?
Man,
A golf ball?
Selective enemies just
Well, you know what? I just want to let you know something. I have absolutely loved everything about you over the last couple of days, except the fact that you don't answer the text messages. I'm very upset at you, man. I'm not even kidding around. I'm very upset at you. I mean, who's this guy? What is it? Kirkito MVP 11? What is he saying over here?
Yeah, but he's saying it's his birthday.
Mm.
I don't know if we're going to sing to him, but...
Do you want me to sing to who? Whose birthday? Is it Trevor?
Carito MVP 11's birthday.
Oh, yeah. What is his real name? I will sing to him. You want me to sing to him? I can say I don't know him very well.
Keith wants a song.
Keith, it is. By the way, happy birthday to my friend Keith. It was his birthday the other day. Happy birthday to old Keith. Speedy, are you ready to sing this?
Oh, yeah.
All right. But we got to do it. I got to do the, you give me the high. I'll get the high. You get the low. Ready?
Please don't sing.
All right. Here we go. And a 1, and a 2, and a 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Keith. Happy birthday to you.
Hey, and many more.
Speedy, Speedy, sing for
Keith,
me.
Keith, I was on the
Crystal, happy birthday, by the way.
Keith, I was singing the bass parts.
You know, listen, it wasn't my best, but you know what? Your best isn't good enough, right, Speedy? I mean, you got to be.
Anything's better than what I sang for Fish.
Somebody
Fish's
needs to sing
anniversary, I
somebody.
should
Happy
say.
birthday to Crystal.
Well,
Who's Crystal?
Happy birthday.
She a new guest, a new friend?
What
is it?
That's my wife.
Oh, that was it. She looks great.
And here's the other one.
Happy birthday, Crystal. We're gonna sing
She likes
on
the
Wednesday.
music. Get down.
We're gonna sing on Wednesday, Crystal. Don't you worry. We're gonna get. I'm gonna make sure we put some tunes in the background. We're gonna give you our very best just for you, Chris. So get ready for the rock and roll of your century. I might even sing a song for you. It might be a good one. So it might be one that scares rats away, but it's still for you. So that should be everything to you. That I am gonna go out of my retirement of singing one of the worst singers known to man and sing to you for your birthday. But happy birthday to Crystal, which is tomorrow, right?
Yeah, that's correct. Tomorrow.
Well, we're going to sing happy birthday on Wednesday after the birthday because I got to get my voice you all in tune for the old Crystal. So how old is Crystal, by the way?
Yeah, I'm not going to answer that on the radio, but thank you. She's
I'm an old
doing
man.
great.
I mean, she's younger than me. She's got to be younger than me. So
That is correct.
So there you go. So I know how old she is, by the way. So we have had this conversation before, but I don't want to throw her under the bus. But who cares how old you are? I believe age is just a number, right, Speedy?
Okay. Keith,
Except with your underwear. Speedy has a lot of holes in them.
Scoop, Keith says, "Scoops, you sing next time, please." All right, Scoops, you ready to sing for Keith's birthday next year?
No, Scoops doesn't want to sing, and right now Scoops is going to keep it on the lowdown. You know why, Speedy? Do you know why?
I don't. Why don't you ask Scoops?
I want to ask you.
Ask Scoops.
You're important to everybody. Everybody's dreams and admirations. Everybody that looks at you. Admirations. It's my word. Okay, you don't like it? Tough luck.
It's already a word. It's just having the wrong definition.
Exactly. It's my word. So me bringing those words into the conversation only tells me one thing. You know what it tells me?
No. Again, ask Scoops.
It tells me that we need to get back into the closet and talk about clownship. What do you think?
Nobody knows what clownship is.
You do. You don't like clowns. I think we need to show you what a clown does, especially locked into a closet with you. That's my case right there. That clown laugh. Could you give Crystal the clown laugh in person? Give it to her. Sounds like a seal in heat. That sounded like a seal in heat, man. Come on, give it to us. Give us a little bit of that irk.
Yeah,
that
horrible,
irk.
man.
Give us that irk laugh.
No, that's your job.
No, I'm the purple urple. You're my irk.
No, I'm not.
You're my irk.
I know that was not part of.
You are the
that
irk.
was not part of the
You're the irk man.
OG story.
You're the irk man. I am the purple urple, and you're the irk.
Yeah,
man.
that was not part of the origin.
Tough
story.
luck. You're the irk man.
That was not part of the
You're
origin
the irk man.
story.
Do the irk man. Let's go.
That is
Ready?
not. That was not part of the origin.
Give me the irk
story.
laugh.
That was not part of the origin story.
Give me the irk laugh. Give me the irk laugh. Let's go. Here he goes. Hit it.
That sounds like a great song for a villain.
Hit the damn tune here. Now he looks like that's better.
All right, how about
Enjoy.
I just got an idea, actually. So you were talking about the shirts, like what we could put on the shirts and everything.
Okay, let's hear it.
On one, like on the front, you could put.
It's gross.
And on the back, you could be like.
You sound like a frat boy.
That's a good one.
Sounds like a good
That's
idea.
a good one. We have a lot of. What is this? I actually have Bryce Young. What if Bryce Young and Birmingham Stallions agreed he wants to be a Stallion quarterback? Should the Panthers respect his wishes and let him be the Stallions quarterback? Very interesting.
That would
question.
never happen.
That would never happen, and I don't think he'd ever want to be a Stallion. But hey, Speedy likes Stallions. He likes riding.
No, that's a Birmingham Stallions. I think.
But you like riding Stallions.
They do it me.
I'm
telling Carito, our first-time listener, about our betting.
Carito.
I'm telling Carito about. That was one of Chaz's most bet teams during the UFL season.
I'm just asking Carito or Speedo.
Can you stop making fun of our new fan?
I'm not making fun of him. I'm calling.
You're making fun of his name.
You're the one who called him Carito, and I called you Speedo.
Okay, can you not make fun of our new fan's name?
You're the Earth Man. You're the Earp. You're the Earp. You like that, right? No. Why? You like purple.
I'm not involved in this.
You are the Earp man. Could you do a
Involved in
dance for
this.
us?
No.
Could you just put your hands
No.
up? Just wave to
No.
Carico.
All right, fine. Wave to Carito.
All right. Give him the old.
No, that's Wes's thing.
Give him the old.
That's Wes's thing and Wes's thing only.
Stick a little.
No.
Little finger action.
No.
Give him the old finger.
No, that's Wes's thing.
Would you?
Carito, if you want to
would you
listen
flick
on.
it?
Hold
Would you
on.
Flick it. Flick it.
Can I give Carito some information?
Information. Here we go.
Carito, if you want to see the thing that Errol's describing, you can listen to Let's Parlay on Wednesday.
Could you give him a little flick?
No, that's Wes's thing.
No, but the flick.
There's no flick.
My trade guys.
We're mentioning that last week. There are a couple of people that have said that.
Apple pie, Poo-Tang pie. What do you like, Speedy? Apple. Why do you like apple?
I know what it tastes like.
I'm sure you do.
Go share a Poo-Tang pie with The Rock.
I will. The Earth Man has said so. Anyways, thank you to all the fans. Thank you, obviously, to Antoine Cason and Jason White for joining us. Thank you to Mr. Fish for being the great executive producer that he is and some of the content that he gives us throughout the show. Thank you to our Sports Minute and Tommy for all the content that he gives us. Speedy, thank you for just being the Earth Man. You are the Earth. You are the greatest. You are the man, the myth, the clown. Right? You like that?
Where you get those sources from?
Do you like coming out of the closet or not?
I don't like entering the closet.
Oh, there he is. What was that? What was that?
Who the hell is that?
It's a good one. Who the hell is ass cheeks? We got to take all these sayings and make shirts. They would be so funny. You guys got to give me shirts. We got to put them together. That would be so funny. That would be so. We got to make all different shirts. Speedy has so many takes that we can make shirts. It'd be so funny. Anyways, Bambi Sala is the best one. I mean, come on.
All right, wait. What about this one? You could also put like this on the back or on the front. You'd be like,
no, I'm not embracing it.
And then you get on the back. You have like,
it's evolution.
It's evolution.
It's evolution.
It's evolution.
Yeah, there is evolution involved in the deer.
Good old deer. I mean, I don't know about good, but you know what? I could grab my breasts, and maybe we should put Robert Soler and Nathaniel Hackett on my breasts, and I can grab them and rub them like genies. You know, maybe have a genie and maybe have them coming out of my breasts. What do you think, Speedy?
Okay.
You like Robert?
Okay.
You like Bambi?
Not particularly.
Oh, there he is. I'll be your Huckleberry. Speedy will be my Huck, and he'll play with my berries. What do you think? You wouldn't play with my berries? Why? You like berries?
Not attached to a human body.
What happens if I share my berries with you? I'm sharing my berries.
It doesn't.
What? I can't share my berries with you?
Get your own food. It's not hard to do.
I'm going to give you some of mine.
Get your own food. It's not hard to do.
I have them. If I have a bag of berries, you wouldn't.
That's different. Okay. Thank you for specifying
I'm
that.
going to give you my bag of berries.
Okay. Thank you for specifying.
So you would take my bag of berries?
Yes.
Nice big bag, right?
Sure.
All right. So you like my berries?
Okay.
All right. There you go. That's all that matters. I like my berries too. They're good. They taste very good. I mean, I've never tasted them, but hey, you can. Anyways, that's it for our show, ladies and gentlemen. The old speedster, as always. We love him. Give me another one. Give me another one of this.
You want to go burn a bush in a crab? This is how you shave. Yeah, the word jizz is really structured.
That's the best one. That's the word jizz.
I'll leave it off with one of these.
Willy Whoppers, Speedy. Willy Whoppers. Oh, good old Willie. Yeah. Oh, good old Willy Wops. The Willy Wops.
I think you like the beef.
Look at the beef over there. He's right over there behind you. Oh, man. We love you. Anyways, that's it for our show, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back on Wednesday at 7:30 p.m. Enjoy your nights and enjoy your Tuesdays. Enjoy Crystal's birthday, and we'll sing her a happy one on Wednesday. Good night, everybody.
You're listening to the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.